A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. Say, what is this, a delegation?
Yes, we want you to give a speech at our next meeting.
What? Me? Speak before a whole bunch of ladies?
Why not? You talk on the radio every day.
Oh, that's different. I just stand by the microphone and talk about Doug.
Well, it's Doug we want you to talk about.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Of course, I'll be glad to talk about this wonderful new soap. Why, Doug is so new, there's never been a soap quite like it before.
Fine. But first, we'd like to get you a few points. You see, some of the ladies are terribly old-fashioned about their laundry soap.
Oh?
Now, take that fussy Mrs. Jones. She just couldn't believe me when I said Doug does all three kinds of wash, like work shirts and dirty towels, right down to pretty rayon clips.
But, didn't you tell her Doug is Procter & Gamble's new kind of granulated soap? A really new kind of soap, not just a new improvement of an old soap.
My house, be sure and put that in your feet. And let me tell how Doug gets towels so white. You might glance over that snooty Mrs. Smith.
Why, Mrs. Smith?
Well, she said she didn't see how Doug would be so safe for him nice to colored washables and still get towels white.
Oh, she did she? Well, Doug is safer for those pretty colors than any of the other leading granulated laundry soaps. And yet it gets towels really dazzling white. In fact, you know, there's not another soap of any kind that gets clothes whiter than Doug.
And if she has, how much scrubbing it takes?
I'll just tell her the fact. There's no hard scrubbing and no boiling to do. Why, no soap made gets clothes clean easier than Doug. In fact, I'll ask every lady listening to try Doug, and then she'll see for herself what a really new kind of granulated soap it is. I'll say, just ask for new Doug. D-U-Z today in that big red and white box. And next wash day, let Doug do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. Molly has been inviting everyone into her parlor, and Jake has been keeping Molly out of it, at least for a while. But now the parlor is filling up with all the people whose lives and interests Molly has been trying to unravel. Orianne and Way have refused to accept Mrs. Way's offer to pay off the debt that sent him to jail. And Jake is beginning to wonder what will happen. Listen. Why didn't you go to the movies? You didn't want to come.
He couldn't come. He didn't feel like a movie. Here's Mama.
In the parlor? Where's Orianne? In the parlor?
Here's Mrs. Way.
In the parlor? They're all in the parlor.
Stop being silly.
Quiet. Why don't you go in there?
No. You didn't go to the movies?
No.
No, Molly.
Do you mind if your family occupies one room in the house?
Oh, maybe das could I mind if my family occupies one room? Is my house for me, or is my house for my family?
What are you taking into the parlor?
I'm taking some matches. The people are my guests. They asked me to remark. I'm taking them in now. Mrs. Way wishes to smoke a cigarette. You have permission? Kindly a cigarette.
All right, Pa. It's a good thing that Orianne and Mrs. Way have a chance to talk. Get me a glass of water. Get out a glass of water. With that tinsel bicarbonate, please.
It's upstairs.
Well, what do you want Papa to do? Go up to it?
No, but it wouldn't hurt you to go up to her.
I'll do without it.
All right, I'll try.
You're making yourself sick for no reason, Papa. What do you mean, no reason? How long can this go on? It won't be much longer now. It can't be. They'll get married or they won't get married. Should that be my business? All right. Mama made it her business. That's what all right, Pa. All right, she likes Orianne. She's sentimental enough to see what a romantic couple Dr. Cater and Orianne would make. She'd like to see life. All right, Pa. She's sure David would have the right kind of a home. If she could iron it out, that everything was... Let's go to iron. Is Mrs. and Mr. Way a couple of wrinkles to iron out? But, Pa, just see Mama's point. After all, Mr. Way, no matter how sympathetic you want to be, he's an ex-prisoner. isn't it? A poor man unjustly convicted of a crime. He committed a crime. A very serious one. Maybe he's sorry and maybe he isn't. Mama wouldn't like to see Orion marry him. And if Orion wants to reform him, well, it's not right for her to do it at David's expense. Who is David's mother? The car. Dr. Taylor loves Orion. So what? I'm just saying. Don't say that's immaterial. I'm just trying to explain Mama's attitude. She can explain it herself. Well, I mean, there were thousands of people injured by Mr. Wade's crime. If his former wife is willing to pay them back, that would be wonderful. If she wants to pay, let her pay. And if she doesn't want to pay, let her not. And let the mother step down from the pedestal and remove her wings and take off her halo and become my wife and your mother. There's my bicarbonate. Nothing.
No. It didn't start. And then people are convulsing. And then here in the adjoining room, there has to be hollering and there has to be conversation above this. There has to be. So you're taking bicarbonate?
I'm taking bicarbonate. Do you mind? Do you care? Is it immaterial to you?
It's immaterial, and I do care. And I should be paid bicarbonate. You have bicarbonate directly after supper. So what is the bicarbonate? What is the bicarbonate? Where's Rosie?
She's upstairs.
Rosie, where are you? What bicarbonate did you draw down? Don't take from that box. Take from the new box. Take from the new box, the little yellow box.
Oh, Ma.
All right, Mom. It's on the top on the left-hand side and the right place. Where all the standing. You see the old box and you see a new box. Bring down the new box. Bicarbonate. I thought you got to say the thing about the bicarbonate. I thought so. Now every voice and every second voice and every third voice is about the bicarbonate. Did you bring the bicarbonate here? Okay, come.
Oh, what difference does it make, Rosie?
I'm not talking to you. Please, Rosie.
There's my water.
I'll get it.
Rosalie will get it.
And if I'll get it?
It might be too much trouble for you.
Sammy, look at me. Directly in my face. Look at me when I'm conversing. You tell me...
Please, Ma, don't ask me.
Ma, did Orion tell Mrs. Wade that he didn't love Mrs. Wade?
Love.
Sammy.
If I hear that word again, I'll bust. It's love in the morning and love at night.
Sammy.
You think there was nothing in the world but people running after each other looking for a chance to say, I love you.
Sammy, there's somebody in the next room.
Ma, it's love in the movies, and love on the radio, and love in the magazines. It's love all the time. It's one big ocean of love, with all you sentimental people bathing in it day and night.
Sammy.
And nothing else counts. The big waves of love, just swimming and diving in love, and let it roll on until nothing's left, until nothing counts. Only love.
Sammy, you're no cynical man. You don't care about love. It just doesn't count anymore. So what's wrong with love?
Look at me and see.
If love is wrong, then what are we taking all the trouble for? If love is wrong, why do we wait, and why do we fight, and why do we live? Why do we struggle, and why do we sacrifice?
Not for love. At least not for this kind of junk.
Oh, no? Well, it's all one kind, my dear son. It's all one kind, my dear son, with different names. One kind with different ways to come out. There's only one good thing in the world, my dear son, my dear stripling of a son. There's only one good thing in the world, and that's love. And everything good comes out of it. Remember my words. Remember what I said. And everything bad is against it. Remember. Dr. Taylor?
I'm very glad you're here, Doctor.
Come in, Dr. Taylor.
You are arriving in the nick of time. Yeah, maybe you can convince my mother that there's more than love in the world. Is there? Regardless.
May I say one word?
I'm talking...
But I just...
But I'm through, please. Without the car. Where's Orion? May I have the privilege, please?
Very well.
Orion and Mrs. Ray.
And I want to...
I'll continue.
Very well.
And my wife still insists that Orion should not marry Mr. Ray.
May I say something small?
Continue. Mark, tell Dr. Taylor what... Quiet. Oh, Pa, will you both oblige me and go upstairs and expire? All right, I'm going.
Sammy.
Yeah, only Dr. Taylor should know that Mrs. Way has offered to pay off all Way's debts if he doesn't marry Orion. And Orion said it was a bribe and they couldn't take it. All she thought of was herself and not all the people who could have been helped by the money. She put herself ahead of thousands. That's what she did. And I think that's all wrong, Ma.
Orion?
Come in, Orion. Molly, Sammy, Rosie. Come, Molly. You can rely on Dr. Taylor. He's a psychologist, not you. Excuse me.
Excuse me, Dr. Taylor. Excuse me, Orion.
No, I'm coming.
I'm coming. Excuse me.
Well, so you become completely incorruptible, Orion. You don't take bribes, no matter how much good they can do for others. You won't sell out Mr. Way to save his honor, nothing like that. You're going to marry him. You don't care about the mere thousands of people whom he ruined with his financial skullduggery. That's all in the past. What's left now? The great, the beautiful, restoring love you have for him. Nothing can break that down. That's the way you spoke to Mrs. Way. But did you happen to mention the fact that you don't love Mr. Way? Have you told that to Mrs. Way? Did you tell her that you love me? Did you? Did the cat steal your tongue? We're all through beating around the bush all right. I'm taking you inside to Mrs. Way, and I'm going to make you answer honestly and truthfully once and for all and forever. Come along. Come along, I said. This is the judgment day for this whole comedy. But comedy or tragedy depends on a point of view. And for Mr. Ways, it's all tragedy. Orion means so much to him. And for Molly, it's all tragedy because the life and happiness of simple people everywhere mean so much to her. What will their decision be? And be sure to listen to the next episode of the Goldbergs. Tomorrow, Dr. Cater loses his temper, and Molly loses her control over the situation. This is Bill Rogers wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Guz, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody.
It is later than you think.
Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
My name, Arch Oboler. Tonight, another in our series of tales of the weird and the unusual. The idea for today's play, the story of Mr. Maggs, came to me a few years ago when I was in England, pre-war England. Calm, peaceful, serene, no enemy bombers overhead, no screaming sirens, and England happily without worry. But before we start, Frank Martin has a word for you.
Friends, these critical times are making terrific extra demands on all of us. But if you've gotten miserably thin and tired and run down, don't necessarily blame the war or your job. It's quite possible you simply need more vitamin B and iron than you're getting from your food. Well, if you do need more of these vital substances, get them a quick, easy way. Take ironized yeast tablets. They help two ways in cases of such deficiencies. Help two ways to build you up. Help two ways to increase weight and strength. Help two ways to step up pep and energy. Remember that name, ironized yeast tablets. And now,
Lights out. Everybody.
All right, gentlemen. Now, here's an opportunity you can't afford to miss. As the Americans say, an opportunity of a lifetime. In auctioning off these effects of various deceased members of the community, I assure you that no single piece has more pretentious value than this genuine oaken traveling trunk. As you see, gentlemen, it's bound in brass and locked tight and secure with a massive, genuine brass lock. What's in it, nobody knows. But the law says that being unclaimed, strange merchandise, whoever buys it gets it all, as you might say, with all that's in it, be it gold or silver plate or the jewels of India. Now, what am I offered for this chest? Make your bids and make them good, gentlemen. Do I hear someone say 10 pounds?
5 shillings.
Now, gentlemen, look at it. Locked tight. And nobody knows what's inside. A fortune waiting here. And somebody talks of 5 shillings. Now, come, let's on with it. What am I offered?
5 and 6.
Oh, gentlemen, for firewood alone.
I offer 6.
6.
6 and 6. 7.
Well, gentlemen, it appears we're having a competition in little numbers. Is there anybody here would like to raise a bid and aid for me?
7 and 6. 8.
Gentlemen, I ask you, ain't there anybody here what's heard what I said about this chest being locked and sealed? Now, let it go. It's the last thing I've got to auction. So let it go and we'll all go home. Go into the little gentleman right down there for 8 shillings even. Do you hear any more? Sold. Step right up here, sir, and claim your purchase. Now, what might your name be for the record?
Name? My name is Maggs. Yes, Harold Maggs.
And the money, Mr. Maggs?
Oh, yes, sir. My pocketbook got it all ready. 8 shillings, sir. Here you are.
Right you are. You understand, of course, the cartage is extra.
Oh? Oh, is it?
Right you are. Now, where will I send the chest?
Well, I don't know. I mean, extra charges.
Where will I send it?
92 Applegate Southwest 3.
Right you are.
Is that all?
That's all. The chest is yours. You'll get it in the morning.
In the morning, but I'll be at work in the morning.
Your old woman will be home, won't she?
Oh, yes, but she doesn't
In
know
the
anything
morning,
about...
they'll deliver it, and in the morning you'll get it. Good night to you.
Oh, good night, and thank you. Thank you.
Thanks it me, huh? If you knew what I know of that trunk, you wouldn't be thanking me. You'd curse me to the devil.
That's you, Harold?
Yes, Agatha?
Well, I must say it's a fine time for a man to be getting home.
Mr. Bainbridge asked me to stay and check the inventory.
Never mind what Mr. Bainbridge said. Did you get anything extra for doing what Mr. Bainbridge said?
Well, I...
Never mind what he said. I tell you what you get from me. A cold supper, that's what.
Oh, it's all right.
Oh, is it? Now, just a minute, Mr. Harold Maggs. There's something else I want to talk to you about.
Yes, Agatha?
How much money have you been making on the races?
Races? Me?
You.
Oh, no, you know I never play the horses.
And how much money did that rich uncle of yours in Australia leave you?
Australia? Me? Why, Agatha, what are you talking about? I haven't got any uncles in Australia.
Oh, then maybe it's a gold mine you discovered. Or maybe a well that gives 100 gallons of petrol a minute.
Agatha, are you all right?
A chest.
Oh.
Why did you buy it?
Well,
They didn't give it to you, did they?
It was only 8 shillings, and I...
Only 8 shillings. You mean to stand there and tell me you spent 8 whole God-given shillings for that thing?
Yes.
Harold Meggs, I ought to...
Agatha, what's that?
Never you mind what that is.
Up in the garret.
Yes, up in the garret. Where that great prize of yours is. Up in the garret where you should be until your head's examined.
But, Agatha, what...
It's Freddie, breaking the thing open to see what's inside.
Breaking it open?
Yes, and I told him to do it. Freddie, have you opened it yet?
Not yet, Mom.
Oh, Agatha, please, I don't want him to...
No, keep quiet. I know you haven't got a key to it. But Raymond told me all about this prize package, they did.
Oh, but...
Plunked it right down in the middle of the kitchen floor. And poor Freddie and I had to carry it all the way upstairs.
Oh, but Agatha...
Oh, we'll find out what's in it soon enough.
Oh, no, please, he shouldn't break the lock. It's a good one. Maybe I could pick it. I'll go up there.
No, Harold, come back here. Let Freddie do what I told him to. Harold, come back here this minute. Harold, you regret this, making me climb these stairs. Harold, do you hear me?
Mom, make him stop.
Harold, what's come over you?
He won't smash my chest. He won't.
Well, Mom said I could. She did. She said I could.
Dare you strike that boy?
Oh, I didn't.
Well, you thought about it. He may not be your flesh and blood, Harold Meggs, but he's mine.
He's a big lout, 30 years old.
Mom, he called me
I
a
heard.
big lout again.
Quite enough. Harold Meggs, give me that hammer.
Yes, Agatha.
I'll fix your precious chest, your precious lock.
That's right, Mum. Show him. Show him. Oh, a good one, Mum. You smashed it.
Oh, it was a good padlock.
You keep quiet. Buy a cat in the poke, will you?
Teach him, Mum.
Well, now we'll see your grand bargain. Help me lift the lid, Freddie.
Sure thing, Mum.
We'll see what you wasted with my good money.
Mum. Why, it's empty.
Empty. Harold Maggs, you wretch, you. Taking the bread out of the mouths of your good wife and your son to buy empty trunks.
Wait, Agatha.
Wait for what? For what?
It's not empty.
What are you talking about?
See? The whole inside crusted with dried blood.
Harold, wake up. Wake up. Open your eyes, you stupid fool.
What?
Wake up.
It's not morning.
No, of course not. Open your eyes. I heard something.
Well, what did you hear?
Can't you hear anymore? I said there's someone in the house.
What do you mean?
Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Don't talk, listen. You heard?
Yes.
Up in the garret.
Oh.
Get up and do something.
Well, what could I
Well, you're
do?
not going to let them steal the house away from us. There, again.
But why in the garret?
You're going to lie there talking while they...
But we've nothing there for anyone to take that. It's Freddie.
Freddie, what the...
Come on.
No, not up there.
Well, I'm going.
Harold, come back and don't leave me alone to be murdered. Harold, don't go up there. Harold, I'm frightened.
Agatha, come up here quickly.
No, I'm afraid.
Agatha, quickly.
All right. I'm more afraid down here than I'll be up there. Can't be much to be afraid of. If you're not afraid, Harold. So dark up here. Well, Harold, what is it?
Agatha, come here. Help me.
Well, what is it? What's the matter with you? What?
It's your Freddie.
Freddie! Oh!
The lid of the chest seems to be closed on his head, and I can't seem to open it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you'll agree when an old chest becomes a thing of horrible death, and when there is more of death in the air, then's the time to leave tonight's Lights Out for a deep breath, and a turning of our thoughts to something that perhaps is your problem. Now, back to Lights Out, and our story of Mr. Maggs. The son of the house lies dead, crushed by the object Mr. Maggs had bought at the auction, an old chest.
Agatha, it's no use going on like that. There's nothing we can do for you. I knew you loved the boy. Guess he's the only thing you ever loved in all your life.
Oh, do something, you worm, you.
What is there to do? Storm's so bad, just have to wait until morning, that's all.
If you hadn't bought that infernal chest.
If I hadn't bought it.
Murdered him, you did. You hated him for the memory of my first husband.
No, I wouldn't say that, Agatha.
Why not? You bought the chest, so it's your doing.
Well, in a way, you're right. I brought the evil into the house, now didn't I?
What are you talking about?
An unhappy house, and now there's evil in it.
What are you saying?
Since we came downstairs, all these hours since it happened, I've been thinking.
Thinking what?
How do you think Freddie died? And why?
You crazy? Asking me if I know how he died? I saw it, didn't I?
But I asked you, why did he die?
Why? Why? Because the infernal lid of it fell on his head, that's why. Oh, my Freddie.
Yes. The evil did it.
Evil. You are crazy. The only thing evil was your buying it.
You just don't understand, do you, Agatha?
What are you looking at me like that for? I tell you the lid fell down on his head.
Evil.
Evil. Stop trying to make me as crazy as you are. Come on back up there and help me carry my son down so I can stretch him out decent and respectful for when the undertaker comes.
No, Agatha.
What?
I've made up my mind. I won't go up there again.
Oh, yes, you will. He'll lie dead in a bed, my son. Not up there.
No, Agatha, I've made up my mind. I figured out that up in the garret, the evil has taken...
Evil be blasted. My son. You'll help me carry him down. Don't stand there. Storm's over. Help me carry down his body so I can lay it out decent.
No, Agatha. No, hear me out. It's evil.
I'll have you locked away, I tell you.
Evil, and I knew somehow that it was there. That's why I dragged you downstairs again so quickly. You never thought much of me, Aggie, but this time, believe me, if I go up there with you, it means my life.
I've listened to enough. A split-headed little worm, that's what you are. There's nothing up there but that blasted chest you bought and Freddie's body. And if you won't help me bring him down, then, curse you, I'll bring him down myself.
No, Agatha, come back. Aggie, come back. Agatha, I beg you. Aggie! Aggie, you shouldn't have. This once in all these years, you should have listened to me. If you'd have listened this time, I would have meant something more than... Agatha? Agatha, what's doing up there? Are you all right? Agatha, do you hear me? You all right? What in the...
Harold, help me!
Agatha, what? Agatha, what? What happened? What's the matter? Oh, Agatha, heaven help me. I can't come up to you. I'm afraid. Agatha, that's another hour. It's hard waiting, Agatha. I've got to keep so quiet. I've got to listen. Perhaps you'll say something. Call me again. I've got to know what happened. Man can go crazy not knowing what happened. I'll keep very quiet. Perhaps I'll hear you saying something up there. Agatha? Wind. I hear nothing but the wind, Agatha. I'm afraid to move out of this chair, Agatha. As afraid as I've ever been in all my life. And that's been many times, Agatha. Something safe about this chair. It's my chair. I've sat in it so many times it knows me. And while I'm in it, nothing can happen to me. Now, can it? But if I were to get up, leave it, walk toward the door. No, I won't do that. I'll sit here and wait in the chair. And when it's daylight again... Agatha, is that you? I heard you again. Agatha? Agatha? Agatha, why don't you answer me? I hear you moving around. Why don't you answer me? Agatha! Agatha, isn't it you? Sounds as if a heavy chest were being moved along to the head of the stairs. No, nothing more. So quiet. Coming down the steps. Coming down. Agatha, is that you? You bringing the chest down? Agatha, is it you? No, it couldn't be you, could it, Agatha? And who is bringing it down? Who is it? Answer me. Answer me! Let's get out of here. Run. But I can't. I'm too afraid. Who is it? Agatha, it is you, isn't it? It must be you. It must be. Not many more steps, then I'll see. No, I won't look. I won't. Stop, you, whoever you are. Don't bring that chest down here. Stop! Stop! Stop. No further. Stopped. I won't have to see. I won't have to see. Again. Oh, no. So close, bottom of the stairs. I'll see. What? Oh, if I could close my eyes. Only one more step. I know it. Ah! No. How could it be? No one. Just the chest. No one with it. How can that be? No one. How could a trunk come down the stairs, one at a time, alone? Daylight. Why doesn't daylight come? There's something buzzing in my head. Oh, my head. Why do I sit here staring at that thing of evil? I've got to know. Yes, I've got to know. Get up. Close to it. Just a chest. Why should I be afraid of it? Just a chest. Put my hand on it. Move it under my hand. Thing of evil, I'll get you. You won't get me, I'll get you. My axe. Where's my axe? Closet. Was in here. Yes. Got to find my axe. Won't get me, you blasted chest, you. Got it. You hear me, you evil? Axe in my hand, I'm coming for you. You came after me, but I'll get you. I see you there at the foot of the steps, you chest, you. Lying there so quiet, aren't you? Think I'll open you and then you'll get me, too? Well, you won't. You won't. I'm coming for you. See? I'm creeping close to you. Slowly. The way you crept down the stairs for me. How do you like it, you evil, waiting for your doom? I'll get close to you. I'll swing my axe, and then your evil will be over, won't it? You'll be wood and twisted bands of brass, and then I won't have to be afraid anymore, now will I? No! I'm close enough. Your doom, chest. I'm your doom. Here! There. I did it, you evil chest. You cracked you wide open. I'll pull the rest of you wide apart. And then... Ah! Agatha! You were in it! My axe, it's in your skull!
Harry? Oh, Harry.
Yes, Mr. Jennison?
Harry, That chest you delivered over Applegate Way. Where's the signed receipt for it?
Oh, yeah, it is lying right here.
Received one chest.
What are you laughing at, Mr. Jamison?
Oh, just thinking.
Thinking of what, might I ask you, sir?
Thinking and wondering if they found out
What's that, sir?
that the chest was the one in which that murderer, the young last Wednesday, used to stuff his murdered victims.
Cool.
I wonder if that little man that bought it, what was his name? Mags, found out about his bargain yet.
Phew. Now, just a second, Mr. Oboler. You mean to say that this old chest killed those people?
I didn't say. The supernatural, the supernormal, and coincidence. Who can separate the three? I'd like to tell you something that actually happened to me, though, a few years ago. Very strange happening. But I'll tell you more about that in just a moment.
More vitamin B and iron. And now, Mr. Oboler, you were about to tell us.
Well, I was going to tell you about that very thin line between coincidence and the supernormal. A number of years ago, back in Chicago, late at night, I sat down on my typewriter to try to write a short story. I sat and sat and sat there, but no ideas came along. Then, just as the clock struck 12, and I remember the time very, very well, the idea came along. Quickly, I began to type the story, a criminal in the hotel room hiding from the police. He can't remember exactly what to do. Finally, in his panic, he climbs out the window and hangs from a narrow ledge high above the city street. Finally, just as the police come in, he falls. Well, I got that very far with the plot, and then suddenly, rather tired, I went to bed. The next morning, the headline of the paper told of a criminal who had hidden in a hotel room, and then, when the police broke in, the panic, and the hour was just at midnight, had tried to escape by hanging from the narrow ledge outside the room. In other words, as I was writing that story, at that very moment, mind you, it was actually happening. Coincidence? Supernormal? Who knows?
But now, what happens next week, Mr. Oboler?
Next week, Scoop. Quite a strange title, I'll admit, and a very strange story. It's about a man who worked all his life only to have what he'd worked for taken away. But that, as usual, is next week.
Yes, Lights Out will come to you again next Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to listen to Arch Oboler's weird story of Scoop. Oh, by the way, in answer to those inquiring about scripts, a new book of plays by Arch Oboler, Plays for Americans, has just been published by Ferrer and Reinhardt. These plays may be used without royalties by any person or group in connection with our country's war work. And if you need more vitamin B and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Next year, the best-dressed man in town may be the one with the oldest suit, because today it's practical, even stylish, to get extra wear from your clothes. And Energine cleaning fluid can help you do that, folks, for Energine is a spot remover. It gets rid of those little grease spots that moths love to feed on, grease spots that settle on clothes and make them look worn, run down, and old before their time. Yes, Energine removes those spots easily, quickly, at practically no cost. Get more satisfactory wear from your clothes by caring for them this easy, economical Energine way with Energine cleaning fluid. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Time is usually something we take for granted. Something dependable that we rarely think of directly unless the need is vital. A man may spend an hour or two with friends, then wonder where the time has gone when the evening is over. That same man may find that he is racing with the clock on his way to catch a train to work the following morning. To the average person, the length of life is not fixed, and he can look forward to the future with confidence and hope. But the days, hours, and minutes ahead can drive a man to despair when death announces a visit beforehand.
Sit down, Mr. Fowler.
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting.
No, I just got to the hospital 5 minutes ago. Oh, the X-rays been developed yet?
Yes, they were sent down to me from the lab a little while ago.
What's the verdict, Doc? Anything that can't be cured by a glass of beer?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, you mean I'm sick?
Yes, Gus, you are.
Okay, maybe I haven't any dough right now, but I can borrow some, Doc. I can pay my hospital keep for as long as I have to stay here.
I don't think hospitalization can help you, Gus.
You mean, I'm that sick? Well, tell me, Doc, what is it?
Ordinarily, I might find it wiser to keep this from a patient. It's something that's very difficult for a man to face.
What?
But then, in your case, it might be different. You may want time to put your affairs in order.
Look, Doc, let me get this straight. You trying to tell me I'm going to die?
Yes, Gus.
You mean I got no hope at all?
None whatever.
Doc, you're kidding. For the love of Mike, see, you're kidding.
I wish I could.
Yeah, but I feel all right. A man don't kick off when he feels all right.
This disease that you have it's very rare. In fact, you're the first case I've ever seen since I've been in practice. It's painless until the end. Then it's over very quickly.
I don't know what to say, Doc. I got to get time to get used to the idea.
You don't have too much time, Gus.
You know how long?
1 month at the most.
1 month? One lousy month?
Gus,
Well, what do you want me to do, laugh? Celebrate? You stick a rope around my neck, you want me to cheer?
I'm sorry. If there was anything I could do, I'd gladly do it.
It's funny, ain't it? Up to now, I never had a care in the world. Good time, Gus, they call me. I spent my dough like a drunk. Don't worry. Easy come, easy go. Yeah, easy come, easy go.
Have you had fun out of life, Gus?
Maybe, I don't know. I guess I must have, or I wouldn't be sorry to leave it now.
Well, try to be philosophical about it. I know that's not an easy thing to say.
Only a month. You're sure of that, Doc? You quite sure?
Quite sure.
Well, I ain't waiting.
What?
I'm not sitting around like a canary in an open cage waiting for the cat.
Gus, listen to
me. It's my life, ain't it?
Gus, come back.
Go on, Doc. I'll be seeing you. In the cemetery.
Are you waiting for someone, young feller?
Just admiring the view, officer.
Oh, sure, and you can see half the city from this bridge in a clear night. The fog's pretty bad this evening, though.
Yeah.
Well, take it easy.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take it good and easy. Looks like this is it.
Hey, just a moment.
Go on, mister.
Just what are your intentions?
Go home, I said.
Life can become pretty grim at times. Isn't that so, Gus?
What? How did you know my name?
I overheard your conversation with the doctor. Followed you from the hospital.
What for? You saving souls or something?
Oh, no. On the contrary, it doesn't matter to me personally what you do. But from a business point of view, I have a proposition to make.
You picked on the right guy, mister. You and me ought to sign a long-term contract. It'll be good for 30 days.
Oh, 2 weeks is long enough for me.
For what?
For my experiments.
What are you, anyway?
I'm a man with a profound idea. My name's Crane. No, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. But I hold the secret to everlasting life.
Yeah?
Yeah, within 2 weeks, my experiments will be finished. I'll be the first man in creation. The first. We'll never grow old and die.
Yeah, you'll also be number one inside the bug house if you keep talking.
Okay, skeptical. It doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter to me. All I want from you is your body.
What? What?
Your body. I need various organs for my experiments. I must have them within a few minutes after death.
Look, if you go home and leave me alone, you're screwed.
Oh, you have nothing to lose.
Yeah, what have I got to gain? You think I'm raffling off my carcass to any old geezer who comes along?
I'll pay you for your trouble. I'll pay you. I'll give you $2,000 in cash.
You what?
Yes, with $2,000 you can spend your last days in luxury. Doesn't that appeal to you?
I still say you're not.
Oh, I have $20 $100 bills right here. Can they testify to my sanity?
Holy smokes. You're serious?
Of course I'm serious.
Hey. One last fling.
Yes, Gus.
One last run of the hot spots in a big world with fancy.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay. All right, mister. You're on.
Now, just a second. I must have some kind of security.
What do you mean, security?
I want to make certain. I've got to be certain that the body's delivered as per contract.
Well, why should I change my mind? I'm going to croak inside of a month, whether I like it or not. You got nothing to worry about, Crane.
But I want to make certain. I don't want you to contact the police in case you want to postpone the settlement. If you care to sign this paper.
Well, what is it?
It's a confession of murder. What? Yeah, 2 weeks ago, a young man disappeared, and the police are still looking for his body. They'll never find it, of course.
Why not?
Well, I haven't begun my final experiment at the same time that the young man vanished.
You mean you bumped him off?
Oh, that's putting it very crudely. After all, I have the most important task to finish.
Yeah, well, so what good is it if I sign this paper?
Well, if you don't show up, I'll just turn it over to the police.
Well, that's a hot one. You're going to turn me in on a murder after they wouldn't even have time to get me to the court.
Then, once again, the bargain is all on your side, isn't it? Well, naturally, I don't want to use this paper unless I'm forced to. I would much prefer to have the merchandise.
Give me the pen.
Here you are, Gus.
Yeah. Now, give me the dough.
Yes, it's right here. Here you are.
2,000 smackers. Oh, brother. When I start making music with that.
Just one thing more, Gus.
Yeah, well?
2 weeks from today, the 28th.
Yeah.
You'll hear from me.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll inform you where to deliver the goods I've paid for.
Hey, having fun, Gladys?
I'm having the time of my life.
Yeah. Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir?
Another bottle of champagne.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, you must be just loaded with money.
Yeah, I don't care how I spend it,
Oh,
baby.
you always were a good sport.
Yeah, everything's going to be sweet music the next 2 weeks.
Oh, you'll get hold of another roll when you use this one up. You always do.
Yeah, I always do. Huh. Yeah, come on, Gladys. How about a dance?
Why, now we're paying for it, ain't we?
Yeah, from here we'll go to the Sapphire Club and mix with the celebrities.
Wow, but that's the most expensive place in town.
So what? It's only money. Like you said, Gladys, there's some of you can't take with you when you go.
You shouldn't take me all the way home to Brooklyn in a cab. Gas is too expensive.
Oh, look, will you stop worrying about dough? I'm still behind schedule.
Behind what schedule?
I got $600 to spend and only 5 days to spend of it. I must be slipping.
Oh, that's all right. I'll help you along. Gus.
Yeah?
You all right?
What do you mean? I'm all right.
I mean, you feel okay?
Yeah, why not?
I don't know. These last couple of days you've been acting funny.
What's that? Ain't you been having a good enough time?
Oh, sure. I've been enjoying myself like I never did before, honey, but I've been worrying about you.
Well, then stop worrying. I'm doing fine.
Gus, I guess you think I never really care about how you feel. I guess you think all that I want out of you is a good time.
Yeah, well, why not? Everybody likes to have fun.
So do I. Except
what?
Well, Gus, do you like me better than any other girl you ever went with?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm nuts about you, Gladys.
Then why don't you ever show it?
Show it? Well, how?
Well, why don't you ever ask me to marry you?
What? You serious, Gladys?
Then I look at...
Well, why do you want to marry me?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I get lonesome. Maybe it's because I'm getting on. I'm 32, Gus. A girl thinks of more important things than nightclubs when she hits 32.
Well, you know I ain't got any dough, Gladys. What I get, I spend even fast.
I don't want money. I want you. We might settle down after a while. Oh, I told him that I'd tell you what to do and where to go. You don't always be your own boss. But, well, after a while, you know what I mean.
You're a nice kid, Gladys. But look, say, wait, maybe I could help you out a little.
But I'm not looking for help, Gus.
I got an insurance policy. $3,000. It's all paid up. I'm just as soon you collect it on that, Gladys, as anyone else.
Well, who cares about insurance policies? I don't know how you got into that subject at all.
So you want to get married, Gladys?
More than anything else.
Okay, kid. We'll get a license tomorrow. And then we'll go on a honeymoon. It'll have to be a short one, maybe only a day or so. Then I'll have to leave you for a while.
Leave me? What for, Gus?
Because I got a date with a guy named Crane.
To an ordinary man, 4 days is usually a small amount of time in his life. And it passes quickly without his sensing it. It passed very quickly for Gus Fowler, too. But he was painfully aware of every second, every hour.
Oh, gee, but I'm happy, Gus.
Are you?
Was a short honeymoon, but a nice one. Gee, I'm glad we're home now.
Yeah.
Do you like me?
Sure.
How much?
How much you want me to like you?
Ooh, a lot. I want you to love me, Gus.
You know, you're a pretty cute kid. Yeah, you and me can have a lot of fun together.
What you looking at, Gus?
That calendar on the wall.
Well, what about it?
Today's the 28th.
Mm-hmm. We've been married 2 days. Isn't that something?
Yeah, that's terrific. Gladys, what time is it?
8 o'clock.
Why don't you go to a movie or something?
A movie? Oh, we just got
There's a good
here.
show down the street.
Well, if you want.
No, I'm not going. You go alone. I got an appointment.
For when?
For some time. Tonight.
Not with a woman.
Gladys, for the love of Mike, will you get out of here? What?
You expecting someone?
Yeah, look, my insurance policy. It's in the desk, kid. That's all you have to know.
But Gus, what...
Get into the next room, Gladys. Go on!
Oh, why, sure, Gus. Anything you say, Gus.
Okay, my friend. Come on in and collect what you paid for.
Oh, Fowler, thank heavens I managed to find you at last.
Dr. Standler.
How are you, Gus?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just fine. What did you come here for? To find out if I was still alive?
I've tried to reach you for over a week now.
I ain't be home much.
Did you get my letter?
I don't bother looking in my mailbox anymore. Mail don't interest me.
Gus, listen, there's been a horrible mistake.
What?
That X-ray.
Well?
It wasn't yours. It was someone else's.
Someone else's?
Yes, the lab technician who brought me the plate made a mistake. He gave me someone else's.
What do you mean? You mean I ain't gonna die after all?
You're 100% normal, Gus. I wouldn't be surprised if you lived to be 90.
100%? No. 100%?
Now, take it easy, boy. I know what kind of news this is, and I'm happy for you, but try to be calm about it. I'll be running along now. Drop in and see me when you get the chance. And good luck to you.
100% okay. They said I'd live to be 90.
Gus, what's the matter with you?
Yes, I just got some news. What am I getting hysterical about? I gotta use my head. I gotta outfox this guy, confession or no confession.
What are you talking about?
Gladys, listen, I can't explain now, but I'm in a spot. There's only one way out of it. We gotta leave the country. Yeah, you know.
Are you in trouble, Gus?
Yeah, I'm in lots of trouble, Gladys. Look, we didn't unpack our bags yet.
No.
Yeah, we gotta grab them. We gotta take a plane to Canada or Mexico. Don't answer.
Hello?
Yeah?
Gus there.
Right, I know.
Give me that phone. Hello?
Gus?
Yeah.
This is Mr. Crane.
Well?
Didn't we have an appointment today?
Did we?
Oh, don't tell me memory's as short as that. I believe this is the 28th.
So what?
Oh, I'd like to take possession of my property.
Look, I got a counter proposition to make you.
Really?
Yeah, I'll buy that paper back. I'll work like a horse if I have to. I'll give you twice the dough you gave me if you'll sell me that confession.
Sorry.
Yeah, but you don't understand.
I understand quite well. You're changing your mind. Well, that's what I call a breach of contract.
All right. Take it to the cops. Go on. Maybe I'll have a better chance with them than I'll have with you.
Oh, I only intend to give them this paper as a last resort. First, I'm going to try to collect my merchandise.
Yeah?
You'll be hearing from me shortly, Gus. And I think you better prepare yourself to render payment in full.
Gus is trying to do the impossible. He's trying to run away from time.
When Where to, mister?
You know a quiet hotel someplace not too well known?
Yeah, sure, the Halstead. Got the best food in San Francisco.
Okay, take us there.
Oh, I'm so tired, Gus. We've come so far.
Yeah, we're going still farther.
Can't we ever stop off for a while? Just for a week or so?
We'll see, Gladys. Maybe we'll get a break in Frisco.
You'll like this hotel, buddy. It's quiet and restful.
Yeah, fine.
You know, I ought to get a commission from this joint. You're the second guy I'm bringing there today. Hey, you from New York?
Yeah.
The old boy was also from New York.
What old boy?
The guy I took to the Halstead a couple hours ago. Nice old gink, some kind of a salesman, I guess.
So what did he look like?
Oh, short, gray hair, glasses, funny look of teeth. Name Crane.
Crane? Take us to the airport.
You what?
Guys?
Never mind the hotel. Turn this crate around and take us to the airport and make it snappy. Hurry, let me shut the door, Gladys.
Well, home again.
Yeah.
Gee, we must have traveled 10,000 miles in the last few days. Now we're back where we started.
We shouldn't have left. Should have had brains enough to know there's only one way to get rid of him.
Why don't you tell me why he's following us?
Because it's none of your business, that's why.
Oh. Look, maybe we lost him in Frisco. Maybe he'll never show up again.
Yeah, maybe. Hello?
Well, Gus?
You're still around, huh?
Yeah, I'm getting tired of the chase. I'm tired of that confessional with the police in the morning.
Wait, I just as soon pay my debts, Mr. Crane. As long as you've made up your mind.
That's a sensible idea.
Yeah, give me until tomorrow night.
Oh, you won't try to get away again, I hope, because this time the police will follow you.
I'll show up at 10 tomorrow night.
Now, meet me on the corner of Clark and Hanover Street. There's a brownstone house in that block. I'll be near the steps.
I don't know where it is.
It's a deserted section, but you can find it.
Yeah, sure, yeah. I can find it.
You'll be there at 10?
10 sharp.
Then I'll be looking for you, Gus.
Where you going, Gus?
I know a guy who might sell me a gun.
A gun?
My only chance.
Oh, no, Gus, you can't.
Listen, Gladys, this old coot is nuts. He's out to get me. I gotta reach him first.
Why don't you call the police? Why don't
The cops can't help me. I gotta do this job myself. I'm tired of running, Gladys, like a hop-top rabbit. It's either him or me, and I'm gonna make sure it won't be me. Here, Gladys.
Just don't do it.
I told you not to follow me.
Look, I'll give you the chair, Gus.
What do you think I'll get if I don't get rid of him? I signed my life away, Gladys, like a dope, like a crazy dope. After I pay him off, they'll never know I did it. They'll never find out it was me. Gladys.
What?
Is there someone in the shadows there?
Oh, Gus, there's no one there.
Yeah, he's waiting for me like a harpy. He's waiting for me to die like a blood-sucking bat.
Get down!
Come on, you rat! Come out of your hole!
Mrs. Fowler?
Yes, Doctor.
I'm afraid your husband's gone. You can't understand what made him do it. You know how he was killed, don't you?
I don't know. I only saw him drop it. The tree.
One of the bullets he fired ricocheted. It bounced back off the house and went through his heart.
There was nobody there. I told him there was nobody, but I don't know, he was half out of his mind with worry. He began to imagine things. He thought he saw Crane standing in the shadows.
Crane?
Yeah.
He was looking for a man named Crane?
Yeah, he was.
That's odd.
Why?
Was it Henry Crane?
Oh, yes, it was.
That was the name of the man whose X-ray plate was confused with your husband's in the hospital. As I predicted, Crane died very suddenly this morning.
Yes, time can be hurried or lengthened according to your mood. Happiness accelerates the hours while boredom drags them out. But each second can be an eternity in itself when a man has a rendezvous with death.
The Clock will be heard next week, same time, same station. It's written by Lawrence Clee, narrated by Hart McGuire. As Gus, you heard Ken Wayne, Pat Martin as Gladys, Joe McCormick as Henry Crane, with Tom Farley as the Doctor. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio.
That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. Weak Sister. Bertilda stood at the window looking apprehensively at the old burying ground at the foot of the hill. A little group of people from the village down the road stood in twos and threes around the open grave of Captain Ethan Haskell. Bertilda always liked to stand at the window like this, watching through the dingy lace curtains. Yes, today especially, with Captain Ethan being laid away. There was a strange fascination in her timid little face, a look of morbid curiosity in her pale blue eyes. She didn't hear her older sister, Amanda, come up behind her.
Matilda?
Oh, Amanda, you frightened me.
Matilda Sterling, pull down that window. It's beginning to rain. Land's sakes, you'd think after all these years you'd have enough sense to be careful.
Right, Amanda. Now I'm not going to be able to see the hearse when it comes.
Oh, if you ain't the limit, Bertie. You said you didn't want to go to Captain Eaton's funeral.
I like funerals, but they always frighten me so.
When a body has lived 50 years overlooking a graveyard, it appears to me they ought to be used to it. Here, let me look.
Be careful with the curtains. They'll see you.
We got a right to look out of our windows. Look at that. They'll get soaked to the skin, all of them. Just like Captain Ethan to be late for his own burial.
No way to talk about the dead.
Nonsense, Bertie. Look at the sheriff down there. The doctor, too. They wasn't particularly friendly with the Captain, Bertie. What do you suppose they're doing down there at the burial, huh?
Rolling up your collar ain't going to keep off the rain, Doc.
That's not what give me the chill, Sheriff.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Don't turn round. Keep your back to the house. I can feel them watching us through that dining room window.
They're a queer pair.
30 years ago, I told them, Sheriff. Move out of that gloomy old house. Mix with people before it's too late.
Yeah, still mighty hard to believe she'd poison him in, Doc.
If you'd stopped this funeral nonsense, I'd have had proof for you by now.
Had to wait for Enoch Castro to authorize the autopsy. But with him being the brother of the deceased, only living relative...
funeral's a waste of time anyway. I recommend you don't fill in over the coffin. Only going to have them to dig him up again.
You don't suppose Manda'll show up, do you?
She's smart enough to know it'll look queer if she doesn't show up. Ask me. I think she's fixing to come down right now.
Sterling, what you doing with that umbrella? You're not going out into the rain.
I'm going down to the burial ground. Decided one of us ought to pay last respects to Ethan Haskell.
You'll get your desert cold.
Probably will. Look queer if I didn't go, though. No wonder his brother Enoch didn't come back to town today. Seems he ought to be here for the burying.
Maybe he didn't want to come.
Oh, likely. I never knew a Haskell that wasn't a stubborn contender.
You're talking about the dead again. Ethan's dead now.
Man's sake alive. To listen to you, anybody would think we had to watch our tongues, or our neighbors down there in the graveyards would rise up in their shrouds and...
Please, Amanda, don't say such things.
All right, Bertie. I'm going now. I expect you'll want to lock yourself in.
I'm so frightened when you're gone.
No sense to it, of course. You can watch from the window.
Be careful, Amanda. The rain.
Don't worry. I'll throw my coat over me.
Oh, there comes the casket now. Pretty one with silver trimmings. They're moving back to make way for it. All mourning him. Amanda, too. I wonder what they'd say if they knew she fed him those poison preserves. I wonder.
With the prologue of Weak Sister, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler.
Pardon me, Mr. Miller.
Oh, Marvin, to you, beautiful.
Oh, well, then, pardon me, Marvin, but a few weeks ago you mentioned that the speedometer on a car can tell you the quality of the gasoline you're using.
That's right, gorgeous.
Well, my speedometer shows how fast I'm going and how far I've gone. But what I want you to tell me, Marvin, is how can my speedometer show the quality of the gasoline I'm using?
Oh, nothing would give me more pleasure, sugar. After all, isn't it only logical that to get more mileage, a gasoline must help your motor run more efficiently?
Yes.
And you also know that Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Well, Natch.
So, putting two and two together, the thing which makes the good mileage in today's Signal gasoline possible is the extra performance it gets from your motor. It's quicker starting, it's faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. For after all, it takes extra quality to go farther.
Oh, I see. And the better the gasoline is, the more mileage I get.
Right you are, baby. Which explains why so many drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. That clear, my dear?
Oh, who could help being convinced by the great Marvin Miller?
Oh, brother.
And now, as you always say, Marvin, back to the Whistler.
fascinating thing to watch, isn't it, Bertie? This burial service for Captain Ethan, there in the graveyard at the foot of the hill. You hardly notice the wind and rain coming in the open window as you stand there, because your mind is somewhere else. On the dinner Amanda served the three of you a few nights ago in this very house, of the special peach preserve she served to the captain, of the telephone call in the middle of the night, and the news that he had been found dead in the road where he'd fallen on his way home from the dinner. And you can see her down there now, piously mourning the captain's passing. Yes, that does make it more interesting, doesn't it? The mourners finally disperse and night settles over the graveyard. You're alone a few minutes more and then Manda returns.
Here, take my umbrella. I want to make a telephone call.
You stayed so long. Shall I light a fire, Manda?
Good idea. Seems as though this place is never really warm. We should have sold it when Father died. Well, what are you waiting for?
Nothing, Manda.
I know what you're after. You just want to hear what I'm...
Operator.
Will you please call the Sheriff, Luella?
Anything the matter, Manda?
I haven't time to stand here gabbing, Luella. Just ring Sheriff Harris. And don't bother to listen in.
Well, I never.
Always makes me feel better to say a thing straight out. No use beating around the bush.
Sheriff Harris speaking.
Sheriff, this is Amanda Sterling. I want to put in a complaint about that gravedigger, Ed Parker.
What's wrong, Manda?
That grave's still open out there. He didn't fill it in.
Be filled in due course, Manda. Nothing to worry about. Guarantee old Ethan ain't going to climb out and go wandering round.
That isn't the point.
Better go pull your shades down, Manda, and mind your own business.
Well, if you think I pay taxes to listen to that kind of... Let me tell you, Fred Harris, if that grave ain't filled in tomorrow, I'm going straight to the town council. Goodbye. Of all the impudence.
Amanda, is the grave really open?
Yes, it's open. I ought to go down and teach him a thing or two about manners.
What did he say?
Never mind. No use fretting you two. Now, where'd you put my umbrella?
It's there in the corner.
Well, I'm not going to worry about it. Some folks like the sheriff always has something impertinent to say. Oh. Here. Look what I tucked inside my umbrella.
It's a flower. Lily.
Yes. I picked it up from the grave when the rest had gone. It's pretty, isn't it? Any water in the vase and the mantel?
Manda, you've got to take it back now.
Don't be silly, Bertie.
You must, Manda. It belongs to the dead.
Don't expect Ethan will come back for it. Now let me see.
Doing that to torture me. If you take a flower from a grave, the dead will come to take it back. Now, don't let it touch me.
Oh, nonsense.
You put it on the mantel. I won't stay in this house another minute. Here comes Vern, I tell you. Here comes Vern.
Now, you know what will happen, Bertie. Working yourself up that way with your heart the way it is.
Take it back. That's all I want. Take it back.
Oh, the silliest thing I ever heard of. This superstition of yours. All right, Bertie. I'll take it back to the grave. But just to show you there's nothing to be afraid of, I'm going to take you with me. Watch your step, Matilda.
Cruel of you to make me do this, Manda.
Nonsense. It's high time someone showed you how ridiculous it is to be afraid of such things. That dratted storm. Body can't see 10 feet.
There. There's headstone, Manda. Put the flashlight on.
What do you think I've been trying to do? It won't work.
Flash of lightning.
Nothing to be afraid of.
No, not that. Somebody's over there by the grave.
If you're going to start imagining things, I will... Oh, there is someone over there.
It's the flower. He's coming for his flower.
Be quiet, Bertie.
Captain is. Manda is coming.
It does look like him. Now get hold of yourself.
I'm getting dizzy.
Now.
Help me, Manda.
Don't you go fainting on me. Oh, my goodness, the flashlight. If I could... there we are. Who's there? Oh. It's you.
Yes, Amanda. It's me.
Bertie, look. It's only in it, Bertie. It's Captain Ethan's brother. Bertie!
Yeah, well, what's the matter?
You scared the life out of her, that's what. Skulking around like a spook. Here, help me with her.
Yeah. There we are.
My medicine.
Well, now, here you are, dear. Lucky I always carry it with me.
Enoch. It was only Enoch.
Yes, dear, yes. Only Enoch. You gave her the fright of her life.
You know how she feels about these things, Amanda. Funny you'd bring her down to the graveyard at a time like this. Almost as if you...
As if what?
As if you were trying to scare her to death.
Why, that's nonsense, and you know it.
It might be. But it's a funny time for the two of you to be wandering around here, ain't it?
I took this flower home from the services. Bertie made me bring it back. And what might you be doing here, Enoch Haskell?
I was taking a shortcut to your house. Thought I'd tell you the sheriff wants to see you, Amanda. And in case you're wondering, there's no body over there in the grave. Post-mortem, you know.
When does the sheriff want to see me?
Right now, Amanda. Right now.
Well, Bertie, at least it's done. The flower is back where it belongs. You're shaking now and cold, and your poor sick heart is thumping inside you. As Amanda helps you up the hill to the house, you glance occasionally at her, at the pale, determined face, the worried look around the eyes. She's wondering how much you know about that poisoned fruit, isn't she, Bertie? She knows she's going to have trouble explaining it to the sheriff. And you wish you could go with her instead of remaining home, alone, locked in the old house. It should be quite a battle. The sheriff is a very persistent man.
I'll get right to the point, Amanda. You and I grew up together in this town, but this here's an official matter, above personal feelings. Hope you understand.
Go ahead, Sheriff.
Don't need to tell you how this town loves a scandal, Amanda.
There's nothing scandalous about us and Captain Ethan, as far as I can see.
Maybe not. Only Doc thinks there's more to Ethan's death than meets the eye.
For instance, what?
It was poison killed Captain Ethan. The kind of poison found in home canned goods, preserves, for instance. Ethan ate his last meal at your house, Amanda. Hit him on the way home. Hello, Enoch. Have a chair.
Thanks, Sheriff. I'll stand.
Now, Amanda, about the preserves.
What about the preserves?
Why, Ethan always said he loved your spiced peaches, Amanda.
Well, what if he did? There's nothing wrong with my sliced peaches. I eat them myself all the time.
I'd consider it a favor, Amanda, if you'd let me have a jar of those spiced peaches for the doctor to analyze.
What? You going to give her a chance like this, Fred?
I've got nothing to hide, Enoch Haskell.
Maybe not. And then again...
What do you mean, Enoch?
I can't forget that look on her face down in the graveyard when she thought I was Ethan.
I think you're wrong. Known her all my life. She wouldn't harm a fly.
No? Well, I think she killed my brother. Give me 30 seconds with that weak-kneed sister of hers.
You keep away from Bertie if you know what's good for you.
Why, Amanda? Why? You afraid she might spill something? Is that it?
She don't know anything about this.
Don't get riled, Amanda. Fact remains, Ethan died from poison, and he ate his last meal with you. Now, that can either mean some of the fruit spoiled, that he accidentally got some of it on his plate, or...
Oh, what?
Or it might mean he got it on purpose. In that case, of course, it'd be murder, wouldn't it? Now, I want you to go on home to dinner, Amanda, and come back with them spiced peaches for Doc to analyze.
Sheriff, you're not going to get Bertie into this. She's such a frail thing, a weak heart.
Sorry, Amanda. If Doc finds poison in them peaches, I'm afraid we'll have to talk to her. Now, if you don't mind, Enoch, there's something I want to talk over with Amanda in private.
Where are you, Amanda?
It's the pantry, Bertie.
Please come back and finish your supper. It's getting cold.
Thought I'd get a little dessert together. And I've been rushed so today. Here's some cake and a few spiced peaches. Only enough out there for one helping. Here you are, dear.
I'd rather have the cake, Amanda.
You always were fond of sliced peaches, Bertie.
I don't feel like them tonight. Just the cake.
Funny how a body's taste can change. You didn't want them the night the captain was here either.
It's nothing at all. Please, Amanda, just give me the cake. You said you had to hurry back to the sheriff. Well, what does he want to see you about?
Nothing, Bertie. Just a few formalities about Ethan. I think maybe you'd better have some peaches. They're good for you, you know.
Amanda, I don't want them. Please.
Why don't you want them, Bertie? Why? Is something wrong?
Don't, Amanda.
Eat those peaches, Bertie, right now. Do you hear me?
Get away from me, Amanda. I won't eat them. I won't.
Oh, all right. All right, Matilda.
What are you going to do now?
Nothing. Nothing I can do, I guess.
I'm sorry, Amanda.
Sorry about what?
You hate me, don't you? You always have.
That's a queer thing to say.
But it didn't matter all these years, just hating me. Now it's different. You're afraid of me now. That's why you...
Go on, Bertie.
That's why you just tried to make me eat those peaches.
I was just finding out how much you know about Captain Ethan's death, Bertie.
You know now, don't you?
Yes, I know.
What you going to do?
Too late to do anything now, I guess. Would you pass me the peaches, Bertie?
Amanda.
Go on, give them to me. Hurry up.
Here you are, Amanda.
Might swell eat them myself, Bertie. No use letting them go to waste now. You know, they're mighty good. Always was proud of my spiced peaches.
You're too weak to get up from the table, aren't you, Bertie? That's why you sit there long after Amanda has left on her mysterious errand, still stunned by her bewildering decision to eat the fruit she knew was poison. It's almost an hour now since she left, and your heart is still pounding. The whole thing, the whole nightmarish day, has been almost more than you could stand. Amanda will die now, just as Captain Ethan did, somewhere out on the road, an hour or so after finishing dinner. At 9:30, the storm hits again harder than ever. You stagger weakly into the hallway to lock the front door. She's only been gone an hour now, and yet there's a new feel to the loneliness of the quiet house. It's terrible to be alone like this, isn't it, Bertie? You almost wish Amanda would come back somehow, just to stay here in the house with you until this awful night is over.
Take it easy. Mustn't go too fast. Hello?
Sheriff Harris, Bertie.
Oh. Yes, Sheriff.
Wondering what happened to Amanda. How long ago did she leave?
More than an hour?
It ain't like her to be late this way.
Sheriff, why did you want to see her?
About that poisoned fruit, Bertie.
Poisoned fruit?
Captain Ethan died from eating some of her spiced peaches, Bertie. We discovered it at the postmortem this afternoon.
She knew there was no use. That's why she ate the peaches. Yes.
What's that, Bertie?
Nothing, Sheriff. I think you ought to search the road for Amanda.
Oh, nothing to get worried about, I reckon. She probably...
No, Sheriff. Now, please, go out and look for her right now.
You worried, Bertie?
I think, Sheriff, I think Amanda is dead.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, in place of the usual message about Signal gasoline, my sponsor, the Signal Oil Company, has asked me to take this time to talk with you about the Community Chest Drive. Well, frankly, I'm sure there's very little that needs saying. The fighting war is over, yes. But the war against misery and sickness and juvenile delinquency must go on with ever greater force. And that is where the Community Chest comes in. 4 out of 10 people benefit through Community Chest services, such as clinics, hospitals, maternity homes, and day nurseries, Children's Aid, Boy and Girl Scouts, Campfire Girls, the YMCA and YWCA. Also aid to the handicapped, homes for the aged, the Salvation Army, and many other worthy institutions too numerous to mention here. And who pays for all these services? Everyone who is fortunate enough to have a penny or a dime or a dollar to spare for those who are less fortunate. And you know, there's a wonderful thing about money that you share in this way. Money that you spend on yourself brings happiness to only one person. But money that you share with the needy brings happiness to so many, including yourself. Now, back to the Whistler.
So Amanda is dead, Bertie. At long last, after 30 years living together, Amanda is dead and you're free. You leave the phone and walk slowly toward the cellar stairs. Yes, there are things to be done, Bertie. The doctor and the sheriff know about the poisoned preserves now, and they'll be here soon. You're sorry about Amanda in a way. It's too bad she had to die by her own hands, knowing it was coming. It's too bad she didn't die the night Captain Ethan came for supper, the night she graciously gave the captain her dish of preserves, simply because she didn't want them. While you sat across the table from them both, paralyzed with horror at the awful mistake, unable to say anything. Yes, Bertie, it's too bad Amanda didn't die on the night you planned to kill her. Down into the cellar now. Yes. Over to the preserve cabinet, Bertie. Yes. To the bottom shelf. And the 2 jars of fruit you put a special mark on the day you found they were poisoned. Yes. And now to the sink. You smash the jars with a hammer and start to pour the fruit down the drain. Your hand slips. A sharp piece of glass cuts deep into your wrist, and a stream of blood rolls down your arm. You drop everything in the sink and run up the steps to find a bandage. The sight of the blood has made you weak and dizzy. You remember the napkins on the dining room table. Quickly, Bertie.
I'd better sit down for a minute.
And then there's a tap on the window. You raise your eyes.
No, Amanda, you're dead. You can't come back. You're dead. Go away, Amanda. Go away.
And there's a cold, icy feeling around your heart. And darkness. And then not even darkness. Just nothing. And emptiness. And space.
Easy, Amanda. Nothing we can do now.
Well, I checked her.
What is it, Doc?
Fright. Her heart probably gave out when Amanda walked up to that window.
If only I hadn't forgotten my key. That was just like her, to lock herself in that way.
Yeah, Amanda. At least she did you her last kindness. Without meaning to, of course.
What's that, Doc?
She cleared Amanda of any implication in Ethan's death. Birdie got that gash on her wrist while she was trying to get rid of the poisoned jars down in the cellar.
I still can't believe she could have done it.
No, Amanda. It was just as hard for me, knowing how much you cared about her. There was only one way to convince you your sister Bertie was a murderess. To show you, she knew that fruit was poisoned all the time. Even before she tried to give it to you the night Captain Ethan came for dinner.
Sheriff's right, Manda. Don't you see? That's why we asked you to switch a good jar for the bad one out in the pantry and try her out on it. If she took it, she'd be innocent. If she turned it down...
But it wasn't fair. She must have thought I was trying to kill her.
Don't you see, Manda, it wasn't for her sake we did it. It was for you.
She was so weak, so helpless.
But it was the easy way, Manda, the easier way for her.
Whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 9. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, who have asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible...
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
Yesterday, the Whistler visited the Jack Benny program, where Mr. Benny sounded something like this.
I am the fiddler.
As always, Mr. Benny's listeners had a lot of fun, and so did we. But tonight, as usual, the Whistler theme by the real Whistler will sound like this. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Masquerade.
There was a strained, tense silence in the room, broken only occasionally by the sound of the whirring roulette tables downstairs and the muffled cries of the croupiers. Sam Baxter was serious this time, deadly serious. Irene could tell it by the nervous habit he had of blinking his eyes, cold, gray, heartless eyes, stabbing at her now as she sat in the chair across the room. It was like Sam, she told herself, to tackle it this way, to sit there quietly for minutes on end and let the silence work for him. He was almost ready to scream when he finally spoke.
Been hitting it pretty lucky, Irene. How much you win tonight?
Go ask your cashier.
I hate to see that. Gambling's an awful vice. Don't want to encourage you.
I've made a pretty good living at it. I got no complaints.
From now on, you can make your living somewhere else.
What does that mean?
Means you're barred from the casino. It's from now on.
Is that why you called me up here?
Yeah, I got a little advice for you, baby. You better hit the road. The town's no good for you no more.
If I want advice, I'll go to a lawyer.
Well, you can save yourself the time. I'm giving it to you now. For nothing. I'm going to treat you right, Irene. There's a set of railroad tickets with a little expense dough. The vacation's on me.
Well, that's a funny way to look at it, Sam. I'm making money for you, bringing in the suckers, doing my job.
That's got nothing to do with it.
What is it, then?
Think a lot of my kid brother, Irene.
What's Joe got to do with this?
Plenty. He's a sucker for dames.
Listen, you...
Ah, shut up. I'm telling you, he's a sucker for dames. Had to get him out of one spot before, and I'm not going to let it happen again. With you or anybody else.
He's old enough to know his own mind. Where do you get off telling me how to run my personal life?
Like I said, baby, the town's no good for you no more. You're taking the train to Mora.
What does Joe think of this?
He likes it okay now that I explained it to him.
Now listen, Sam, get this through your thick head. I love the guy. I'm on the square.
Ah, well, forget it. He doesn't love you.
You've got a lot of cruff, Sam Baxter. I'm going to see what Joe has to say about this.
Wait a minute. Don't be surprised if Joe acts like he's cooled off a little. He's done a little thinking this afternoon. And to remind him of a couple of things.
Like what?
Another dame like you. Ruffling his hair with one hand and counting his dough with the other.
Why, you low-down, cheap, double-crossing...
Watch it, baby. I don't take that from nobody. Now, go on. Go on over and see him. He'll tell you where to get off.
You might be surprised.
And, Irene...
Yeah?
You forgot something. Your train tickets.
You can keep them.
Better take them, baby. Vacation might even be good for your health.
Yes, Irene, Sam hates you. As you leave the casino and walk toward Joe's apartment, the cool night air clears your head, and you realize how afraid you really are. How easy it would be for a man with Sam's power to snuff you out like a candle. Joe is alone in his apartment when you arrive. And the minute you see his face, you know Sam has put the fear into him, too.
Joe, darling, what's the answer?
I don't know, Irene.
I'm not going to leave you, Joe, not now. Nobody's big enough to separate us, not ever.
Irene, darling,
Oh, I love you, Joe. I love you so much it makes me sick inside. Oh, hold me, darling. Hold me close. Nobody's ever going to keep us apart.
Irene.
What's the matter, Joe?
Irene, you don't know Sam. He's too big for us. He gets what he wants. There are guys working for him clear across the country.
We can't be everywhere. We'll leave the country. Anything so long as we're together.
I don't know.
There's no other way, Joe. If you stay here, he'll make a mug out of you, turn you into a criminal. You'll spend the rest of your life dodging the police and have to stir on the lamb all the time. That's no way to live. Oh, we've got to try, Joe. We've got to try. Joe. Whose gun is this on the table?
It's mine, Irene.
You see, he's got you carrying a gun already. Oh, Joe, if you love me, you've got to do it now. Here. Here, Joe, sit down.
What are you...
Please.
All right.
Now, here's a pen, paper. Go ahead, Joe. I want you to write a note for me to Sam.
But, Irene,
Please. Say this. Dear Sam.
Okay.
Dear Sam, I've thought it over, and I've decided I can't go on like this. So I'm taking the only way out. Irene and I are in love.
I can't do it, Irene.
Why not?
Not now. This isn't the time for it, baby.
What do you mean?
Look, you go ahead like Sam says, see? I got some things to clear up here. I can meet you later somewhere in a couple of months.
Oh, wait a minute, Joe. Just a minute. You love me, don't you?
Oh, it's not that, but like I said, there are a couple of things.
You're lying to me, Joe.
Listen, Irene.
That's what Sam was talking about.
No, you got it all wrong.
That's what he meant, isn't it? You're different now. Sure, I don't count anymore. Forget Irene. There are plenty of other women around. Just listen to Brother Sam. He's the big boy. He's the only one who counts. Everything's great till Sam gives the word, then you sell me out for a dime. It's always been like that, hasn't it, Joe? Hasn't it?
And haven't you blind to see it?
Oh, now wait a
All
minute,
right,
baby.
so
You
it
got
isn't Sam. So it is another day, money, anything, I don't know. You never loved me, you just lied to me.
Stop it,
Get away
Irene.
from me. All right, Joe, all right, have it your way.
Irene, put down that gun.
I'll get out of here. I'll do what the boss wants. Doesn't matter anymore.
No, wait a minute, Irene.
With the prologue of Masquerade, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. Have you had a ride in one of the new 1946 cars yet? Well, I did this evening when a friend gave me a lift down to the studio. And man, was he proud. I was especially interested to hear him brag about the engineering improvements that not only gave faster pickup and smoother speed, but also better gasoline mileage. Because you know, friends, that's the same thing science did for today's Signal gasoline when they upped its power. The first thing you notice, of course, is Signal's quicker starting, its faster pickup, and its quieter, higher anti-knock. But if you check your speedometer, you'll find today's Signal gasoline also gives you a bonus of extra mileage. For after all, it stands to reason. A gasoline that helps your motor perform more efficiently also helps you get more miles per gallon. And that's why Signal says look to your speedometer for the best proof of gasoline quality. It takes extra quality to go farther. Good reason why so many drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
So it's over now, Irene. And it's decided once and for all. Joe will stay and you will go. That's all you can think of at first. After the awful finality of the thing that you did begins to sink in. It happened so quickly, Irene. First his fumbling excuses, then the doubt. A few seconds later, the blinding flash of hysteria. The gun in your hand. The shot. And Joe lying at your feet, still and silent. Then you start out of the apartment, and your eye falls on the note on the desk.
Dear Sam, I've thought it over carefully, and I've decided I can't go on like this. So I'm taking the only way out. Irene and I are in love. Why, it sounds like a suicide note.
Yes, like a suicide note. Quickly, you pick up the gun. Wipe the fingerprints off of it with your handkerchief. Press it into Joe's limp hand and let it fall to the floor again. The handkerchief again now. On the doorknob, the fountain pen, everything you touched. Then quickly out of the apartment, into the service elevator, through the alleyway, and into the street. You remember now with immense relief that the night clerk was asleep when you came in, that no one saw you leave. A half hour later, you walk into your apartment house. The clerk looks up as you enter.
Now, Mr. Carney, you have a visitor waiting upstairs.
What? You didn't let him into my room.
Oh, it's a man. It isn't a man, miss. It's a young lady, an old friend of yours. She didn't leave her name.
Who's here? Who? Oh, Mitzi.
Hello, Irene.
I thought you were in Las Vegas.
Nobody stays in Las Vegas forever.
Just passing through?
I don't know. Might stay a while. You seem to be doing all right, darling. Nice place you got here. Nothing like a job with Sam Baxter, is there?
Why do you say that?
Take it easy, baby. I'm not going to bite you. Something wrong?
What are you doing here, Mitzi?
Just looking up an old friend.
You know, if this was Las Vegas and I was you, you know what I'd do?
Missy, I'm sorry, honey. I'm just not in the mood.
I'd offer me a drink. How about it?
All right. What'll it be, ginger ale or soda?
It's ginger ale, thanks. I dropped in on Sam Baxter this afternoon.
Oh?
He tells me you're taking yourself a vacation.
He talked about it.
Good idea. You need one.
Think so?
I know a case of shakes when I see one, and baby, you got 'em. Sam got anything to do with it?
No. Sam has nothing to do with it. Here's a drink.
Thanks. Here's to you, darling. Oh, I forgot to tell you I'm staying here tonight.
Oh, now listen, Missy.
Not another word, darling. No trouble at all. I'll sleep on the couch. You'll never know I'm here.
You can get a room at the hotel.
All fixed up. I checked them an hour ago. Just be for tonight, so don't worry your little head.
Missy, darling, I want to be alone tonight. I don't feel well.
You have got the shake. Still liquor down the front of your dress.
Oh. Wipe right off of the handkerchief. Got my handkerchief right here. My handkerchief. Where is it? I left my handkerchief.
Here, use mine. What's the matter with you, Irene? You look like a ghost.
Nothing. It's just, it was a nice handkerchief with my initials on it.
Forget it. I'll buy you one tomorrow. Better let me put you to bed, baby. You got yourself a case of nerves.
Well, Irene, what about your handkerchief? As you lie in bed, you try and tell yourself you must have dropped it on the street. That the chances are against anyone finding it where it would do you harm. But every time you close your eyes, you see it lying on the floor of Joe's apartment, where Sam is sure to find it. It seems like hours later when the phone bell cuts through the darkness like a knife.
Yes?
Irene?
Yes?
This is Sam Baxter, Irene. I hate to wake you up like this, 2 o'clock in the morning and everything.
What do you want?
I'm up at Joe's apartment. I got pretty worried when he didn't answer his phone.
Why are you calling me?
You know why I'm calling you, baby.
Oh, listen, Sam, I'm sleepy. I don't want to play games.
I always told Joe a dame was going to get him sooner or later. Why'd you have to do it to him, baby? The beef was with me.
Do what to him?
Kill him.
Kill him? Well, Sam, you're kidding.
You know, I could almost believe you if I didn't know you better.
But tell me, what's this all about? What do you mean?
I mean, someone shot Joe tonight. With his own gun.
Joe dead?
Oh, baby, you're great. You're terrific. You ought to be on the stage. Yeah, he's dead. There's a suicide note in his desk. His own handwriting. Everything's ready for the cops. He wasn't my kid brother. I'd call it a wonderful job.
Listen, Sam, I had nothing to do with it.
You were going to see him tonight?
Well, I called it off. I told him later.
I'll give it to you straight, Irene. I think you killed him. I ain't sure yet, but I got ways of finding out. If I'm right, you won't have to worry about the police.
Listen, Sam.
You listen. You won't have to worry about the police because I'm going to let them think Joe committed suicide. So I can take care of you myself. Might happen in a taxi, maybe in a crowd on a street corner, maybe even in bed some night when you're asleep. But you won't have to worry because you'll never know what hit you. Get it?
Sam! Sam, please listen to me.
That's all, Irene. So long.
All you can think of is the lost handkerchief. And what will happen if Sam finds it? You're wondering now, imagining things, fighting the desire to run. And then you discover you're cold and walk to the closet for your robe. As you throw it around your shoulders, your eye falls on something white, sticking out of the lining of the fur coat you wore tonight, just below the right pocket.
The handkerchief. He's in my coat all the time.
You take one look at the blood stain on the corner and decide to burn it right now. Quickly, through the side door into the kitchen. You touch a match to some papers in the incinerator and throw the handkerchief into the blaze. and gradually feel better as you watch it go up in smoke, and then a door closes in the other room, and you remember Mitzi. She's still asleep on the couch. Or is she? You wonder how she could have slept through that ringing phone. If she was watching you as you burned the handkerchief.
Wake up, Irene. Irene, it's 9:30.
Yeah.
Irene.
Oh, yes, Mitzi.
Getting late, darling. Gonna have breakfast?
Oh, go on, Mitzi. Leave me alone. Fix yourself some breakfast in the kitchen, then run along like a nice kid, will you?
What about you?
I don't want any breakfast. I don't want any. I'm going out.
You sit in the coffee shop now, trying to choke down a piece of toast, with a morning paper in front of you, carrying a small article at the bottom of page 1 on the suicide of Joseph Baxter. That's all. 4 or 5 lines. Just another suicide. Nothing more. But over and over again inside your mind, you hear something else playing like a phonograph record.
Maybe in a taxi. Maybe in a crowd on a street corner. Maybe some night while you're asleep in bed. Maybe
and you know how short your time really is. That perhaps right now he's making up his mind how it's going to happen. You know now you're going to have to run for it, Irene. No matter how useless it might seem to try to run from Sam Baxter, it's your only chance now.
Why, yes, miss. Of course we can dye that blonde hair any color you wanted. It just seems a shame.
Black. I want it black.
And we'll change the arch of your eyebrows like this?
That ought to do it. Go ahead now and hurry.
Oh, why, yes, we can fit you to a pair of horn-rimmed glasses. Your eyes are in pretty good shape, though, and I'd hardly...
I'm buying them. Go on, make them up. I want a pair of spike heels.
How high, miss? They run all the way up to 4 inches. That'd add a couple of inches to your height. Not so good if you got a short boyfriend.
I'll take a pair, size 5.5, and never mind the boyfriend. Here's my ticket. Car 15.
Hey, you're just in time, lady. Right up here. 2 cars forward. Oh!
I hope you don't mind my sitting next to you, miss. It's nice to have someone to talk to. Of course, I have my knitting, but even at that, it's a long trip. How far are you going?
Montreal.
Montreal. My, that must be a lovely city. Regular piece of France, they say, just across the border. This your first trip?
Yes, it's my first trip.
Well, isn't that nice? Well, we stop up here at Hanford for a minute, and then we'll begin to get some real nice scenery. Then there's a tunnel just beyond there, and then we get into the mountains.
Please, if you don't mind.
Say, is that a friend of yours up there?
No, I don't have any friends.
Well, isn't that funny? She turned and looked at you just as if she'd...
What did you say?
Well, that girl crossed the car a few feet ahead. The one with the yellow hat.
Mitzi.
Yes, Irene. Mitzi is sitting up there on the other side of the car, just a few seats ahead. It's clear now. Yes. She saw you burn that handkerchief, of course. You realize how stupid you've been. How it never entered your head that Sam would use Mitzi to put the finger on you. Las Vegas, Reno, Tijuana. It comes back to you now. Mitzi and Sam together most of the time. Perhaps even in love with each other. And that's why she came to your apartment last night. Sam sent her there And that's why she's here now.
Might happen in a taxi, on a crowded street. Maybe even some night when you're asleep. Might happen in a taxi.
Where are we? Hanford, it only stopped for a minute.
Excuse me.
Oh, no time to get off,
let
Miss.
me out.
Well, I never. I thought you was going to Montreal.
You still have a chance, Irene. Mitzi's not sure of you yet, thanks to the disguise. You move down the aisle to the car exit with the commuters, start down the steps, and in one glance you realize how hopeless it all is. There on the station platform, carefully watching each passenger get off, is a big hulking man with a telltale bulge of a shoulder holster under his left arm. You turn back into the car just in time, sick with fear, knowing now that Sam was right. There's no running away.
Excuse me.
Oh, you come back. I thought you were...
I just went back there for a little air.
Oh, it does get mighty stuffy in these cars. Sometimes you can smell that smoker clean way back to the opposite... What's the matter? Oh, I see what you're looking at. Now, what do you suppose that tough-looking fella's doing up there?
I don't know.
Maybe one of them survey fellas asking questions. Looks like that's what he's doing with those folks up front.
How do we get to that tunnel?
What's that?
The tunnel you told me about. Where is it?
Oh, that's about a half mile beyond Hanford. We ought to hit it any minute now. Well, I wonder what that fella's up to. Expect he'll ask me what brand of prunes I'm using.
Well, Irene, you're praying now that the train will plunge into the blackness of the tunnel before the man, the same man you saw on the platform, reaches your seat. He's moving closer now, almost to Mitzi, stopping at each seat to look carefully at its occupant, then moving backward in the car, closer, and then... The train hits the tunnel, and in that precious moment of darkness, you struggle out of your seat and back into the next car. The train leaves the tunnel, and it's light again. You hurry down the aisle toward the end of the train in the observation car. The sound of steps behind you makes you turn. It's Mitzi, Irene. She's following you. You're almost running now. It doesn't matter what the passengers think anymore. As you run through the observation car toward the rear platform, you see her come in the other end. And you know it's up to you now. It's your life or hers. You slam the door. Stand behind it. Open your purse and take out the little .32 automatic you hoped you wouldn't need.
All right, Mitzi.
He slumps to the floor, and you turn toward the railing. The train's moving too fast, but you're going to have to jump anyway.
Wait a minute, baby.
Let go.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Oh,
No
please.
jumping on the train today. There. As of right now, baby, you're all washed up.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a word about the extra something you get when you have your car lubricated at a dealer-owned Signal gasoline station. You see, Signal dealers, being in business for themselves, do go out of their way to give you the kind of job they're proud to stand back of. It's why, for instance, they take no chances on memory when they lubricate your car. Instead, they check against Signal's factory-recommended lubrication chart, which shows every lubrication point on your car. And they use 9 specialized Signal oils and greases, so each part will have the exact type of protection it needs for long, trouble-free service. But do they stop there? No, sir. Just to make doubly sure not a single part has been overlooked, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal Double-Check Lubrication. Now, that's the kind of lube service you want when today's aging cars have to last until there are enough new ones to go around. And that's the kind of lubrication you get from your friendly, dealer-owned Signal service station. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Irene, there's no use fighting anymore now. It's all over, and Sam Baxter has won. Suddenly you're weak and dizzy. The sky turns a thickish green, and the floor gives way underneath your feet. When you open your eyes, you find you're up forward in one of the coaches. The train is stopped near a crossing, and some men in white uniforms are carrying Mitzi into an ambulance. You try to lift your hand to your head and discover you can't.
It's a handcuff, baby.
Handcuff? Why? Oh.
New York Police, homicide detail. The name's Stone.
Police? Oh. You know all about it.
I couldn't miss it. Everyone in the car saw it through that window onto the back platform.
No, I mean about Joe.
Joe who?
Wait a minute. Why did you come onto this train? Why did you follow me?
We weren't following you, lady. We were following that dame you knocked off, Mitzi Rogers. And I'm afraid it's going to go pretty tough on you. Still murder, you know.
What are you talking about?
Mitzi was wanted for the murder of her ex-boyfriend at his office this afternoon.
Who was it?
Oh, a guy that was giving her the runaround. Gambler by the name of Sam Baxter.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 9. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, who have asked me to remind you to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Lorene Tuttle. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, based on a story by David Kahn, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called The Little Morning. Thank you very much for picking me up. I didn't thank you before. It's very good of you to pick me up. That's all right. I've been waiting there quite a while, there where the road turns off. It was cold standing there.
Yeah. Gets cold at night here. Especially by the ocean there.
I was going to start walking. Couldn't remember where I was for a while. All I knew was I was cold. Then I was just about to start walking and you came along.
Long walk. Up over the canyon.
I never walked it before. Always drove in my car.
Long walk.
I guess it is.
Yeah.
Nice car you've got.
I like it.
I used to have a car.
Yeah?
Dodge convertible.
They're nice.
Yellow with white sidewall tires. Very pretty.
I used to have a yellow car.
Yeah, they're nice.
If you're cold, there's an old blanket there in the back.
No, I'm all right. Thanks.
Must have been quite a party.
Party?
Weren't you coming from a party?
No, not me. Oh,
Thought maybe you were walking back from Malibu or something.
Oh, no.
Live over in the valley?
Me? No, Pacific Palisades. That's my home.
I used to know a fellow lived up there. Toledo Drive, is that right?
Oh, there's this Toledo Drive.
Right across from Arthur Lake. You know, Dagwood?
I know the place. Got a tennis court.
Boland, his name was. The radio fella.
Yeah, I know him. My place is kind of up above it. Napoli Drive.
I don't know it.
Lantana on the lawn, purple flowers, you know.
Is that what they call them?
Yeah.
You in pictures?
I used to be.
Thought you looked kind of familiar. What's your name?
Scott.
Scott?
Francis Scott.
I don't recall the name. Funny. Does seem kind of familiar, though.
Thinking of Francis Scott Key wrote the Star Spangled Banner, maybe.
Oh, yeah, sure. Don't up in the valley. I live in Woodland Hills, Crespi Street. I'll drop you off at the boulevard, though, if you want me to.
Thanks. I'm not going that far. Thanks.
You know?
No, just up this side of the Topanga post office where old Topanga Canyon turns off.
I could take it down that way, I guess. Get back to the boulevard over Mulholland Drive. Come out by the actor's home up at Calabasas.
Oh, no thanks, really. This time of the morning you want to get home?
It's all right.
Thanks. Really.
Well, okay. I work at Douglas Aircraft over in Santa Monica. Night shift.
Oh.
Drive over to Topanga Canyon here 5 days a week this time of the morning. Know every turn.
That's so?
Except last year when we had the fire.
Oh. Yes.
Worst one we had in years. Worse since that one 4 or 5 years ago when the Woodland Hills Country Club burned down.
Yeah, I know.
I had to come over Santanella to Sepulveda, and then over Sepulveda to the valley, and then on out. Inconvenient.
I suppose.
A lot of beautiful homes burned up out here.
I remember.
Not here. Up farther toward Fernwood. Up toward the summit.
I remember.
You said you were going up toward Fernwood.
Yes, that's right.
Did you have a place up there?
No. A friend of mine did.
He get burned out?
She. Yes, she.
What?
She was killed.
Oh. Why, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Movie gal?
Yes. Yeah, she was in pictures.
What was her name?
Rosita. Rosita Sandoval.
Sandoval. I don't think I knew her.
No, I suppose you didn't. She wasn't very important. Except to me.
What?
We were going to be married.
Oh. Gee.
Today.
Gee.
My birthday.
Gee, that's really rough. Scott, did you say your name?
Scott, that's right.
Scott. Francis Scott. No, I guess not. I was thinking that. Say, that is tough. I'm awful sorry.
It's all right.
What'd you say?
I said it's all right. I'm going to see her.
I'm sorry. I thought...
No, I said I'm going to see her.
You...
She'll be waiting for me at the cabin. Don't you see? It's my birthday.
But you said she...
Down on Occidental Boulevard, right off Olympic. That's where I met Rosita. 2 months before my birthday last year. You've never been in the cartoon studio, I suppose, have you?
Like Mickey Mouse?
Rosita and I worked there. I was an animator at the studio. Rosita was a painter.
You said...
What?
Excuse me for interrupting.
Part of the studio where we worked was... Well, it still is. It's a long, low extension on the studio. We always called it a deck. Kind of like the deck of a ship. My office was next to the end, next to George's. And then was Arnold's office. than Rosita's. The animators, well, they don't usually have much to do with the inking and painting department. But I got to know Rosita.
I don't know much about cartoons.
It's not important. I was an animator, I said. I made the sketches for the action of the picture. He sketches. And then the in-betweeners make the rest of it. Rosita painted cells.
I see.
The individual action drawings on celluloid.
Oh, that's the way you do it. I always wondered. Well, that's why I don't think I recognized your name or hers in pictures, see? Vaguely familiar, though.
So I used to get my name on the credit cards at the beginning of the picture. You know, you've seen them. Story by George Gordon, animation by Arnold Gillespie, animation by me sometimes. Art direction by Bernice Olesker.
Said your name, Francis Scott. Guess maybe that's where I saw it. On a title card.
Credit card.
Credit card, I mean. These cell painters don't get credit, is that it?
Hardly ever. Rosita used to talk about someday she was going to see her name on the screen. Art direction by Rosita Sandoval.
That's where I've seen your name all right. On credit card. And you said you're this Miss Sandoval, is it? She got burned to... She was in the fire up here in Topanga last year?
Yes. She died. Tough. I remember my birthday last year. With Rosita.
Are you warm enough? Gets cold along here this time of day.
No, I'm all right, thanks.
Got a half pint in the glove locker here if you...
Oh, no, thanks. I'd see Rosita in a little while. I wouldn't want to... You know.
Yeah. Going to see her. She, I mean, they bury her... I mean, up here in the canyon?
Beg pardon?
Mean you're going to, visit her grave?
Oh, no. No, I'm not going to visit her grave. No, I'm going to see her.
Well, you said she...
It's my birthday today.
I see.
It's starting to get light.
What?
I say it's starting to get light. It stays dark down here in the canyon, but the sky's getting lighter. Morning.
Oh. Yeah.
The sun will just be coming up when we get up to Topanga post office.
Yeah, just about. Daylight saving gets light an hour later.
It stays dark a long time down the canyon.
That's right. Say. You said you were going to see her.
That's right.
But she...
I remember my birthday last year. First birthday Rosita and I had together. That was my birthday, I mean.
Is that so?
We went down to Olvera Street. You know, the Mexican street down in L.A., down by the old plaza.
She Mexican? I mean, was she Mexican?
Way back, several generations. You know how it is in Los Angeles. Mexican names, Sepulveda, Santini, Carrillo. I think they came from Guadalajara. You ever been down to Olvera Street?
Funny. I've lived here 12 years, ever since we moved out from Crookston, Minnesota. Never been down there. Heard a lot about it, though. Funny. I've got a friend who lives in New York, 18 years. Never been to the Statue of Liberty. Right there in front of him, never been there. Like me.
You know, Olvera Street's a pleasant place. Like a street in old Mexico in the spring night. Mariachis singing songs, guitars, singing Rancho Grande, Ajito, Cuatro Vidas.
Mexican songs.
Old Jose Herrera's candle shop. The wishing well where you throw pennies in and make a wish to come back. And all the smells.
Yeah, I bet.
Oregano, chili, saffron.
I like Mexican food all right.
We went to La Golondrina.
Restaurant, huh?
It's in the oldest place on Olvera Street. Built as a wine cellar when Olvera Street was just a ditch. Wonderful old place. Great food, atmosphere. Not a tourist trap at all. Waiters, the waiters sing for you. They dance the jarabe, tapatía.
Half dance. Yeah, I know. I've seen it over in Canoga Park.
You ought to go there sometime. You married?
The wife and I don't get out much. Working nights, you know how it is.
Rosita and I went to La Golondrina that night. Night before my birthday. Stayed there at closing time. Then it was my birthday. Fun. A year ago this morning. It seems a million years ago, I suppose. We're all by ourselves in the corner opposite the bar just the two of us. The place was practically all dark. We didn't even know what time it was. Just Rosita. Rosita didn't know it was my birthday. I hadn't told her. And I remember we were sitting there a long time just looking at each other. Candlelight, candles stuffed in wine bottles, burning low and dropping towel on the tablecloth. Perfume candles, Jose Herrera's, Babers. Not saying anything for the longest time. I remember the waiter whispering over in the corner up by the bar. I said, "What are you going to give me for my birthday, Rosita?"
Your birthday, Francis?
Sure. It is now. 3 o'clock in the morning on my birthday.
Oh, you didn't tell me it's your birthday.
I'm telling you now, honey.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Forgot it.
What do you want for your birthday?
You.
Why, sir.
No kidding, darling. How about it? Will you marry me?
Oh, you.
Be a nice birthday present. Will you?
We couldn't get married today.
We could stay up the rest of the night, then go over to the city hall and put in for a license and the examination and stuff. And in a couple of days,
3 days.
I can wait. If you'll say yes. On my birthday.
Your birthday?
May 15th, 1918.
Oh, you should have said so before.
What?
They would bring Manganitas for you.
Who?
The things here. Moises, the Henny, and the others.
Well, what's Manganitas?
The little morning.
You being Mexican now?
In Mexico, in the old days, they used to come to your window on the morning of your birthday and sing Las Mañanitas.
Oh.
Yes, Senora Castillo de Vanzo's daughter was here a long, long time ago. When one of the guests had a birthday, the kids would all come around your table in a little procession with lighted candles, and they sing to you. It's a sweet custom.
Gee, I wish
I wish you had, too. Lighted candles. And they blow them out at the right time in the song.
What right time?
The part that goes... Let me see now. El terreno de la esquina me quisiera hacer favor de apagar su linternita mientras que pasa mi amor.
It's beautiful.
And that's where they blow out the candles.
Why?
If the watchman at the corner wants to help me, he could try. Just blow out your little lantern when my sweetheart passes by.
Wonderful, darling. You know it all?
Well, I've heard it all my life, every birthday.
Oh, sing it for me for my birthday.
Oh, no, not you.
Well, nobody will care. Go on. Darling.
Well, it's really supposed to be sung to a girl.
I don't care. Sing it to me. And then I'll learn it and I'll sing it to you on your birthday. Rosita, yo te amo.
Ay, querido, yo te amo. Estas son las mañanitas que cantaba el rey David, pero no eran tan bonitas como las cantan aquí. Despierta, bien despierta, mira que ya amaneció, se amanece, rosita blanca de licor. Despierta, bien despierta, mira que ya amaneció, ya los pajarillos cantan, la luna ya se metió. Qué bonita mañanita, como que quiere yo ver, aquí está la mañana, cuando empezó a
Rosita. Darling.
Qué bonita mañanita.
Beautiful, beautiful morning.
Beautiful morning.
No, we didn't get married on my birthday. I've always regretted that.
You didn't get married at all?
No. The summer went on, and we had so many plans to make, so many things to think of, so much to do. I've regretted it.
I know.
It's a beautiful song. That Mañanita. Beautiful.
I don't understand Spanish, but the tune's pretty.
It's all about the beautiful little morning, the birds singing, and the moon hiding its face. Kind of like it is now. We made a little agreement, Rosita and I. Every year on my birthday, she'd sing Mañanitas to me. Every year, she said. So we'd remember that morning. Cuando te empiece a querer. When we began,
that was kind of a tough break, huh?
Yes. Yes, it was. But today...
What's that thing?
What thing?
Flower?
Oh, this. That's the Jericho Rose.
What's the Jericho Rose? I never heard of it.
Remember in the song? The part about Rosita Blanca de Jericho?
I don't understand Spanish.
We used to laugh about how the song was for us. Her name, you know, Rosita. Little Rose. Little white rose of Jericho. The words were in the song all that time, and then Rosita is. Let's see.
Very nice. For her grave?
Grave? Oh, no, not for her grave. For her. Oh? You don't know about the Jericho Rose. See? Looks like a little ball of leaves. Spiky leaves. All wrapped up in a little ball.
Yeah.
When it blossoms, it's white. Little white rose.
This one's all dead now, like...
It's not dead. It'll be all right. It'll live again. For Rosita. Oh. Has another name, the Jericho Rose. Called the Resurrection Plant.
Oh, I guess maybe I've heard of that.
It blooms, comes from Syria originally. Blooms, then after a while it withers. You think it died. Dries up, curls up in a little ball like this. Stay that way for years. But you just put it in water, after a little while it uncurls. Comes right back to life, lives again. Just like it was.
That's so? That's funny.
Rosita Blanca de Jericho.
That's what you called your girl.
Rosita. And we're pretty close now, aren't we?
A little way yet. You sure you don't want me to take you over on the boulevard? You can get some breakfast.
I've got to meet Rosita.
Uh-huh.
My birthday. Remember?
I remember. How long that Jericho Rose of yours been with her that way?
Since the 4th of November last year.
Right. That was the day of the fire, wasn't it?
It was on a Thursday, I remember. Rosita called me at the studio and she said she was going up to the place up here at Topanga to get some things and to lock the place up. Said the rains would be starting before long and there might be landslides up here and the roads might be closed. When it rained, she didn't like to drive up here on these twisty roads. She thought maybe it would rain too.
Didn't rain for a long time last year.
That's right. But we didn't know that on the 4th of November. So she came up here all by herself. I didn't think anything of it. I was going to meet her at Eaton's there near Laurel Canyon, and we were going to a movie. See a preview of Norman Foster's new picture. Then I was going to take her home.
When did you hear about it?
About 4 o'clock. Arnold came into my coop there on the deck. Ronald had a little radio in his room, and he said, "Hey, Francis, there's a big fire up in Topanga Canyon." I said, "Is that so?" He said, "Yes." He said, "I hope Rosita's all right." Oh, I said, they have brush fires up there every year, you know.
That's right. I remember one in 1938.
I said, "She's all right. She's out of there long ago." And he said, "Francis, I'm scared from what they're saying on the radio. The thing's getting out of control, and, well, Rosita will call me," I said, "as soon as she knows about it, so I won't worry." He said, "I hope so." And he went back into his office. I was working on some minute movies, some commercial. After a while, I got a little bit worried. I got all mixed up on the drawings. So I went into Arnold's room and listened to the radio. George was there, Chuck, Rudy. We listened. It sounded pretty bad. Then John came over from the office and he said, "That sounds like a bad fire up there in Topanga. Is Rosita all right?" Because he knew she'd gone up there in the morning. I said, "Oh, she'll be all right." And John said, "Well, I sure hope so." I saw Rudy shaking his head and I said, "Oh, cut it out." I walked out. I couldn't help it. I walked right into the inking and painting department, and all the girls were kind of looking sideways at Rosita's drawing board. And I walked over and looked at it, too. This was on the board. What? This rose. This rose of Jericho. I glanced at it in the morning, and it was so pretty. Little white flower. Happy little white flower. And when I looked at it around 5 o'clock, it was all withered up. Like it is now.
Well, what did you...
My heart just stopped. I couldn't think. It was like... It was terrible. I ran out and got into my car, and I drove out Olympic through the afternoon traffic. I wonder I didn't hit somebody or get arrested. Well, I got on a shortcut I knew, and I went out Ventura about 70 miles an hour. County fire trucks were all over the place. I could see the smoke.
I remember.
When I got up to Topanga Canyon on the valley side, they stopped me. And I never did get up there. Then, they never found Rosita.
That's tough. That's tough.
I nearly lost my mind. Well, there's no use knowing you the story. But it's all coming out all right this morning.
Look, I mean...
Sure, my birthday. Rosita said she'd sing lots of mañanitas to me on my birthday. Yeah, we're almost there. Right up ahead there, please.
Look, Francis, can't I drive you on to...
No, I'm going to meet Rosita.
Yeah, but I wish you'd...
Look. What? The Jericho Road. See? It started to turn green again. It's opened up. See?
But what... I mean, how...
The water. I told you, remember? What water? I'll stop right here, will you?
Here?
Stop back.
Listen, fella, you don't really...
Of course. Thanks very much. Look at the road.
Why, it's starting to bloom again.
Of course. The water I told you. Look.
How did it get into the water?
The ocean down there where you picked me up.
Wait a minute. Now I know where I knew your name. I read about you in the paper last night. I read about you. I read how Francis Scott, age 31, of Pacific Palisades, California,
was drowned in the ocean off the foot of Topanga Canyon. Of course. How else could I possibly meet Rosita? You see? Rosita! Rosita! title of today's Quiet Please story is The Little Morning. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Rosita was Betty Rocky. The man was Merrill E. Jones. Music for Quiet Please is, as usual, played by Albert Berman. Now, for the word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. This is the last broadcast of these stories at this time. Beginning next Saturday, May 21st, Quiet Please will be heard over your ABC station at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Saturday nights at 9 p.m. instead of Sunday afternoon. We hope you'll be with us to listen to the oldest man in the world.
And so until next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by Bromo Seltzer.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, inviting you through the squeaking door for another half hour of gruesome gaiety. Friends, have you heard of the magician who sawed his wife in two parts because she was a split personality? Or the wife who slit her husband's throat and asked the court for clemency on the grounds that she was a widow? Mm-hmm. Well, that's the kind of personalities we feature on this program. So listen closely and be sure not miss one drop of blood.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Death Bound, is an original radio drama written by Milton Lewis and stars Richard Widmark in the role of Rocky and is presented by the Emerson Drug Company of Baltimore, Maryland, whose registered pharmacists compound that speedy, refreshing relief for the pain of headache, Bromo Seltzer. Remember, Bromo Seltzer is the headache help which, in a recent coast-to-coast representative survey among druggists, was reported to be the leading seller at drugstore fountains by 5 times as many druggists as mentioned any other headache product.
All right, friends. Curdle up to the fire, turn the lights low, test out your scream, and we'll let the gore flow. You see? We're going in for poetry tonight, but don't worry. Nobody's going to be murdered in free verse. Night. And in a small, scrubby little park buried among the skyscrapers of a large city, a young man sits on a bench, sullenly sucking a cigarette. He's lost in thought and hardly notices it when someone sits down quietly next to him.
Excuse me. Have you got a match? Here. Thanks. Keep 'em. You're worried.
Who asked you?
You're worried about money.
Well, who ain't? And it's none of your business, see?
Sure.
Okay, so shut up.
You can't pay for that car. Or the rent.
Yeah. Well, how'd you know?
You've got a pretty wife.
Yeah.
She likes fine clothes. You can't pay for them.
How do you know so much about me?
Doesn't make any difference. Rocky.
My name. Who told you about me?
Nobody.
Cut it out.
Getting chilly tonight, isn't it, Rocky?
Who are you?
Don't try to understand it.
Why not? Hey, what are you up to?
Nothing.
How do you know my name? What do you want with me?
Don't be foolish, Rocky.
Quit stalling or I'll let you have it on a kisser.
Let go of me.
Start talking. Go on. pretty tough.
Aren't you, Rocky?
I'm tough and I'm hep, and I want to know your angle. Start spilling.
What are you afraid of, Rocky?
You're smart. You tell me.
Maybe I will sometime. You see, I know what's going to happen.
About what?
About you.
What are you talking about?
The future.
You know what's going to happen to me?
Yes. Right to the end of your life.
Oh, you're nuts.
You can stop worrying about money.
Thanks. It's nice of you to say so.
Before tonight's over, you'll have $10,000 in cash.
You're loony.
It's waiting for you at home.
Yeah, I bet you think that'll send me running home, huh?
Uh-huh. You're afraid your wife will get that money.
Yeah, you got something there. Babe's too darn good looking to trust. Yeah. Ah, you're kidding me.
You think so?
Nobody can see into the future.
No one but me.
Ah, you're too bad even to talk to. I'm going.
Good night, Rocky.
Good night.
Hello, Slim. This is Babe.
Hi, kid. How's my pal Rocky?
I don't know and I don't care.
You kidding?
No,
Where is he?
he ain't home yet. Oh, Slim,
Yep.
you, meant what you told me last time?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm coming over.
You sure you know what you're doing, babe?
Yeah. I'm fed up with Rocky. I'm fed up with this dump. I'm through. Him and his big talk, well, he can listen to himself now and see how he likes it.
Okay, babe. I'll be waiting.
I gotta hang up now. I think he's coming in. Goodbye, Slim.
Hi.
Hi, Rocky.
Was anybody to see me?
No. Who'd you expect?
Nobody. Anyone call?
No.
Any packages come? Anything like that?
No.
What are you all dressed up for?
I'm going to my mother.
Why?
Well, she's sick.
You look like you was going to a ball. What do you need the suitcase for?
I told you, my mother's dying, maybe. I gotta stay with her, maybe. Always you're asking a million questions like you didn't trust me to walk around the corner.
If you think you're walking out on me,
What would I want to walk out on you for? You treat me like the Queen of Sheba. You give me a different mink coat to wear every day in the week. Can't even lift my hands because my fingers are so heavy with diamonds.
Shut up!
That's all you can do, stop me. After the wife I've been to a no-good skunk like you. Me that could have had any guy. I could have been rich.
We're gonna be. I'm gonna get $10,000.
You? $10,000?
Sure.
You haven't got a dime a week. Where you gonna get it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
But a guy in a park told me, a queer guy. He says he can see into the future. He told me.
He told you?
Yeah.
You crazy dumb heel. You're going off. What are you looking at?
That package.
What package?
This one right here.
Huh?
You said nothing came for me.
I didn't know about that.
No?
Oh, the janitor must have brung it while I was out.
He did?
Yeah, he does it lots of times.
It's got my name on it. Look.
Who said it?
It don't say.
Why don't you open it?
I don't know.
You're scared. What are you scared about?
I ain't.
Well, what are you handshaking for?
All right, I'll open it. Hey, there's a wallet here. Babe. Look.
It ain't fake?
No, it's a real thing. Hundreds. Look, 10 of them.
Ah, look at 'em. Each is $1,000.
Each worth 10 yards.
I never seen a grand bill before. A piece of paper worth $1,000.
Keep your hands off it.
I never touched no grand before.
Hey, you was going to your mother's.
Yeah, but I changed my mind.
Did you? She can die without you?
Oh, Rocky. There ain't no way to talk to me. Me who loves you has gone through so much with you.
Yeah, forget it. I've been so broke I must have been a little nuts. But I ain't nuts now. I got 10 grand. 10 grand. Hello.
Rocky?
Who's this?
The man from the park. Was I right?
Right. I can't believe it. I got...
Did you get the $10,000?
No.
You're lying. Do you want to hear more about your future, Rocky?
Yeah.
Listen carefully. You're going to die tonight.
Die.
Die. Good night, Rocky.
What's the matter? Who was it?
The guy who said I was going to get the money. I wasn't going to tell him I got it. Everybody's got their angle. He'd rob me or something, sure. Look at me.
Why?
How do I look?
White. Like you've seen something.
Do I look like I was going to die? Do I? Well, answer me.
No, Rocky, no.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Open it.
Why don't you?
Because maybe he meant I was going to get killed. Go on, you open it. Who is he?
There's no one, just a package. Here. It's for you. It's just like the other one.
Yeah. Wait a second, Dave. Don't open it.
Oh, maybe it's some more dough.
What?
Rocky. Look, on the floor.
A hand. All withered like.
Who sent it? What's going on here?
I don't know. I don't get it. This is something I can't figure out so easy.
What's the matter?
The middle finger. The tip's gone. I'm going to get the car and I'm going to leave.
I'm going with you.
Why? Because I got the 10 grand?
Rocky, how can you say that? Something queer's going on here tonight. You need me.
Okay, let me get my gun first.
Rocky, why you doing that? Why you digging up that grave?
You better not ask so many questions.
Look, if you tell me, I could help you more. You close up like a clam. You drive out here to the cemetery. You start digging. You don't shut up.
I think I found it.
What?
I'll let you know in a minute. As soon as I can open this coffin.
Rocky.
Turn that flashlight down here.
Okay.
You want to know why I come here? Take a look in there. You see his right hand? It ain't there.
You are listening to Inner Sanctum, brought to you by Bromo Seltzer. Friends, you know, I get 3 full minutes on a program such as Inner Sanctum to tell you about Bromo Seltzer. But frankly, I don't need 3 minutes. I don't have to go into any great length to tell you what it's like to suffer from a headache. Most everybody knows all too well. And I don't need long to tell you what Bromo Seltzer can do for you either. In fact, Bromo Seltzer's action can be summed up in just 5 words.
Relieves pain of headache fast.
That's it, friends. Bromo Seltzer fights the misery of your headache speedily. And not only that, Bromo Seltzer helps relieve the jangled nerves and upset stomach, which, as you know, can team up with an ordinary headache.
Oh, and Mr. Wiest, I think you should also mention how pleasant bromo seltzer is to take. You see, a lot of people are sissies like I am about taking things. And, gee, bromo seltzer is really refreshing. There's nothing bulky to chew or dry to swallow.
Right, Vivian. Which only leaves me to say, folks, next time a headache strikes you, ask at your druggist, fountain, or counter for speedy, refreshing...
Bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo
The Willies are waiting for you. We've got some nice spine tingles and flesh crawls for you and you. And, of course, you. Well, let's go on with the second half of tonight's grisly gavotte. Where were we? Oh, yes. Rocky had just dug up a body in the graveyard. And he's just told his wife that the corpse had no hand attached to his right arm.
Rocky, you mean that thing that was in the package?
Yeah. It was his hand.
Are you sure?
Sure. The tip of the middle finger was cut off.
Stephen Dane.
What are you doing?
I'm reading that name on the tombstone. Rocky, who's Stephen Dane?
Why do you want to know?
Because maybe I can help you.
Nobody can help me.
You mustn't say that.
Can't you see this ain't something you can fight, babe? First the guy tells me I'll get $10,000. I get the $10,000. Then he tells me I'm going to die, and that hand comes. I tell you, it's quick. And there's nothing I can do about it except wait to die tonight.
Only you tell me.
Okay, I'll tell you. That guy, Stephen Dane. We killed him.
We?
Me and Slim.
Why?
Money?
Anybody know?
Nobody but you.
The cops.
They picked us up, but they didn't have nothing on us.
I get it.
I'm going to die tonight, babe.
No, you're not.
This is something too big for me. I'm afraid. Look.
Where?
Over there. Over there's a light. It's a queer kind of a light.
Yeah, I see it. It's coming here.
Yeah, it's coming for me.
Rocky, it's closer.
You ain't gonna get me. Nobody's gonna get me. I don't care what you are. You ain't gonna kill me. You hear me? I'll let you have it.
It's gone now.
Yeah, babe. Yeah, maybe I killed it, huh? Whatever it is, maybe I killed it, huh? What do you think, babe, huh? What do you think?
The phone's ringing.
Yeah, I'll take it.
No, you better
Get
not...
away from her. Hello.
Hello, Rocky.
You.
Yes. The man in the park.
What do you want now?
I just called to find out if you were still alive.
I'm doing fine. See, I'm doing great. Nothing's gonna happen to me.
Sure, Rocky. I'll call again.
Who are you anyway?
Don't try to understand things that are too much for you, Rocky.
You leave me alone, see? If you call me again, I'll go out and I'll get you. I'll find you somewhere and I'll pump you full of lead. I ain't scared of you or nothing or nobody alive or dead. I'll kill you, I swear I will.
Goodbye, Rocky.
That was him again.
Yeah. And you're letting yourself go to pieces.
Don't you worry about me. I'm okay. Babe.
Yeah.
Why didn't we find nothing?
Where?
In the cemetery where the light was. I swear I shot something, but there was nothing.
Why did you come back here?
Where can we go?
With $10,000, there's a lot of places.
No, you can't run away, not from something like this. I figured I'd come back, see? I'd get ready for it. When it came, I'd be all ready to fight it. That's my angle.
What are you going to fight?
I don't know, babe. I don't know. Say it, babe. Tell me again, huh? I'm not gonna die. Tell me again and again and again. Tell me all night I'm not gonna die. Tell me. Say it!
No.
No. But you said it in the cemetery.
Yeah.
You believe I'm going to get it, too, huh?
Yeah.
Why'd you change your mind?
That thing on the floor.
The hand.
Yeah.
Get rid of it.
No.
I'll give you $5,000.
No, I won't touch it.
Look at it like it wanted to grab me. Like it want... Wait a minute. Maybe that's it.
What?
What I'm waiting for. Don't you get it, babe? Here I am waiting for something that's going to kill me. Don't you get it? This is it.
How can it kill you?
How can the other things happen? But they did. I'm going to get it out of here.
No, don't touch
I bet if I touch it, I won't be scared anymore. If I get rid of it, that'll break the curse. I'm going to get it.
No.
You see, I got it. It can't hurt me. I ain't scared. It's the hand of the man I killed, and I ain't... Oh, it's trying to grab me. It's going to get me.
Rocky.
It started to move, babe. It started to go.
Look, you don't know what you're saying.
Oh. Yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm going out of my head. Don't leave me, babe.
No, I
Don't
won't.
tackle all this alone. Don't leave me.
Okay.
Maybe I'm so scared because we killed him. Don't leave me, babe.
No, I
I'm
won't.
sick and I'm scared and I'm going to die. Don't leave me, huh? When we killed him, I did it only because he was a rich kid and I wanted dough to set you up right. Don't leave me, babe. Please don't leave
Rocky,
me.
I ain't going. Listen, you better get hold of yourself. Go on in there, Rocky. Lie down. Just lie quiet. Go on.
Yeah, lie down. That ain't a bad idea. Lie down. Yeah, maybe I can figure it all out. 7, 8, 4, 5.
Hello?
Slim, this is Babe.
I'm still waiting.
Listen, Slim, something's come up.
What?
Rocky's got $10,000 in cash.
That's why you didn't come in.
Now, look, you don't understand. He's blowing his top. He's gone crazy.
So what?
So you better get over here.
Why?
I want that $10,000. I want you to get it.
Get it yourself.
No. You'll do it.
What makes you think so, babe?
Because I know all about Stephen Dane.
What?
Rocky told me.
I'm coming over.
And bring your gun. I want to get rid of Rocky.
I'll bring it. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So that's the angle.
Rocky!
I heard you, babe.
You did?
Every word.
Put the gun away, Rocky.
No,
You're making a mistake.
I don't think so.
Look, I had an angle. I was doing it to help you.
Sure, babe, sure.
Look, let me explain why I called
You
Slim.
explained fine. I heard you.
Rocky, don't.
You're behind
don't
the
do it.
whole thing. I don't know how you worked it, babe, but you were after that
Rocky.
$10,000. Did Slim help you?
Rocky.
You're no good. You never was any
Rocky,
good. Babe. Yeah.
Still there, Rocky?
You hear me, don't you?
Yes. But no one will ever hear you again. When the night's over.
Yeah? Look, why do you always keep calling up? Why don't you come up yourself?
Maybe I will, Rocky. To see you die. Goodbye.
What? Rocky. Don't reach, Slim. I got you covered.
That's a fine way to greet an old pal.
Pal.
Where's Babe?
There?
Huh? Oh. Why'd you do it?
It shouldn't be so tough to figure out.
I ain't sorry.
No?
Ah, she was cheating on you. She wanted to get you $10,000.
You ought to know.
Well, you got $10,000.
Yeah, keep 'em up, Slim.
Why, you must be nuts. I wouldn't do nothing to you.
Maybe.
Rocky, after what we've been through together. Don't you remember that Dane business? I didn't rat on you then. Why should I rat on you now?
Because I got 10 grand because somebody's going to kill me. Maybe it's you.
What are you talking about?
I ain't taking any chances, Slim. You got reason to kill me. He said it'd happen. I ain't going to let it happen. I ain't going to die.
She was right. Your bad's your rig.
Shut up.
No.
Don't reach.
I ain't taking any chances. Wait.
I told you not to reach. Oh. Why didn't you listen?
Rocky.
You were the one he meant, all right. You got me. The score's even, Slim. You got me. You hear? It's all coming true. You hear me, Slim? It was because of that kid, Stephen Dane, the one we killed. That's why it happened. I know it. Slim, I can't see it. Oh, I can't see a thing. Oh, I can hardly move. Who's there? Who is it? Who came in?
Just me, Rocky.
Oh, the man in the park.
That's right, Rocky.
You're not getting away. The gun's empty.
Yes, Rocky.
I can't see it.
It'll be over in a minute, Rocky. I just came to watch you die. Then I'll get my $10,000 back.
Your money?
Yes. I had it sent here.
You poor, stupid fool. I stood in the apartment next door. I made a little peephole. I watched your little rat mind collapse. I watched you run to the cemetery. I watched you kill your wife and then him.
I knew I'd be right in my plans.
Like all criminals, you're cowardly, superstitious, vicious.
But mostly stupid. I suppose if you weren't, you wouldn't be a criminal.
Who are you?
The name is William Dane. The brother of the man you murdered. The police couldn't get you. I did.
No, you didn't. I'm still alive. Oh.
Rocky? Goodbye, Rocky.
Well, friends, the moral for tonight's medley of murders is taken from the undecipherable handwriting of one of the wisest morons who ever made a dope of himself. The famous Egyptian, Baloney, who said, "Don't be afraid to go to sleep because so many people get murdered at night. Just remember, you can be murdered in the daytime, too."
Friends, if you're sniffling and sneezing because of the cold, that can make you miserable enough. But
when you have a headache at the same time, you'll feel even more miserable.
yes, when a cold and a headache team up, that's the time to reach for the familiar blue bottle of fast-acting Bromo Seltzer. Of course, Bromo Seltzer does not claim to help the cold itself. You should go to bed and follow your doctor's advice. But Bromo Seltzer relieves the pain of the headaches.
And when you have relieved your headaches, it's a lot easier to face anything else you're up against. That's why, these blustery days, Bromo Seltzer is such a friend in need to so many smart folks everywhere.
Yes, Bromo Seltzer is famous for its speedy, pleasant, three-way headache help. Bromo Seltzer relieves the pain of headache, plus the jangled nerves and stomach upset that may team up with it. Caution, use only as directed. If headaches persist or recur, see your doctor. And remember, when you have a cold, don't let headache pain add to your misery. For ordinary headaches, ask for economical Bromo Seltzer at your druggist's fountain or counter. And
Fight headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Well, it
It's time to close that squeaking door for another 7-day rest. Until next week at the same time, when Bromo Seltzer brings you another Inner Sanctum Mystery, directed by Hyman Brown. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is A Halo for Nobody by Henry Kane. Next week's little horror deals with a gal who planted her uncle in the rose bushes and then was terribly surprised at what came up. It's called The Ghost in the Garden. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next Monday, then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Danton and I decided to take a few days off and do some fishing. We stopped at a place called Pine Haven Lodge, located in the heavily timbered slopes of the Adirondacks. Judd Loring, owner of the lodge, had told us of a likely pool, which was known only to himself and a few others. Well, I guess this is the place, Inspector.
Yeah, I guess it is. Look at that pool. Quiet as a mill pond. You know, it reminds me of the time we were on that windmill case up in New Hampshire.
Oh, yes, I remember that. The surface of the water on that pond was as smooth as this one, but the sails on the windmill were turning.
Yeah, and we wondered why the pond wasn't ruffled if there was enough wind to make the windmill sails go around.
Yes, which led us to suspect that some mechanical device was being employed to turn the windmill.
Yeah. We found it was a hidden motor that was turning the windmill, and the windmill was pumping oil from a pipeline.
Mm-hmm. You certainly were clever to figure that one out, Inspector.
I was clever?
Yes.
Yes, I was, wasn't I?
You were indeed. Well, let's hope that no murders occur to spoil our fun this time.
Yeah. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Did you bring the worms?
Worms?
Sure. How are we going to fish without worms?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to use a Royal Coachman, Inspector. Pass me that bait box, will you?
Bait box?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks.
What's the Royal Coachman? When I was a kid, we just stuck a worm on a bent hairpin. We didn't need any coachman along, royal or common.
A Royal Coachman, Inspector, is a wet fly.
Oh?
And there we are. Did you ever catch any fish, Inspector?
Ever catch any fish? Thanks.
Stand aside, please, Inspector. I'm going to catch.
Okay. This fish I caught was bigger than...
Jove, Inspector, did you see that rainbow leaf?
No. My fish was bigger...
Inspector, Jim Loring was right. This pool is fairly alive with trout.
Is it? That fish of mine must...
Look out. I've got a strike.
What? Do you want to hear about my fish or don't you?
Too bad he got away. Oh, well, there seem to be plenty more. Oh, what were you saying, Inspector?
Nothing.
Oh, calm, Inspector. Tell me about it.
Nothing doing. I'm not forcing my fish stories on anyone.
Well, very well. Fish yourself.
You mean you're not going to insist that I tell you?
Naturally not, if you don't want to... Wait a minute. Inspector, listen.
Huh? Listen to what?
Someone's coming.
Well, what about it? Let them come. We don't own this pool. Maybe they got some worms, huh?
Jim Loring said that nobody at the lodge knew about this pool. Keep quiet a minute. Listen.
It's perfectly silly you make such a fuss. You're really in fun.
Are you kidding? Listen to me, Rita. Once you make up your mind to forget that old buzzard and come away with me, I'm going to kill him. I mean it.
Oh, you...
Hey, that guy sounds serious.
Keep quiet. We're hidden by that screen of bushes. They can't see us. Keep quiet now. Listen.
Oh, you darling, you shouldn't talk like that. You know you shouldn't.
Why not? It's the way I feel. You're in love with me, and... Rita,
Yes, sir.
you are in love with me, aren't you?
Yes. I am in know that.
Well, then.
Oh, but this is not to end you.
And?
I've made up my mind, darling. We can't keep holding these clandestine meetings. It isn't fair, and it makes it harder for both of us.
And you think it's going to be easier if we don't see each other, huh? Rita, be reasonable. You know what will happen if we call it quits.
I know it'll be best for both of us.
It won't. We'll stay apart for just so long, and then we'll be back together again. It's happened before.
I know.
Rita, listen to me. We were made for each other.
No two people were ever more suited, and you know it.
Oh, I don't know what to say or do. I'm so unhappy.
Now, don't worry about it, darling. Let me take care of everything. There's no use of us ruling our lives.
Well, how do you like that?
I don't like it, Inspector. Do you know who that was? That was young Hugh Osmond and Rita Conrad.
She's the babe who's married to the Oil King, isn't she?
Yes, Gil Conrad. The gossips at the lodge have it that she married him for his money.
The gossips must know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
No young girl would tie up to an old buck like that unless he could offer something besides the wisdom of his 75 years.
You're becoming lyrical, Inspector. I wonder just how serious Osmond was when he threatened to solve his and Rita's problem by murdering the old man.
Kids are always making big talk like that. It doesn't amount to anything.
That was a shot, Inspector. You don't suppose that he...
Forget it. Probably somebody target practice.
Well, maybe you're right.
But I wish you'd quit going around looking for murders every time we go any place.
Inspector, apparently the target practicer hit the bullseye. Come on, come on.
Okay, but I still say we're looking for trouble.
A shot and a woman screamed. Make a perfect formula for trouble, Inspector. It came from this direction, I think.
Yeah, I bet we don't find a thing except a dead squirrel or something.
Yes, I suppose the woman was screaming for joy because her boyfriend proved himself a great huntsman.
Yeah. Oh, you're certainly quick with comebacks, aren't you? Sometimes I wonder...
Look, Inspector.
Hey, the guy lying on the ground and a babe kneeling over him.
Yes, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, the guy is Gil Conrad and the woman is Rita, his wife. Let's get over there quick.
Oh, Gil. Why did you do? Why? Oh, thank heaven, somebody here.
What happened, Mrs. Conrad?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that Gil shot himself.
Shot himself? Well, maybe you're right. There's a gun in his hand, there's a bullet hole through his head, and there's powder burn.
Tell us exactly what happened, Mrs. Conrad.
I was walking along the riverbank, and I heard a shot. I came over to investigate it. I'm still lying here.
See? Everything adds up. It was suicide, all right.
Yes, maybe. What makes you think it was suicide, Mrs. Conrad?
Because Gil told me.
Your husband told you?
Yes, he wasn't dead when I got here. He lived long enough to tell me that he'd decided to end it all.
What could be more perfect? But let's get the coroner.
Inspector, wait a minute. Where was Hugh Osmond when all this was happening, Mrs. Conrad?
Hugh? Why, I don't know. Why should I?
Because we just overheard a conversation between you and Osmond. We heard Osmond threaten to kill your husband.
No, you didn't do it. You mustn't think that he did.
No?
Gil shot himself. He told me he did.
Rita, what happened?
No.
Oh, good heavens, it's Gil. Yes, it's Gil, all right, Osmond. What do you know about it?
What do I know about it? Why should I know anything about it? Oh, lots of reasons, Bub. You've been bragging about how you're going to knock the guy off, haven't you?
What the devil are you talking about? Of course I haven't.
Oh, no, Hugh. No. Don't deny it. I heard us talking.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, Osmond. We were fishing in the deep pool, and we heard your conversation with Mrs. Conrad a few minutes ago.
Well, what about it? Doesn't mean that I shot Conrad. I'd be a fool to think I could get away with anything like that. That's the most sensible thing you've said, Bob. What I want to know is why weren't you two together when you heard the shot?
Oh, what's the use? If you overheard our conversation, then you know why. We didn't want to be seen returning to the lodge together.
Don't answer any more of their questions, Rita. We don't have to without a lawyer. You've already told them that Gil admitted suicide. If that isn't enough...
How do you know that, Osmond?
How do I know what?
That Mrs. Conrad told us that her husband had admitted taking his own life.
Didn't she? Yeah, but you weren't here, Bub. Why, I. You two kind of got your wires crossed, haven't you? No, we haven't. What are you two trying to do? Trick us into admitting we're responsible for Conrad's death? Could be. The thing is, though, if we put the finger on you, we'll do it without tricks. But I take it all back. There's dirty work afoot.
I quite agree with you, Inspector. Sorry, Osmond. You get your lawyer, we'll get the coroner. Then we'll take on from there, eh?
Hello, Bart. Come on in.
Thanks. Is the coroner gone yet?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice guy. You left the whole deal in my lap. Where have you been?
I've been having some further conversation with Hugh Osmond. I'm afraid he succeeded in selling me a bill of goods.
What kind of good?
Osmond claims that when he heard the shot, he came running back. Just before he reached the clearing where Conrad lay, he heard Rita scream.
So then, what did he do?
He stopped behind some bushes and listened. He overheard Conrad tell his wife that he had shot himself.
So that's how he knew Conrad had admitted suicide, eh?
Apparently, yes.
Do you believe him?
I believe part of what he said. He showed me the spot where he'd been standing. It was close enough to the clearing so that his story could be true.
Well, why did he keep hiding then after we arrived?
Well, according to him, to see which way the wind blew. It was only when he
he believed that we were going to accuse Rita of murder that he decided to show himself.
And that's the part of his story you don't believe, eh?
I don't know, Inspector. I'm not sure yet. By the way, Inspector, what have you been doing?
Oh, I've been getting along. Come over here.
Well, discovered something, huh?
I modestly admit that I've discovered quite something.
Well.
Yeah. That's Conrad's body lying there on the couch, isn't it?
It certainly is, Inspector.
Note the bullet hole through his head.
Yes. It's a clean hole all the way through.
Yeah. Now, there are powder burns on the right side of his head, aren't there?
That's correct, Inspector.
Sure. And since we found Conrad holding the gun in his right hand, the setup would indicate that the guy is right-handed, wouldn't it?
Quite true, Inspector.
Well, the guy is left-handed.
What?
Now, why, when he decided to shoot himself, would he do it with his right hand?
A good question, Inspector. How do you know that Conrad was left-handed?
That's my discovery. Look, I've been fishing through his pockets. I found his keys and his loose change in his left-hand pants pocket.
By Jove, Inspector.
Yeah. A guy who carries his dough and his keys in his left-hand pants pocket only does so because he's left-handed. So the way I figure it is, Mr. Gil Conrad was murdered and someone tried to make it look like suicide.
Amazing. Do you mind if I look through his pockets too, Inspector?
Go ahead. Who cares? If you don't want to take my word for it.
Come. You know your word is as good as gold, as far as I'm concerned.
As far as you're concerned. So everyone else thinks I'm a liar. Well, now who's that?
Why don't you open the door and see? Possibly the murderer has come to confess his crime.
Very funny. Huh, it's a babe. You, looking for someone, miss?
Yes. I'm looking for Inspector Danton. Are you Inspector Danton?
Yep, I'm Danton. Come on in.
I'm Laura Bailey. Mrs. Conrad's my sister. I just heard about the terrible thing that happened to Gil.
Oh, you did? Know anything about it, do you?
I think I might be able to tell you something that will help explain why Gil took his own life. Oh, I thought you were alone, Inspector Danton.
No. That guy standing up over there is Barton Drake. The horizontal gent is your brother-in-law.
Barton Drake? Oh, I'm so glad you happened to be here, Mr. Drake. I've heard so much of you. My name is Laura Bailey.
Sure, everybody's heard of Drake.
How do you do, Miss Bailey? Did I hear you say you're Mrs. Conrad's sister?
Yes. We were all staying here at the lodge together. Oh, I would have come sooner, only I couldn't believe that Gil was serious when I talked to him this morning.
When was that, Miss Bailey?
Shortly after breakfast. He asked me to come to his cabin.
Now, don't tell us that he threatened to commit suicide.
That's exactly what he did, Inspector Danton. You see, Gil had found out about Rita and Hugh.
I see. And why should he talk it over with you, Miss Bailey?
He felt that he had to talk to someone. He knew that I was his friend. I couldn't believe that Rita was being untrue. He asked me what I knew about it.
And what did you tell him, lady?
I told him that Rita was in love with Hugh Osmond. Why should I deny it? Rita is young and beautiful. Why should she waste her life on an old man?
The thing is that Rita should have thought of that when she married the old man. These women who take a guy for his dough and then try to walk out on the deal get in my hair.
It wasn't Rita's fault. Gil begged her to marry him. But she hadn't met you then.
Oh, nuts.
So Conrad told you he was going out and commit suicide. Is that right, Miss Bailey?
Yes. I didn't believe him, of course. He wanted me to talk to Rita, persuade her to forget Hugh. When I refused, he tried to work on my sympathy by threatening suicide.
That is probably because he figured you were his best friend. Now, look, lady, we happen to know that...
Huh? Miss Bailey, was your brother-in-law right-handed or left-handed?
What a strange question. Why, he was right-handed.
Uh-huh.
You're sure of that, Miss Bailey?
Of course I'm sure. I've known Gil for years. I'd most certainly have noticed any strange traits of character that he had.
Now, just a minute. Just 1 minute. Lady, I'm too polite to call a female a liar, but I just got through proving...
Careful, Inspector, careful now.
Huh?
There's no doubt in my mind that Miss Bailey's telling the truth.
Oh, what was that, Bart?
Of course I'm telling the truth. Gil was as right-handed as I am. Everybody knows that.
That's just the point, Inspector. Everybody probably does know it. It's a fact that can be easily checked. Because of that, I hardly think Miss Bailey would run the risk of lying.
That's doggone it, Bart. That means the guy probably did commit suicide. And you said yourself he was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Of course Gil took his own life.
On the contrary, Miss Bailey, your brother-in-law was very definitely murdered. Furthermore, it was either you or your sister or Hugh Osmond who murdered him. The two of you who are innocent of the crime know which one is guilty and are trying to shield him or her. I hope you realize that makes you all equally guilty in the eyes of the law.
in, dear. Did you see Inspector Danton? Yes, I saw him.
Did you tell him that Gil had told you he was going to commit suicide?
Yes. Hugh, how did Gil know that you and Rita were in love? The last I knew, you were taking every precaution to keep that knowledge from him.
I told him myself.
Hugh.
Sorry, darling. I should have told you. I couldn't see the point in keeping him in the dark any longer. I went to him this morning and asked him to give you up.
Oh, darling, you shouldn't have. And, of course, Gil refused?
Not only refused, he wouldn't believe me. I guess that's why he sent for you, Laura.
Undoubtedly. And you knew nothing of this, Rita? Oh, no. Gil acted strangely this morning, but I didn't guess what was behind it. Oh, Hugh, why didn't you tell me?
Well, why should I? It would only have made you more unhappy. I hope that I could make you see things my way.
Oh, I wish I had. I wish I'd seen things your way a long time ago. Perhaps this never would have happened then.
Darling, everything's going to be all right.
I'm afraid everything isn't going to be all right, Hugh.
What do you mean?
Barton Drake is convinced that Gil was murdered. He says that he can prove it.
Oh, that's nonsense.
I hope you're right, Hugh. Mr. Drake says that one of us murdered Gil. He says the two who are innocent are trying to shield the guilty one. He has the proof, Laura? Yes.
I don't believe it. He knows that Gil was murdered and that one of us is guilty. Why hasn't he made an arrest?
Because he isn't sure yet which one of us three committed the murder. Laura, you sound as though you believe one of us is guilty. I do. Laura.
Don't look at me, Laura. I didn't do it.
Oh, Laura, you don't think that I had...
Say, where were you, Laura, when Gil was being murdered?
You see? None of us actually trust the other, do we? Well, what are we going to do about it? Is the guilty party going to confess to save the other two? Oh, you don't know what you're saying. Of course we're not going to confess. I mean, you didn't.
Of course I didn't.
It certainly wasn't I. Laura. Control yourself, darling. I'm not going to confess either. I didn't murder Gil, but I know who did.
We're working out another of your little deals, eh, Bart?
That's right, Inspector.
And we had to wait until night to do it.
Right again, Inspector.
Why?
Why, what?
Why did we have to wait until it got dark? Why don't you tell me what we're up to? Doggone it, Bart.
Be quiet, Inspector. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Let's wait here and see what happens.
Yeah, why not? That sounds like fun. For crying out loud, what do you think is going to happen?
We'll know in a minute, Inspector, if I've guessed correctly. You see that group of 3 cabins over there, the ones with the lighted windows and drawn curtains?
Sure, I see them. That big one is where Gil Conrad and his wife live.
That's right. And the one in the middle is occupied by Laura, Rita's sister. The one next to that is occupied by Hugh Osmond. And the... Uh-oh.
What's the uh-oh for?
Someone just walked past the window in Laura's cabin.
What about it? Maybe the babe can't sleep. Maybe she's walking back and forth to wear herself out.
Maybe, but the trouble is we're not sure that it was Laura, are we, Inspector? All we can see is the silhouette behind that curtain.
Oh, look, Bart. I love mysteries, but when you pull them out of thin air...
Look, Inspector. There goes someone pacing behind the curtain in Osmond's cabin.
Yeah. Now, don't tell me that wasn't a man.
No, you have good eyesight, Inspector.
Sure.
Have you your gun handy?
Why, sure I got it handy. Right here in my hand.
Fine. You may need it. Look, there goes someone past the curtain in Rita's cabin.
So that makes all 3 of them pacing the floor.
Right.
Now are you happy?
Perfectly, Inspector. I couldn't have hoped for better results. Keep your eye on them, Inspector.
Okay. How long do we keep this up? I'm getting cold.
There. Osmond passed the window and didn't return.
Neither did Rita. So what?
Only Laura seems to be active. I wonder now how long we'll... That's it, Inspector. Come on.
Someone shot at the girl in Laura's cabin.
And hit her, too, I think. Over this way, Inspector. The shot came from behind that cabin.
Yeah, there he goes.
Let him have it, Inspector.
Yeah. Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
Get down, Inspector. He's going to be stubborn.
Who can play at that game?
You missed him, Inspector. He's heading for the woods.
I never miss. That guy's hit.
By Jove, you're right. Look, he's stumbling.
He's more than stumbling. He's flat on his face. Come on.
There he is. Yeah. Look out, look out. He's still holding his gun.
Yeah, but he's in no condition to use it. I'll just roll him over. Judas, it's Osmond.
Of course it's Osmond, Inspector. Let's hope he'll live long enough to confess to the shooting of Gil Conrad. Otherwise, I think we're going to have a time proving him guilty.
Drake.
Yes, it is. Is your sister seriously hurt, Mrs. Conrad?
No, the bullet just grazed the neck.
Oh, I'm glad. I sent for a doctor. He should be here any minute.
Doctor won't be necessary. I've taken care of Laura.
Oh, you have?
Mr. Drake,
Yes.
was you, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Conrad. Hugh must have loved you very much.
Dead?
Well, Oh, Inspector. Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead. Lived long enough to tell us it was him who shot your husband, lady. You know, that's something I can't figure out. He didn't have to confess. Why did he?
Well, the answer to that's pretty obvious, Inspector. Hugh knew he was going to die. He didn't want anyone else to be blamed for a crime he had committed.
Yeah, I guess that must be it. Even when he passed out, he didn't know we had him pegged for the crime.
Yes, Inspector.
That royal coachman of yours doesn't seem to be doing much good.
Ah, patience, Inspector. Patience is the virtue of all fishermen. Patience and silence.
I see what you mean.
Thank you.
Wish we'd brought along a set of chessmen. I even wish there was a good-looking babe around so we wouldn't have to just sit here and stare at the water.
Okay, Inspector, let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's. Now, look, this is the way I got it figured. You told Laura that you knew one of the three was guilty, so she'd tell the other.
That's right, Inspector. I also told her that I believed that the two innocent people were trying to shield the guilty one.
So Osmond, being the guilty one, had to dispose of Laura because he thought she knew he was guilty.
That's right. He also knew that if she continued to shield him and was found out, she was going to be held as an accomplice.
He knew that Rita would never give him away because Rita was in love with him.
Right you are, Inspector. You know, Laura actually hadn't much to gain. He was afraid she'd break down, which she probably would have, too.
Huh. Now, there's two other things.
Two, Inspector? What?
Yeah. How did you know that Conrad hadn't committed suicide?
Well, that one's easy, Inspector. You see, Conrad was shot through the head. That means he was killed instantly, doesn't it?
Well, so what?
So, Rita told us that when she reached him, he lived long enough to confess to his own suicide, remember?
Well, I'm a royal coachman's coach dog.
You see, Rita either saw Osmond shoot Conrad or suspected that he had. So, naturally, she wanted to protect him. That's why she told us the story of Conrad's confession.
And that's how you knew that Rita would never give Osmond away?
Yes, that's it. Now, what was the other thing you wanted to know, Inspector?
Oh, yes. Now, look, Bart, I proved, by a bit of ingenious deduction, that Conrad was left-handed, and then you come along and call me a liar.
Oh, no.
You
There's
did.
the thought, Inspector.
You did.
Never would I call you a liar, never.
Well, it amounted to that.
No.
I don't like it. You gotta back up that crack you made with some proof of your own.
All right, Inspector, I'll do my best. You believe that Conrad was left-handed because he carried his money and keys in the left-hand pocket of his trousers. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. That was a clever piece of work on your part, Inspector. The trouble is, you didn't go far enough.
What do you mean I didn't go far enough?
You didn't look in his other pockets. You see, in the right-hand pocket of Conrad's trousers, there was a hole. By Jove, Inspector, look out. I've got a strike.
All right. So he carried his stuff in his left-hand pocket because he had a hole in his right-hand pocket. All right.
Stand aside, Inspector. Oh, boy, what a beauty. Look out, Inspector. He's heading for that log.
Who cares? Doggone it.
Oh, the devil. He got away. Oh, Inspector, I give up. I thought it might be fishing.
But what might be fishing?
My hobby, Inspector. I'm afraid I'll have to continue to admit that mystery is my hobby. Inspector Danton and I decided to take a few days off and do some fishing. We stopped at a place called Pine Haven Lodge, located in the heavily timbered slopes of the Adirondacks. Judd Loring, owner of the lodge, had told us of a likely pool, which was known only to himself and a few others. Well, I guess this is the place, Inspector.
Yeah, I guess it is. Look at that pool. Quiet as a mill pond. You know, it reminds me of the time we were on that windmill case up in New Hampshire.
Oh, yes, I remember that. The surface of the water on that pond was as smooth as this one, but the sails on the windmill were turning.
Yeah, and we wondered why the pond wasn't ruffled if there was enough wind to make the windmill sails go around.
Yes, which led us to suspect that some mechanical device was being employed to turn the windmill.
Yeah. We found it was a hidden motor that was turning the windmill, and the windmill was pumping oil from a pipeline.
Mm-hmm. You certainly were clever to figure that one out, Inspector.
I was clever?
Yes.
Yes, I was, wasn't I?
You were indeed. Well, let's hope that no murders occur to spoil our fun this time.
Yeah. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Did you bring the worms?
Worms?
Sure. How are we going to fish without worms?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to use a Royal Coachman, Inspector. Pass me that bait box, will you?
Bait box?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks.
What's the Royal Coachman? When I was a kid, we just stuck a worm on a bent hairpin. We didn't need any coachman along, royal or common.
A Royal Coachman, Inspector, is a wet fly.
Oh?
And there we are. Did you ever catch any fish, Inspector?
Ever catch any fish? Thanks.
You stand aside, please, Inspector. I'm going to cast.
Okay. This fish I caught was bigger than...
Jove, Inspector, did you see that rainbow leap?
No. My fish was bigger than...
Inspector, Jim Loring was right. This pool is fairly alive with trout.
Is it? That fish of mine must...
Look out. I've got a strike.
What? Do you want to hear about my fish or don't you?
Too bad he got away. Oh, well, there seem to be plenty more. Oh, what were you saying, Inspector?
Nothing.
Oh, calm, Inspector. Tell me about it.
Nothing doing. I'm not forcing my fish stories on anyone.
Well, very well. Fish yourself.
You mean you're not going to insist that I tell you?
Naturally not, if you don't want to... Wait a minute. Inspector, listen.
Huh? Listen to what?
Someone's coming.
Well, what about it? Let them come. We don't own this pool. Maybe they got some worms, huh?
Jim Loring said that nobody at the lodge knew about this pool. Keep quiet a minute. Listen.
It's perfectly silly you make such a fuss. You're really in fun.
Mom, are you kidding? Listen to me, Rita. Once you make up your mind to forget that old buzzard and come away with me, I'm going to kill him. I mean it.
Oh, you.
Hey, that guy sounds serious.
Keep quiet. We're hidden by that screen of bushes. They can't see us. Keep quiet now, listen.
Oh, you darling, you shouldn't talk like that. You know you shouldn't.
Why not? It's the way I feel. You're in love with me, and... Rita,
Yes, sir.
you are in love with me, aren't you?
Yes. I am in know that.
Well, then.
Oh, but this is not to end you.
And?
I've made up my mind, darling. We can't keep holding these clandestine meetings. It isn't fair, and it makes it harder for both of us.
And you think it's going to be easier if we don't see each other, huh? Rita, be reasonable. You know what will happen if we call it quits.
I know it'll be best for both of us.
It won't. We'll stay apart for just so long, and then we'll be back together again. It's happened before.
I know.
Rita, listen to me. We were made for each other. No two people were ever more suited, and you know it.
Oh, I don't know what to say, or do I? I'm so unhappy.
Now, don't worry about it, darling. Let me take care of everything. There's no use of us ruining our lives.
Well, how do you like that?
I don't like it, Inspector. Do you know who that was? That was young Hugh Osmond and Rita Conrad.
She's the babe who's married to the Oil King, isn't she?
Yes, Gil Conrad. The gossips at the lodge have it that she married him for his money.
The gossips must know what they're talking about.
Yes.
No young girl would tie up to an old buck like that unless he could offer something besides the wisdom of his 75 years.
You're becoming lyrical, Inspector. I wonder just how serious Osmond was when he threatened to solve his and Rita's problem by murdering the old man.
Kids are always making big talk like that. It doesn't amount to anything.
That was a shot, Inspector. You don't suppose that he...
Forget it. Probably somebody needs target practice.
Well, maybe you're right.
But I wish you'd quit going around looking for murders every time we go any place.
Inspector, apparently the target practice has hit the bullseye. Come on.
Okay, but I still say we're looking for trouble.
A shot from the woman's screamed a perfect formula for trouble, Inspector. It came from this direction, I think.
Yeah, I bet we don't find a thing except a dead squirrel or something.
Yes, I suppose the woman was screaming for joy because the boyfriend proved himself a great huntsman.
Yeah. Oh, you're certainly quick with comebacks, aren't you? Sometimes I wonder...
Look, Inspector.
Hey, the guy lying on the ground and a babe kneeling over him.
Yes, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, the guy is Gil Conrad and the woman is Rita, his wife. Let's get over there quick.
Oh, Gil.
Conrad?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that Bill shot himself.
Shot himself. Well, maybe you're right. There's a gun in his hand, there's a bullet hole through his head, and there's powder burn.
Tell us exactly what happened, Mrs. Conrad.
I was walking along the riverbank, and I heard a shot. I came over to investigate, and I'm still lying here.
See? Everything adds up. It was suicide, all right.
Yes, maybe. What makes you think it was suicide, Mrs. Conrad?
Because Bill told me.
Your husband told you?
Yes, he wasn't dead when I got here. He lived long enough to tell me that he'd decided to end it all.
What could be more perfect? Spot, let's get the coroner.
Inspector, wait a minute. Where was Hugh Osmond when all this was happening, Mrs. Conrad?
Hugh? Why, I don't know. Why should I?
Because we just overheard a conversation between you and Osmond. We heard Osmond threaten to kill your husband.
No, you didn't do it. You mustn't think that he did.
No?
Gil shot himself. He told me he did.
Rita, what happened?
Hugh.
Oh, good heavens, it's Gil. Yes, it's Gil, all right, Osmond. What do you know about it?
What do I know about it? Why should I know anything about it?
Oh, lots of reasons, Bub. You've been bragging about how you're going to knock the guy off, haven't you?
What the devil are you talking about? Of course I haven't.
Oh, no, Hugh. No. Don't deny it. I heard us talking.
Hey, what?
I'm sorry, Osmond. We were fishing in the deep pool, and we heard your conversation with Mrs. Conrad a few minutes ago.
Well, what about it? Doesn't mean that I shot Conrad. I'd be a fool to think I could get away with anything like that.
That's the most sensible thing you've said, Bob. What I want to know is why weren't you two together when you heard the shot?
Oh, what's the use? If you overheard our conversation, then you know why. We didn't want to be seen returning to the lodge together.
Don't answer any more of their questions, Rita. We don't have to without a lawyer. You've already told them that Gil admitted suicide. If that isn't enough,
How do you know that, Osmond?
How do I know what?
That Mrs. Conrad told us that her husband had admitted taking his own life.
Didn't she?
Yeah, but you weren't here, Bub.
Why, I...
Yeah, I. You two kind of got your wires crossed, haven't you?
No, we haven't. What are you two trying to do? Trick us into admitting we're responsible for Conrad's death?
Could be. The thing is, though, if we put the finger on you, we'll do it without tricks. But I take it all back. There's dirty work afoot.
I quite agree with you, Inspector. Sorry, Osmond. You get your lawyer, we'll get the coroner. Then we'll take on from there, eh?
Hello, Bart. Come on in.
Thanks. Has the coroner gone yet?
Yeah. Nice guy. You left the whole deal in my lap. Where have you been?
I've been having some further conversation with Hugh Osmond. I'm afraid he succeeded in selling me a bill of goods.
What kind of good?
Osmond claims that when he heard the shot, he came running back. Just before he reached the clearing where Conrad lay, he heard Rita scream.
So then, what did he do?
He stopped behind some bushes and listened. He overheard Conrad tell his wife that he had shot himself.
So that's how he knew Conrad had admitted suicide, eh?
Apparently, yes.
Do you believe him?
I believe part of what he said. He showed me the spot where he'd been standing. It was close enough to the clearing so that his story could be true.
Well, why did he keep hiding then after we arrived?
Well, according to him, to see which way the wind blew. It was only when he believed that we were going to accuse Rita of murder that he decided to show himself.
And that's the part of his story you don't believe, eh?
I don't know, Inspector. I'm not sure yet. By the way, Inspector, what have you been doing?
Oh, I've been getting along. Come over here.
Well, discovered something, huh?
I modestly admit that I've discovered quite something.
Well.
Yeah. That's Conrad's body lying there on the couch, isn't it?
It certainly is, Inspector.
Note the bullet hole through his head.
Yes. It's a clean hole all the way through.
Yeah. Now, there are powder burns on the right side of his head, aren't there?
That's correct, Inspector.
Sure. And since we found Conrad holding the gun in his right hand, the setup would indicate that the guy is right-handed, wouldn't it?
Quite true, Inspector.
Well, the guy is left-handed.
What?
Now, why, when he decided to shoot himself, would he do it with his right hand?
A good question, Inspector. How do you know that Conrad was left-handed?
That's my discovery. Look, I've been fishing through his pockets. I found his keys and his loose change in his left-hand pants pocket.
By Jove, Inspector.
Yeah. A guy who carries his dough and his keys in his left-hand pants pocket only does so because he's left-handed. So the way I figure it is, Mr. Gil Conrad was murdered, and someone tried to make it look like suicide.
Amazing. Do you mind if I look through his pockets, too, Inspector?
Go ahead. Who cares? If you don't want to take my word for it.
Come. You know your word is as good as gold, as far as I'm concerned.
As far as you're concerned. So everyone else thinks I'm a liar. Well, now who's that?
Why don't you open the door and see? Possibly the murderer has come to confess his crime.
Very funny. Huh. It's a babe. You, looking for someone, miss?
Yes. I'm looking for Inspector Danton. Are you Inspector Danton?
Yep, I'm Danton. Come on in.
I'm Laura Bailey. Mrs. Conrad's my sister. I just heard about the terrible thing that happened to Gil.
Oh, you did? Know anything about it, do you?
I think I might be able to tell you something that will help explain why Gil took his own life. Oh, I thought you were alone, Inspector Danton.
No. That guy standing up over there is Barton Drake. The horizontal gent is your brother-in-law.
Barton Drake? Oh, I'm so glad you happened to be here, Mr. Drake. I've heard so much of you. My name is Laura Bailey.
Sure, everybody's heard of Drake.
How do you do, Miss Bailey? Did I hear you say you're Mrs. Conrad's sister?
Yes. We were all staying here at the lodge together. Oh, I would have come sooner, only I couldn't believe that Gil was serious when I talked to him this morning.
When was that, Miss Bailey?
Shortly after breakfast. He asked me to come to his cabin.
Now, don't tell us that he threatened to commit suicide.
That's exactly what he did, Inspector Danton. You see, Gil had found out about Rita and Hugh.
I see. And why should he talk it over with you, Miss Bailey?
He felt that he had to talk to someone. He knew that I was his friend. I couldn't believe that Rita was being untrue. He asked me what I knew about it.
And what did you tell him, lady?
I told him that Rita was in love with Hugh Osmond. Why should I deny it? Rita is young and beautiful. Why should she waste her life on an old man?
The thing is that Rita should have thought of that when she married the old man. These women who take a guy for his dough and then try to walk out on the deal get in my hair.
It wasn't Rita's fault. Gil begged her to marry him. But she hadn't met you then.
Oh, nuts.
So Conrad told you he was going out and commit suicide. Is that right, Miss Bailey?
Yes. I didn't believe him, of course. He wanted me to talk to Rita, persuade her to forget Hugh. When I refused, he tried to work on my sympathy by threatening suicide.
That is probably because he figured you were his best friend. Now, look, lady, we happen to know that...
Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Bailey, was your brother-in-law right-handed or left-handed?
What a strange question. Why, he was right-handed.
Uh-huh.
You're sure of that, Miss Bailey?
Of course I'm sure. I've known Gil for years. I'd most certainly have noticed any strange traits of character that he had.
Now, just a minute. Just 1 minute. Lady, I'm too polite to call a female a liar, but I just got through proving
Careful, Inspector, careful now.
Huh?
There's no doubt in my mind that Miss Bailey's telling the truth.
Oh, what was that, Bart?
Of course I'm telling the truth. Gil was as right-handed as I am. Everybody knows that.
That's just the point, Inspector. Everybody probably does know it. It's a fact that can be easily checked. Because of that, I hardly think Miss Bailey would run the risk of lying.
But doggone it, Bart. That means the guy probably did commit suicide. And you said yourself he was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Of course Gil took his own life.
On the contrary, Miss Bailey, your brother-in-law was very definitely murdered. Furthermore, it was either you or your sister or Hugh Osmond who murdered him. The two of you who are innocent of the crime know which one is guilty and are trying to shield him or her. I hope you realize that that makes you all equally guilty in the eyes of the law.
Dear. Did you see Inspector Danton? Yes, I saw him.
Did you tell him that Gil had told you he was going to commit suicide?
Yes. Hugh, how did Gil know that you and Rita were in love? The last I knew, you were taking every precaution to keep that knowledge from him.
I told him myself.
Hugh.
Sorry, darling. I should have told you. I couldn't see the point in keeping him in the dark any longer. I went to him this morning and asked him to give you up.
Oh, darling, you shouldn't have. And, of course, Gil refused?
Not only refused, he wouldn't believe me. I guess that's why he sent for you, Laura.
Undoubtedly. And you knew nothing of this, Rita? Oh, no. Gil acted strangely this morning, but I didn't guess what was behind it. Oh, Hugh, why didn't you tell me?
Well, why should I? It would only have made you more unhappy. I hope that I could make you see things my way.
Oh, I wish I had. I wish I'd seen things your way a long time ago. Perhaps this never would have happened then.
Darling, everything's going to be all right.
I'm afraid everything isn't going to be all right, Hugh.
What do you mean?
Barton Drake is convinced that Gil was murdered. He says that he can prove it.
Oh, that's nonsense.
I hope you're right, Hugh. Mr. Drake says that one of us murdered Gil. He says the two who are innocent are trying to shield the guilty one. He has the proof, Laura? Yes.
I don't believe it. He knows that Gil was murdered and that one of us is guilty. Why hasn't he made an arrest?
Because he isn't sure yet which one of us three committed the murder. Laura, you sound as though you believe one of us is guilty. I do. Laura.
Don't look at me, Laura. I didn't do it.
Oh, Laura, you don't think that I had...
Say, where were you, Laura, when Gil was being murdered?
You see? None of us actually trust the other, do we? Well, what are we going to do about it? Is the guilty party going to confess to save the other two? Oh, you don't know what you're saying. Of course we're not going to confess. I mean, you didn't.
Of course I didn't.
It certainly wasn't I. Laura, control yourself, darling. I'm not going to confess either. I didn't murder Gil, but I know who did.
So, we're working out another of your little deals, eh, Bart?
That's right, Inspector.
And we had to wait until night to do it.
Right again, Inspector.
Why?
Why, what?
Why did we have to wait until it got dark? Why don't you tell me what we're up to? Doggone it, Bart.
Be quiet, Inspector. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Let's wait here and see what happens.
Yeah, why not? That sounds like fun. For crying out loud, what do you think is going to happen?
We'll know in a minute, Inspector, if I've guessed correctly. You see that group of 3 cabins over there, the ones with the lighted windows and drawn curtains?
Sure, I see them. That big one is where Gil Conrad and his wife live.
That's right. And the one in the middle is occupied by Laura, Rita's sister. The one next to that is occupied by Hugh Osmond. And the... Uh-oh.
What's the uh-oh for?
Someone just walked past the window in Laura's cabin.
What about it? Maybe the babe can't sleep. Maybe she's walking back and forth to wear herself out.
Maybe, but the trouble is we're not sure that it was Laura, are we, Inspector? All we can see is the silhouette behind that curtain.
Oh, look, Bart. I love mysteries, but when you pull them out of thin air...
Look, Inspector. There goes someone pacing behind the curtain in Osmond's cabin.
Yeah. Now, don't tell me that wasn't a man.
No, you have good eyesight, Inspector.
Sure.
Have you your gun handy?
Why, sure I got it handy. Right here in my hand.
Fine. You may need it. Look, there goes someone past the curtain in Rita's cabin.
So that makes all 3 of them pacing the floor.
Right.
Now are you happy?
Perfectly, Inspector. I couldn't have hoped for better results. Keep your eye on them, Inspector.
Okay. How long do we keep this up? I'm getting cold.
There. Osmond passed the window and didn't return.
Neither did Rita. So what?
Only Laura seems to be active. I wonder now how long we That's it, Inspector. Come on.
Someone shot at the girl in Laura's cabin.
And hit her, too, I think. Over this way, Inspector. The shot came from behind that cabin.
Yeah, there he goes.
Let him have it, Inspector.
Yeah. Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
Get down, Inspector. He's going to be stubborn.
Who can play at that game?
You missed him, Inspector. He's heading for the woods.
I never miss. That guy's hit.
I feel you're right. Look, he's stumbling.
He's more than stumbling. He's flat on his face. Come on.
There he is. Yeah. Look out, look out. He's still holding his gun.
Yeah, but he's in no condition to use it. I'll just roll him over. Judas, it's Osmond.
Of course it's Osmond, Inspector. Let's hope he'll live long enough to confess to the shooting of Gil Conrad. Otherwise, I think we're going to have a time proving him guilty.
It's Mr. Drake.
Yes, it is. Is your sister seriously hurt, Mrs. Conrad?
No, the bullet just grazed the neck.
Oh, I'm glad. I sent for a doctor. He should be here any minute.
Doctor won't be necessary. I've taken care of Laura.
Oh, you have?
Mr. Drake?
Yes?
It was you, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Conrad. Hugh must have loved you very much.
Is he dead?
Well, Oh, Inspector. Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead. Lived long enough to tell us it was him who shot your husband, lady. You know, that's something I can't figure out. He didn't have to confess. Why did he?
Well, the answer to that's pretty obvious, Inspector. Hugh knew he was going to die. He didn't want anyone else to be blamed for a crime he had committed.
Yeah, I guess that must be it. Even when he passed out, he didn't know we had him pegged for the crime. That royal coachman of yours doesn't seem to be doing much good.
Ah, patience, Inspector. Patience is the virtue of all fishermen. Patience and silence.
I see what you mean.
Thank you.
Wish we'd brought along a set of chessmen. I even wish there was a good-looking babe around so we wouldn't have to just sit here and stare at the water.
Okay, Inspector, let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's.
All right.
Now, look, this is the way I got it figured. You told Laura that you knew one of the three was guilty, so she'd tell the other.
That's right, Inspector. I also told her that I believed that the two innocent people were trying to shield the guilty one.
So Osmond, being the guilty one, had to dispose of Laura because he thought she knew he was guilty.
That's right. He also knew that if she continued to shield him and was found out, she was going to be held as an accomplice.
He knew that Rita would never give him away because Rita was in love with him.
Right you are, Inspector. You know, Laura actually hadn't much to gain. He was afraid she'd break down, which she probably would have, too.
Huh. Now, there's two other things.
Two, Inspector? What?
Yeah. How did you know that Conrad hadn't committed suicide?
Well, that one's easy, Inspector. You see, Conrad was shot through the head. That means he was killed instantly, doesn't it?
Well, so what?
So, Rita told us that when she reached him, he lived long enough to confess to his own suicide, remember?
Well, I'm a royal coachman's coach dog.
You see, Rita either saw Osmond shoot Conrad or suspected that he had. So, naturally, she wanted to protect him. That's why she told us the story of Conrad's confession.
And that's how you knew that Rita would never give Osmond away?
Yes, that's it. Now, what was the other thing you wanted to know, Inspector?
Oh, yes. Now, look, Bart, I proved, by a bit of ingenious deduction, that Conrad was left-handed, and then you come along and call me a liar.
Oh, no.
You
There is
did.
a thought, Inspector.
You did.
Never would I call you a liar, never.
Well, it amounted to that.
No.
I don't like it. You gotta back up that crack you made with some proof of your own.
All right, Inspector, I'll do my best. You believe that Conrad was left-handed because he carried his money and keys in the left-hand pocket of his trousers. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. That was a clever piece of work on your part, Inspector. The trouble is, you didn't go far enough.
What do you mean I didn't go far enough?
You didn't look in his other pockets. You see, in the right-hand pocket of Conrad's trousers, there was a hole. By Jove, Inspector, look out. I've got a strike.
All right. So he carried his stuff in his left-hand pocket because he had a hole in his right-hand pocket. All right.
Inside, Inspector. Oh, boy, what a beauty. Look out, Inspector. He's heading for that log.
Who cares? Doggone it.
Oh, the devil, he got away. Oh, Inspector, I give up. I thought it might be fishing.
What might be fishing?
My hobby, Inspector. I'm afraid I'll have to continue to admit that mystery is my hobby.
Present George Edwards in Frankenstein. Baron Frankenstein was gradually recovering his health, and he was telling his story to his friend Captain Walton on the ship Voyager, which was icebound somewhere near the North Pole. On one occasion, just after Frankenstein had described the death of his wife, the monster appeared on the ship. He went to the cabin, and there he attacked Captain Walton. Frankenstein advised the captain to carry firearms in future, and to let his crew do the same. The next day, Captain Walton again visited Frankenstein's cabin.
Great Captain, what news? The ship is carefully guarded, Baron Frankenstein. We have seen no sign of the monster. He swore that he would return here to kill me. He cannot board this vessel now without being seen. I have placed men on guard all over the vessel.
Oh, that monster is almost a devil. You do not know what he can do.
I must apologize to you because of the abject fear which I showed yesterday.
You need not apologize, Captain.
All men show fear when they see the monster. I am his creator, and I am afraid. Did you say that the monster is impervious to bullets? I did not say that. He has certainly been wounded twice, but he has recovered. He is so strong. Well, if we have another visit from him, it shall be his last. I swear that we shall kill him. I hope so. Do you feel you are able to tell me what happened after the death of your beloved wife? Well, the bodyguard Fabian and myself found my wife's body at the foot of the stairs. I picked the body up tenderly and bore it to another room, while Fabian bent for assistance. I looked at the still form of my wife, then I knelt down and prayed. I pray that I be granted life, so that I may destroy the monster which I created. Has not my punishment been enough? Have not others suffered because of my sin? When will my suffering cease? Oh, Elizabeth, my beloved wife, I will live to avenge you, and to avenge those who have died because of my evil work. I kept my promise, Frankenstein. What? You here? You cannot move. The creature is stronger than the creator. I hold you fast. Oh, so great is my hatred that it gives me strength. I shall free myself. I should kill you. Hear me, little man. I despise you. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Hear me. Did you not condemn me to a life without a mate, without a companion? Did you not create me and make me an object of hatred and contempt? Now all men are against you. They know that you created me. They know that you have brought misery to others. Therefore you will become an object of hatred and contempt. You are now without a wife. I killed her. That is her still body lying on the bed. Suffer now as I have suffered, Frankenstein. Oh, if only I had the strength to kill you. You have not the strength. In your foolishness, you have made your creature stronger than yourself. My work is done now. I am leaving here. I cannot make you suffer more. I know that every man's hand will be against you, and you will be an outcast just as I am. Where are you going? Who knows? I shall wander the world. Mayhap I will find someone as hideous as myself. Someone who will be a companion to me. Wherever you go, I shall follow you. If it be to the ends of the earth, I will not be content to rest until I have destroyed you. Have a care that I do not destroy you. I could do it now. Feel you my fingers about your throat. All right. Why do you not kill me? It would be a merciful release. But I should not die happily, knowing that you still live. You shall live on. You shall suffer as I have suffered. Mayhap we shall meet again. We shall meet again, I swear it. But tell me, have you the powers of evil? How is it that you were able to find us? How is it that you were able to get into the house? I laughed as I watched you searching for me. You did not think that I could find shelter on the roof, that I could lower myself into the window of this room? Your wife slept. But she heard me as I came through the window. She started up and seized her pistol. She fired, but her aim was wild. She did not struggle much, Frankenstein. Then I took her body and hurled it down the stairs. You have been on the roof all the time? I have.
Oh, Frankenstein, I have sent for the doctor.
Why? The monster! Shoot him! You shall not kill me!
Oh, he's on my homicide! Let him let me go now! He's choking me!
Oh, let that man go! Do not kill him! He shall die! All my enemies shall die! Do not approach Frankenstein! With one hand I can slay this man, with the other I hold you at bay! Oh, do not kill that man! He shall die! It gives me pleasure to to make men die. One man gave me life, but I have given death to many. Help! Help! The man struggles through weaker Frankenstein. You cannot aid him now. I heard him must hide. And thus another of my enemies has died. I heard you aside, and I say farewell. Seek not to find me. My work here is done. Oh, come back. I must have further speech with you. I must find some way to make peace with you. You will have peace if you do not strive to follow me.
What happened, Baron Frankenstein? Did the monster make his escape?
He climbed through the window, and with surprising agility scrambled onto the roof. I could not go after him, but I called for help. When I turned, I saw the body of my wife lying on the bed, and the body of the man, Fabian, lying on the floor. Oh, words cannot express my utter horror and remorse. I think I wept and hurled myself on the floor in a frenzy of agony. Presently the door opened and the burgomaster entered. As soon as he saw me...
Baron Frankenstein, what has happened?
Oh, if you have a pistol, dare shoot me. Put an end to my life. I cannot live on.
What has happened to Fabian?
He is dead. Murdered by the monster. My wife is also dead.
Murdered by the monster which you say you created.
I did create him. And may God forgive me for that sin. It seems that my suffering is never to end. I am guilty of the murder of these innocent people.
For months we have been striving to find that monster and to destroy him. If you are his creator, as you say, then it is your responsibility to find him and destroy him, Baron Frankenstein.
I know it.
I have communicated with the authorities, and there is talk of ordering your arrest. If you created a devil, you should be punished.
Oh, have I not been punished enough?
The people of the village murmur against you. They say that you should be hanged for these murders.
Oh, I fear that I am going mad. I know that I turned this murderer loose upon society, that while he lives there may be other murders. Therefore I swear a sacred oath that while there is breath in my body, while I live I should devote my life to tracking him down.
We feel that if you remain here, the monster will remain, that other lives will be in danger.
So all men are against me. I am to suffer as my creature has suffered. I am to know what it is to be a fugitive, an object of hatred and scorn. It seems that his revenge is indeed complete.
I advise you, for your own sake, to leave here today.
I will leave very soon. Spare me a few minutes so that I may pray beside the body of my beloved wife. Then will my journey commence. Where it will take me, I know not. But if it be to the end of the earth, I will find him and destroy him. Oh, would that I destroyed him before I gave him life.
So be it, Baron Frankenstein. I will see that you are not molested before you leave the village.
Oh, await me downstairs. I will join you in a few minutes.
So, Baron Frankenstein, you were forced to leave your native village.
Yes. When I left my home, my first act was to try and find some clue by which I might trace the steps of my fiendish enemy. I wandered to the cemetery, and I prayed a while by the grave of the child William. Then I heard a sound behind me. I looked up, and it was the monster watching me. He did not speak, but fled away, and I pursued him, only to lose him. But he left a trail of death and disaster wherever he went. And for many months, the ceaseless pursuit went on. Sometimes I would almost come up with him. Once, when I was traveling by night, the broad disk of the moon arose, and it shone upon a huge, ghastly, distorted shape, which fled before me with more than mortal speed. I went to the coast, and by a strange chance, I saw the fiend hide himself in a vessel bound for the Black Sea. I booked my passage in the same ship, but he escaped, I know not how. I traveled to the wilds of Tartary and Russia, and once I came upon a peasant's home in the wilds of Tartary. I saw the peasant standing outside his cottage. He was wringing his hands in terror and said, "I have seen the devil himself.
A strange, horrid fiend. Tell me, my friend, what have you seen? The devil himself, I tell you, sir. A huge, shambling creature with a countenance more hideous than I have ever seen. He forced his way into my cottage, took all my food, ate it himself, and placed his cold, clammy hands upon my throat. I screamed in mortal agony. Then he withdrew his hands and laughed, the most ghastly laugh that I have ever heard. Tell me, where did this creature go? I know not. He went out of my cottage, and I was afraid to follow him.
Here, take the silver to compensate you for anything which the monster stole from you. I must be close to him. I feel my search will soon end.
Oh, that laugh again. He will kill us. Do not let him kill me.
My quarry is near me. Stand aside, man. This time he shall die.
What happened, Baron Frankenstein? Did you shoot the monster?
Ask me no more now. I am tired. Later on, I will tell you what happened on that fateful day.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. A remarkable and somewhat ghastly piece of fiction written by the famous Robert Louis Stevenson. Fantastic but utterly impossible, you say. Fantastic, yes. Ghastly, yes. But impossible? No. For a Jekyll and Hyde complex was the answer to the crimes which horrified and terrified London in the late 80s. The famous Jack the Ripper murders. The scene is London. The time, evening. A thick rolling fog shrouds the Thames embankment, and the lights lining Blackfriars Bridge have a ghostly tinge. High in the fog, Big Ben booms the hour, and over at Scotland Yard, Detective Lester, hearing the familiar chime of the old bell, looks at his watch, decides that it is time to be off, and is closing his desk when the door opens, and in walk a man and a woman.
Yes? What can I do for you?
My name's Weiss, James Weiss, and yes, this is my wife.
I'm delighted to meet you. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, sir, but you see...
I made James come and see you.
Yes?
James had a dream.
Yes, one does have dreams occasionally. But are you quite certain you came to the right place? This is Scotland Yard.
Oh, yes, this is the right place. Tell them about your dream, James.
Last night it was, sir. I wakened and told my wife. I saw a murder committed.
You what?
In my dream, I mean.
Oh, I see. Well, I admit that's rather a horrible dream, but...
But it was too real. In Spitzfield it was. I could see the woman walking along, and I could see the man following her. I tried to warn her. I tried as hard as I could. It was ghastly. To watch her just walking along like everything was all right, and him creeping up behind her, and me trying to cry out and couldn't. And then he killed her. She didn't have a chance, not even a chance to scream.
Wait, you have me turning out the yard. You're so realistic. You'll have me believing that it happened instead of being... just a dream.
But that's just it. When James dreams things like that, they have happened.
But this time James must be wrong. Because, you see, we haven't found any murdered women in London, let alone Spitzfield.
I told you they wouldn't listen, Margaret. Let's get going.
I don't wish to appear unappreciative, but you realize, don't you, that I can't do anything? After all, what would my superiors say if I arrested someone because of a dream?
Yes, I understand. Sorry to have taken up your time.
Good night, madam.
Good night.
Next morning, Detective Inspector Lester walks into his office at Scotland Yard. He hangs up his hat and coat, seats himself at his desk, lifts up the morning report, and starts to read. Suddenly he stops. His eyes start from his head. He reads again, then turns stuttering to his secretary.
What is this, a joke?
A joke, sir?
What? Report of a woman found murdered in Spitzfield.
There's nothing to joke about there, sir. She was a horrible sight. Ripped to pieces, sir. Never even had a chance to cry out.
But it's impossible.
Impossible, sir? What's impossible about it, sir? The body's in the morgue if you want to go and look at it. Although I don't advise it, sir. It's a messy one, and I've seen lots of them.
Who investigated?
Brown, sir.
Get him in.
Yes, sir.
What time was she found?
3 o'clock.
He
You wanted me, sir?
Any progress on this murder in Spitzfield, Brown?
Not yet, sir.
Know who she is or was?
Oh, yes. Just one of the many women around that neighborhood at that time of night.
No motive, then, so far?
No, there isn't a clue as to who could have murdered her. Not a thing. Nobody heard a scream, although I don't think she had a chance to scream.
All right, Brown. Get hold of McCarthy and have him search London until he finds a chap by the name of James Weiss and his wife, Margaret. I want them here. I want them as quickly as you can find them.
Yes, sir.
But James Weiss and his wife, Margaret, were not to be found. And the body lying in the morgue was not the only one Scotland Yard was to view in the following months. London was in a state of panic. Hardly a week passed that a woman was not found brutally and horribly murdered. The newspapers called the unknown fiend Jack the Ripper, and women were advised not to walk alone after dark in the Whitechapel district, where the majority of the crimes were committed. But one day, all unmindful of the police search for him, James Weiss and his wife returned from their trip to the continent, board a bus at Notting Hill in the very heart of London.
London, Fares,
please. Step forward in the bus, please. Fares, please. Tuppence to Marble Arch, sir. Yes, sir.
Why, what's the matter, James? You look ill.
I've got that feeling I had that night I had the dream.
What do you mean?
The man I saw kill the woman. He's on the bus.
Oh.
I know it. I feel it.
Look around. Get a grip on yourself.
In the opposite corner. That's the man.
Marble Arch. All out to Marble Arch.
He's getting off. Quick, James. Quick, follow him.
But the stranger got into a cab and was driven off. Weiss appealed to a policeman who only laughed at him when he asked for the stranger's arrest. That night, another Jack the Ripper murder. And in the morning's papers, Weiss reads that the police are looking for him. Before London is astir, Weiss is at Scotland Yard, and the inspector and two sergeants take the clairvoyant to the scene of the latest killing.
Now, Mr. Weiss, this is where the murder was committed. Do you...
Look at him. Quiet. He's going into a trance.
He's staring off into space.
He's starting to walk.
Through the maze of London's streets walks the strange group. Mile after mile, Weiss follows the psychic trail, never hesitating until they reach the West End. Then, outside an imposing house, Weiss stops, staggers. His glazed eyes turn imploringly to the inspector as again he staggers and almost falls to the ground.
Look out there. Catch him.
What's the matter? Are you all right?
In there, in that house. The murderer. The man you want. Jack the Ripper.
All right, boys. We'll take a chance. Be ready for fireworks. Maybe we're on a wild goose chase.
Does seem kind of...
Someone's coming.
Yes, gentlemen.
We're police officers. We wish to search this house.
Come in. I suppose there's no use hiding it any longer.
Well, no, madam. No use hiding it any longer.
The doctor's insane. When he's in his right mind, he's the kindest man alive. But when this other thing takes hold of him, there's no saying what he might do. I've lived in constant dread. I've been afraid that he might even commit murder.
Then you don't know who he is? I mean, why we're here?
Who he is? Why, he's Dr. Blank. I am Mrs. Blank. He's in there.
And Dr. Blank he was, when in his right mind. But when his dual personality took hold of him, he became Jack the Ripper, a monstrous fiend who killed for the love of killing. A group of eminent British doctors examined him, and when it was definitely decided that he was insane, he was committed to an asylum, and all were sworn to secrecy. His death was announced to account for his disappearance. And surely that mock funeral attended by the prominent people of London was one of the strangest rites that old city ever witnessed. A strange, fantastic rite, and a fitting close to the unsolved mystery of Jack the Ripper. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the clairvoyant's extraordinary trance.
We'll be back with the conclusion of this unsolved mystery right after these messages. Welcome back to Unsolved Mysteries on When Radio Was.
Ladies and gentlemen, Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. It is many years after the famous Jack the Ripper murders, and Detective Inspector Lester is discussing the Ripper case with a well-known London editor, now dead.
You see, Tom, the Ripper case isn't the only case where we've had the Yard use a clairvoyant. And this clairvoyant has helped us out when we couldn't find a starting place. Of course, well, it just doesn't do to let that sort of thing get spoken about in the papers.
What other case can you tell me of?
Well, there was the Crumbles case. We were at a dead end. A medium was consulted, and she described the murderers. But more than that, she told us where they were living. The rest and proof were simple.
But there must be some explanation to such peculiar happenings.
Yes, there is. Look at it this way. Mediums or clairvoyants, I don't particularly care what they're called, make a practice of going into a trance so many times that they become more and more susceptible. I mean that there are times when, merely because they're not thinking about anything in particular, their minds are open to suggestion, although at that particular time they may not be aware of it.
Yes, I can understand that.
Now, here is a peculiar thing. What emotion, next to an effort to save one's life, do you think is uppermost in 9 persons out of 10 who are murdered?
Why, I never gave that a thought. What is?
An overpowering desire to have the police know who killed them. Now, that desire for, well, call it revenge, coupled with fear of discovery of the murderer, produces a tremendously powerful thought wave which is received by a clairvoyant who is receptive to suggestion at the moment.
Almost like a radio set, which has been left switched on and tuned to a station which is off the air. Suddenly the station comes on the air, and the message is received, huh?
Pretty good explanation.
Yes, I accept all this. But how was Weiss seeing the murder at Spitzfield before it was even committed?
Weiss was more than an ordinary clairvoyant. He was fully susceptible to the subconscious mind. And the subconscious has no measurement of time. Past, present, or future is all one to the subconscious. And therefore, to the subconscious, it made no difference whether the murder was committed, was being committed, or was to be committed.
In other words, the trances that mediums have that are apparently meaningless would not be meaningless if they could be linked up with the proper time, the right place, and people affected.
Exactly. In the Jack the Ripper case, the Crumbles case, and 100 others that I know of, the ordinary law of coincidence permits a certain number of occurrences in which all the elements are present, and that results in a workable application of clairvoyance.
Amazing, isn't it, to think about?
Amazing, yes, because we don't understand it. But someday...
Yes?
Someday, when the police of the world wake up to the value of this study, catching criminals will be a simple matter. But when that day comes, criminals will be few and far between.
Why?
Because criminals, too, will be able to see and to know what awaits them. If not in this world, then in the next.
Now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Academy Award winner Miss Claire Trevor in The Light Switch, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. Friends, it's the Peanuts, popcorn, and baseball season. And the time to replace worn-out narrow gap spark plugs with a set of those revolutionary new wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. You'll get smooth idling, more positive firing on leaner gas mixtures, actually saving on gas. Yes, these winning benefits are all made possible by a newly developed 10,000 ohm resistor, built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug. This exclusive Autolite resistor makes practical a wider spark gap setting, and that's what does the trick. What's more, Autolite resistor spark plugs with this exclusive Autolite resistor cut down on radio and television interference. So, folks, see your Autolite dealer and have him replace old, worn-out, narrow-gap spark plugs with a set of the new Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Claire Trevor in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Every window was locked now. Every jet of gas was on full. There was nothing impulsive left in me. I moved as if guided by a subconscious force. I selected a light fixture near the door, tapped the globe with an ashtray until it broke and the glass fell to my feet. For an instant, the naked little wires that had made up the filament seemed to hypnotize me. At 7:30, when he switches on the lights, those tiny wires will cause the spark that'll blow everything I despise in the world out of my life. Everything I despise, everything I loathe, and yet everything I love. The gas in the little room was beginning to make my eyes smart, and I realized I had to get out of there. I started to open the door when something told me to stop. It was lucky. I pressed my ear against the panel. I could hear voices outside. People were talking in the hall. I'd have to wait. Couldn't get panicky. Just had to wait. That was all. I thought of shutting off the gas, but they'd be gone in a second. Seconds. It seemed like hours before the voices finally died away. I heard a hall door shut behind them. Now I had to be fast. The gas was beginning to make me feel strange. I listened for an instant more, then turned the knob and started out just in time to see two men getting off the elevator. Stepped inside again and shut the door. I have to wait. I don't know how long I'd been waiting. I tried to piece together what had happened. How I'd gotten here. I was getting dizzy. Skit, Webb. It all started with Skit. My head was whirling. Lights were flashing in front of my eyes. Lights like the ones down on East Main Street, on the burlesque marquee, next door to Skip Webb's office. I'd never been down on Main Street before. I remember it was a strange, dirty... It frightened me. I remember running upstairs to Skip's office.
Hello.
Is this the office of Mr. Webb, private detective?
That's what the sign says. Who are you?
I'm Mrs. John Winston. I'm in a hurry, so I'll make it clear exactly what I want.
There's a banker named John Winston. Your husband?
Yes. Now, Mr. Webb, I'm certain there is nothing wrong, you understand? I just want to check, that's all. I want you to watch John for a few days, then we'll just forget the whole thing.
Better start at the beginning.
I don't think that's important.
It is to me. They call it background.
Mr. Webb, I came here to tell you what to do, not to be questioned. Perhaps I should point out that I could certainly have afforded a more, shall we say, prosperous agent.
Yeah. Let's say prosperous.
I've been married a long time, and John has never given me any reason to believe that there was anything or anyone else, you understand?
You mean until lately?
I mean never.
In other words, out of a clear sky, you begin to suspect something.
I'm here to hire a private detective, not to listen to your insinuations. If you don't want to or need the job, there are others.
Sure, I need a job. We both know that. Don't we, Mrs. Winston?
Hello.
Hello, Mrs. Winston. Can you talk? I mean, are you alone?
Why, yes. Who is this?
This is Webb, Skid Webb. Remember last week?
Who?
Skid Webb, the private investigator you hired.
Oh, yes. I'd almost forgotten about that. I'm afraid I was acting quite foolishly that day. I had some sort of a silly argument with John about his working so late, you understand.
What I call about, Mrs. Winston, is that I've been tailing John Boy all week. I think maybe you might have something after all.
You don't mean that. You lie.
No, Mrs. Winston. I really mean it.
You lie. Do you hear me? You lie. You're a liar. Oh. Hey.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Webb?
Well, Mrs. Winston. I didn't expect I'd hear from you again.
Mr. Webb, tell me, where was he? What was her name? Do you know that?
Take it easy. Look, first you come in the office and give me no information, then when I dig something up for you, you throw a tantrum. What's with that?
All right, I'm sorry. I'll try to be more sensible. Now tell me.
Well, it's going to take a little time before I can make a definite report. A little time and a lot more work.
But I hired you
Well,
to do a simple...
want your dough back?
No, I'd like you to find out anything you can.
Okay. Then play it my way just for a short time. As soon as I can, I'll give you some definite information.
All right. But I want you to tell me everything as it goes along, Mr. Webb.
Okay. And why not just call me Skid?
I'd rather leave it at Mr. Webb, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
No, I never want to call you Skid. My head, throbbing, splitting. I was on the floor. Gas. 7:30, it would be all over. The gas, I could smell it. Horrible. No, it wasn't gas. It was wisteria. Yes, the odor of wisteria, as it was in the park that day. I was standing on the edge of a walk near a bed of white tulips in the wisteria. I love wisteria.
You been waiting long, Mrs. Winston?
No.
Well, come on, let's go over that bench. Yeah.
What do you have?
Well, John Boy seems to have pretty well settled down to one gal.
Another woman? I don't believe you, Mr. Webb. Girls, perhaps, but not another woman.
Okay. Well, you can't tell yet anyway.
You're making the whole thing up.
Then forget it.
It's your type, that Gus.
I said forget it. Look, Mrs. Winston, I don't take that from anyone. You think just because you came down Main Street and you were hiring a two-bit snoop?
Just a minute, Mr. Webb.
I'm not through yet. Just because I don't have a plushy suite on the west side, you think that's the biggest case I've ever had? Sure, I've got a cheap office and a rundown joint. Sure, I've had better times. Let me tell you about them.
I'm not interested in your past, and I thoroughly resent your insolence.
Ever hear of Juanita Cole, Mrs. Winston? No? Well, I guess you wouldn't have. Juanita had an insurance deal, filled the room with gas, and hooked up a cigarette lighter to an alarm clock, so that at a certain time the lighter would spark and blow the whole joint up. Would have worked, too, except the clock stopped. Yeah, it was a clever stunt. You know who broke the case? I did. Yeah, me, the two-bit snoop you wanted to hire. And I can name other cases just as big.
Mr. Webb, I don't see what all of this has to do with me, but if you're quite through now,
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, I'll tell you. I'm sick of this high and mighty routine you've been giving me. I've got you pegged, Mrs. Winston. I know what's going on inside that head of yours. You told me you were 32. In your case, that means maybe 40.
That's not true.
You know you're slipping. You can't face it.
What do you mean?
Your husband, he's lost interest.
No.
You've been put on a shelf. He's found somebody else. You can't take it.
Shut up! Shut up!
Okay. I guess that covers it. And don't bother firing me. I quit.
What?
Get yourself another boy.
No. No, you can't quit.
I already have.
But I'm depending on you. You can't leave me now. I've got to find out. Please, I need you. I need somebody.
That's no lie.
You've got to help me.
Well, maybe. That depends on you.
On me?
Maybe if we were to climb down off that high
horse, I will. Anything.
Okay. All I know so far is that instead of being at a board meeting like I told you last Wednesday night, remember?
Where was he?
Had dinner at the Gourmet, private room. After that, I lost him.
What did she look like?
Typical. Blonde, about 25, theatrical looking. pretty well put together.
Oh, stop it.
You asked me.
What else?
She met him for lunch on Friday. I think she may be in a show downtown. That's all I know now, but I'll keep checking.
Yes, keep checking.
But you've got to promise not to get all hot and bothered until we're ready to move.
I promise, Mr. Webb. I'll be as cold as ice.
Mrs. Winston, Skid Webb. This is it.
Oh.
John Boy's girlfriend is a dame named Terry Williams, an ex-chorister from the Latin Club. Ex, since she nailed onto John Boy, that is.
Go ahead.
She's living in a hotel downtown. Now, look, you can do one of two things. Either rush right down there, tip them off, they'll clam up, or play it clever and wait for the kill.
I'll be clever.
Okay. It's a pretty good joint, sort of upper middle, the Bryn Carlton.
Thank you, Skid.
Shouldn't be long now. I'll let you know when at a crucial time. You know what I mean. Then we'll... Hotel Bryn Carlton.
Oh, yes, Bryn Carlton. Do you have a Terry Williams there?
Terry Williams? Yes, apartment 504. I'll ring her.
Oh, never mind. After I hung up, all the strength seemed to drain out of me. I leaned heavily against the nightstand, and the lamp fell to the floor. For one instant after the globe had broken, the light glowed on. That's how life was. There was always a final spark after the brightness was gone. Now I knew what I was going to do about John and me. No long, drawn-out divorce. I was going to kill him. I'd be clever enough even for Skid Webb. But John would die.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Claire Trevor in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, it's the ninth inning. 50,000 people, Hap. I can't resist it. I'll tell them.
Tell them what, Harlow?
Here goes. Take out those old narrow gap spark plugs. Go to bat with a set of wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. They make your engine idle smoother, give better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save gas. Why, that newly developed 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor, found in no other automotive-type spark plug, increases electrode life 200% and more.
Harlow, the slugger is up.
It's a four-bagger, Hap. And so a sensational wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. What's more, that exclusive Autolite resistor cuts down on radio and television interference, too. So see your Autolite dealer and get a set of those remarkable, irresistible, sensational new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs today.
Come on now, Harlow. We got to switch from baseball to Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Claire Trevor as Mrs. Winston in The Light Switch. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I could hear the steady hiss of gas. The gas filling the room. The trap I'd set for my husband, John, and his girlfriend wasn't working out the way I planned. I had to get out of the room. My plan was falling to pieces. My life falling to pieces. And like a person drowning, I was remembering. You.
Who were you expecting?
I told you not to come here. John hired a private nurse to be with me all the time.
Is that why I didn't get my money this week?
Of course not. Come inside and be quiet. All right, Mr. Webb. I've been trying to contact you anyway.
To pay me? My expenses have been running up, you know. I figure maybe a couple of hundred.
Oh, forget that. Do you want to make some good money?
You kidding?
Skip, I'm very clever now. Very clever.
Switch?
I'll play it any way you like. You say where and when, and I'll stay quiet. But first, I've got to trust you. And I don't now.
Why? I've given you the straight all along. When the time is right, we'll be able to put John Boy right where he belongs.
Fine, but all I have gotten from you is hearsay. Certainly you gave me the name of Terry Williams, and I checked myself.
You didn't?
I didn't do anything, just found out she lived in 504. But still, she could be any girl. I've got to know.
Well, what do you want?
I want to see them myself.
Huh? Oh, now, look, that's just about impossible. They're very cagey. The only reason I can tag them is because I know my business. That is, unless you want to take the chance of tipping the whole thing off.
No, I just want to see them at the Brent Carlton.
Well, I haven't caught them there myself yet.
All right, Skip. Until then, you are off the payroll.
Well, it may not be as easy as all that. How much if I can? Not a mind reader, you know. I can't tell what they're going to do before they do it.
500. And from then on, I won't question you.
Well, I don't know. May take a week, maybe a month. I don't have much to go on.
Please understand. I have to know myself.
How about last week's dough? Can you get it now?
Yes.
Huh. I'll do my best. You go get what you owe me.
We'll wait here in the hall. Skip, you told me you were going to call this morning. I've been sitting by the phone all day.
Well, I didn't have anything to report this morning, but I do now. I was just going to call you.
Tell me quickly.
You called me yesterday and said that John Boy was going away for a weekend.
Yes.
Well, get the $500 ready. I was able to tap a phone conversation. Pretty tricky job, too.
Go ahead.
He's picking Terry Williams up in a taxi tonight at 7:15. They'll arrive at her apartment around 7:30 for dinner. Got that?
Yes.
Okay. You wait in your car across the street. I'll join you there.
All right.
Now, listen, don't lose your head and mess up the whole deal.
No, I won't.
I may be a little late. I've got to tail them this afternoon, make sure everything runs right. So they may beat me there. If they do, you can watch them go in, but wait for me. Be clever, Mrs. Winston. Clever.
Yes, Skip. Clever. You'll never know how clever. I managed to get away from my nurse. Came here, got the key from one of the pigeonholes when the desk clerk wasn't looking, and let myself in. Apartment 504. Terry Williams' apartment. That's clever, Mr. Webb. Then I locked the windows, turned on the gas, and cracked the light bulb so it would spark when the lights were switched on. And now you'll see how clever I am at 7:30 when they... 7:30. I've got to get out. The door. I've got to get to that door.
Are you kidding, Eva? Of course she's drunk.
I tell you she ain't, Harry.
Oh, look at her eyes. She's loaded.
Lights. Don't turn on the lights.
They're already on, honey.
Where am I? How did I get here?
You got me there, baby. Eva and I just got out off the elevator, and there you were, staggering up and down the hall.
I got into the hall. What room is this?
Why, it's our room, honey. You folded right in front of our door. I'm Eva, and this here's...
Harry and Eva, honey. You remember Harry and Eva vaudeville played all the big-time Palace, Chicago, Detroit, you remember?
No, she don't, Harry.
Well, why don't she?
Please, what's the number of this room?
505.
Then 504 is next door.
Yeah, that's real smart. Yeah, 504 is next door. Then comes 503, 502,
Please help me up.
That's where you come from, 504? Terry having a party or something?
No, that isn't where I came
from. Fine girl, Terry. She was overdue, you know.
Hey, if Terry's having a party, maybe we ought to drop in.
Oh, no.
Why not? We haven't seen much of her since she started running around with her new boyfriend. Come
No,
on!
there's no party there, and I didn't come from there.
Then how do you know there's no party there?
Please help me up. I've got to get out of here right now.
I don't know, honey. You don't look so good to me. Why don't you just lie down a few minutes and then maybe...
What time is it?
It's time for a drink. That's what time it is. Now, you wait just right here, and I'll get it.
Oh, please, tell me what time it is.
Oh, about 7:30.
No, I mean the exact time.
Say, you're pretty particular, honey. Okay. It's exactly 7:26. That good enough for you?
4 minutes. I've got to leave. You've got to help me out of here right now. Do you understand? Right now. Help me up, I tell you.
Well, okay, honey. Okay, don't get so upset. Here.
Oh, thank you.
Well, here you are, girls. Here's your drink.
No, thanks. I don't care.
Come on, sit down and drink it. Do you?
No, please.
I said sit down.
Oh, why'd you want to push her, Harry?
Well, what's with this babe anyway?
I don't know, but she don't look so hot to me. Maybe we ought to send for a doctor.
I don't need a doctor.
Hey, wait a minute. I just figured out what's wrong with you.
What?
You're unhappy. That's what's wrong. Oh. And that's something I can't stand to see. Anybody unhappy. Well, we got just the thing for that, even me. We'll give you a little routine. Yes, sir. It'll snap you right out of it in no time. Come on, Eva. Oh, I'm just wild about Harry.
No.
Come on, Eva. Come on. Oh, I'm just wild about Harry. And Harry's wild about me. Now, watch the stuff. Don't kill me, Well, how about that? How about that? We're giving a class and all she can say is stop that. Now, look here.
Oh,
sister.
let her alone, Harry. Can't you see she don't feel... Here, honey. You let me help you.
Thanks. Now, the door.
Maybe what you need is a drink.
Oh, what do you think I offered her a couple of minutes ago? That ain't what she needs. She's loaded already. What she needs is air.
Air. That's right, air. What I need is some air. Let's go out and get some air.
Well, what's wrong with just opening the window? Oh. Hey, Eva, look.
Huh?
Harry and that new boyfriend getting out of a cab. Now we can have a party.
I don't want a party. I want to get out right now. Can't you understand? Get me out of here.
Maybe we better get her out of here. I'm kind of worried about her.
Yes, we must get out.
We got to help her downstairs, Harry.
Oh, how come we always get tangled up with freaks like this?
Please help.
Come on, Harry. Come on.
Finally, we were out in the hall, and Harry started to ring for the elevator. Only John would be coming up on the elevator. I insisted we take the stairs. Told them elevators made me dizzy. I knew they thought I was crazy, but I didn't care what they thought. Just as we reached the lobby, I caught sight of John's gray coat disappearing into the elevator, and she was right behind him. Eva and Harry tried to drag me with them to the bar down the street, but I refused, and they went on without me. I waited in the lobby. The indicator over the elevator door stopped at the 5th floor. They were just getting out of the elevator. And now they must be walking down the hall. I could almost see John fitting the key. I walked quietly out of the hotel lobby to my car down the street. I felt better now. As I let myself in the front door, I knew I'd done everything right. I'd been clever. And now there was only one thing to remember. I must act shocked when they call me to tell me John is dead. John!
Hello, dear.
John!
Oh, yes, I came back for my coat. Incidentally, where is it? The gray one. I was positive it was in the hall closet, but I can't find it. Who could have taken it? Did someone borrow it? Darling, what's the matter?
I thought you...
Where have you been, dear? Oh, you shouldn't worry me like this.
You didn't have your coat?
But I just told you. I started on my trip and discovered I'd left it behind, so I came back for it. Oh, please, dear, you mustn't get so upset about trifles. You're not well. And here you go running around when you're not supposed to leave the house. Oh, really, I've tried to be considerate with you, but I...
You have been considerate, John. Very considerate. You've been a perfect husband. The police will be here any minute. When I called, they said they'd be right over. It's strange how it all worked out. He intended to make a lot of money off me, but I never had a chance to give him the $500. He thought he was so clever, but all he made was expenses. And I thought I was being clever, too. I killed 2 people. Terry Williams and her boyfriend, Skip Webb.
Thank you, Claire Trevor, for a splendid performance.
Oh, Miss Trevor.
Yes, Mr. Wilcox.
Remember what you said at rehearsal?
You mean that some women don't know a spark plug from a hill of beans?
That's right. Well, just in case you're one of those women, I went out to my car and got a spark plug.
Oh.
Now, you see how you can tell the difference?
Oh, why, of course. On this spark plug you handed me, it plainly says auto light resistor. And I doubt whether a hill of beans is marked at all.
I doubt it, too. And besides, the Hill of Beans is not made by Autolite, which makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. Yes, sir, and Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts, at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now here again is Miss Claire Trevor.
It's been a pleasure to appear here tonight with this great cast of suspense actors and actresses. And I'm expecting almost as much pleasure from listening next week when radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you Jimmy Stewart in Revenge, another gripping study in
Suspense.
Claire Trevor will soon be seen co-starring with Fred McMurray in Borderline Productions' forthcoming picture, Borderline. Tonight's suspense play was written by Richard Vaudra, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Leith Stevens. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Frederick March, Joan Crawford, Agnes Moorehead, John Lund, and many others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear James Stewart in Revenge.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you James Stewart in Consequence, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Friends, while the wife is spring cleaning the house, how about spring cleaning your car? Give your motor new spring pep by replacing those worn-out narrow-gap spark plugs with a set of revolutionary new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Your motor will idle smoother.
Yup, and give better performance on leaner gas mixtures.
Yes, sirree, actually save gas.
What's more, Autolite resistor spark plugs with the exclusive Autolite resistor cut down on radio and television interference. So, folks, see your Autolite dealer and have him replace old, worn-out, narrow-gap spark plugs with a set of the sensational new Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Remember,
you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents James Stewart in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Maybe the costume was the decisive factor, or maybe it would have happened anyway. In any event, the occasion was the 10th reunion, and the class of 29, as such occasions demand, they were all dressed identically in cowboy suits. And there was Ted Wolfe, whom I hadn't seen in 10 years, although in college he'd been by far my closest friend. And so, of course, I brought him home to dinner. And Gwen managed to be quite charming, even though it was the maid's night out. She didn't even kick about the oven. And that's how it started out, just like that. Just like any pleasant, casual little evening.
Oh, Gwen, that was a wonderful meal. Last one I'll get like that for a while.
Thank you, sir. Have you really got to go tonight, Ted? Can't you take a day or so?
No, not very well. I got my plane reservations and everything. Anyway, I told him I'd be back this week, and well, tonight's just about the deadline if I'm going to make it.
Well, what time's your plane?
3 a.m. Say, that reminds me, I can't go aboard in this thing.
Oh, you probably will. I think you're both kind of stuck on yourselves in those cowboy outfits. And a couple of kids.
Oh, I'm going to wear mine to the hospital tomorrow.
Oh, fine. No kidding, though. People will think I'm nuts.
All right. Spoil sport. Now, we'll call the hotel later, have them bring your bags over, and you can change here. Although I would think a cowboy suit would be a sensation in Ecuador.
Ted, are you really going to Ecuador? Mm-hmm. First, I thought it must be a joke.
No, you've heard me talk about the work Ted's doing there.
I know, but Ecuador.
Well, they've got to have medical care out on those plantations some way, and well, I like it.
I don't see how you stand it. Living like a hermit, cut off from civilization, not making... Well, I mean, they can't possibly pay you what's...
No, Gwen.
What time? Oh, my goodness, I've got to run.
Are you leaving us, Gwen?
I promised Mother I'd come out to the country tonight. Anyway, I know you two would much rather talk over old times by yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, guess I don't see you again. Thanks for everything. It's been swell.
Well, you're coming back sometime, aren't you?
Oh, maybe 5 years, maybe 10, maybe never.
Silly. You come back next year and plan to stay for a while.
Oh, thank you.
I am sorry I have to go, but you two have a nice evening. There are eggs in the icebox, Phil.
Okay.
Did he always have to have fried eggs at night when he was in college, Ted?
Yeah, that's Phil, all right.
Good night, darling. Don't bother coming to the door now. I'll phone you tomorrow night.
Bye, Gwen.
Have a good trip, Ted. Bye.
Goodbye. You're a lucky man, Phil.
Am I?
Well, I suppose you know that the main reason I came to this shindig at all was to see you.
So why me? No, it's been a long time since you and I had the same dreams, Ted.
You haven't lost them, though. You're still in there pitching.
Oh, sure, yes. Private practice, 2 cars in the garage, 2 chickens in the pot. That's the kind of ball I've been pitching for the last 10 years, and it's the kind I'll keep on pitching until some other doc says coronary thrombosis and they carry me out.
Oh, you can't kid me, Phil. You're happy. I'd just about given up the idea that there was such a thing as a happy man.
And now you think you've found one?
Oh, I know I have. I knew it the minute I came into this room. I knew it the minute I saw her.
Gwen?
Yeah, Gwen.
I hate Gwen.
Phil.
And what's more, she hates me. Oh, it's nothing that shows on the surface. We get along because we have to, because my reputation would suffer if we didn't.
Phil, you can't be serious.
No? Well, why do you think I've given up every dream I've ever had? Why do you think I spend my life treating the imaginary ills of a lot of wealthy hypochondriacs? So Gwen can have this, and Gwen can do that, so Gwen can satisfy every greedy instinct and every petty, rotten ambition that any woman ever had.
Lord, I never realized.
Well, that's it.
You've got to do something about it, Phil. You've got to get out. Had to go to another city, go to another country.
Yeah. She'd be after me like a hawk. She'd have me up before the medical association. Oh, there are 1,000 things she could do and would do. Oh, I've thought of it every way there is. It's no use. So, it's off my chest. Now you know. And I'm sorry I disillusioned you. Excuse me. Dr. Martin? Oh, well, now? Right. I'll be right down.
You're not going out now. I want to talk to you.
No, well, I'm still a doctor. Even Gwen can't stop that. And I'll be back before you leave, though, if you want to stick around. I'd so like to ride out the airport.
Was the call really important, Phil?
Yeah, now make yourself at home. Fix yourself anything you want in the kitchen. Only look out for the oven. It leaks when you turn it off just right. And I won't be long.
Okay. I'll wait, Doctor.
Thanks, Doctor. I kind of hoped you would, Ted. That was the second thing. Ted's deciding to stay, but I didn't know it then. All I knew was that Jo had called me from the office, and she was upset. Still, I decided to walk. I was upset, too. When I got there, she was going over the accounts. Hello, darling.
Hello. That was nice.
Well, isn't it always?
Always terribly.
Well, what are you doing? Now, there isn't all that rush to get the bills out.
There is, though. For me.
For you?
Uh-huh.
Well, what is it, Jo? What's the matter?
Phil, I had a talk with Father this evening.
Well, something about us?
All about us.
Well, he doesn't know anything. He couldn't. Nobody, unless you told him.
You know I wouldn't do that, Phil.
I'm sorry, darling. I know.
Anyway, it isn't what he knows. It's what he thinks. We had an awful row. He said he'd go to the trustees of the hospital. He said he'd go to Gwen.
He said that?
That's why I'm getting the bills out for you now. Because I'm going away.
But you're going where? Well, how long?
No, darling, it's not going to be like that. It's for good.
Jo,
It's for good, Phil.
Well, Jo, I can't let you go. I know it hasn't been perfect, but I know it's been infinitely worse for you than for me, but at least we've had something. At least I've always known where you are, that you're here on the other side of the door, and I could see you and talk to you.
I can't live with a door between us anymore.
Well, maybe you just don't love me enough to... No, darling, I don't mean that.
Phil, I'm not playing noble. This had to happen someday, and it has. And that's all.
I could go with you.
You couldn't do that, Phil.
Well, why not? I could change my name. We could go to another city, even another country. I could get back to research. I could...
Oh, darling. It's no go, Phil.
I asked her for a divorce again this morning.
You don't have to tell me the answer. There is no answer for us, Phil. Not one that we can take. And there we are.
Yeah, there we are.
You'd better go now. I've got all this to do.
Well, let me help you.
No.
Well, why not?
I could weaken. And then where would we be?
Oh, Jo.
No, Phil, please go.
Jo.
Please. Please.
All right, I'll go. I don't know how long I walked that night or where. Perhaps most men are weak and never know it. But when you're losing the woman you think you love, that's when you'll find out. That's when you'll see yourself at last in the pitiless glare of all your poor, frightened, childish helplessness. And I walked along, and I was sick to the depths of my soul. And I walked some more. Somewhere in the distance I heard a siren. There was a glow against the sky, a fire. And then I realized I was near my home. And then it wasn't just a glow against the sky of any fire. It was my own house. It burned almost to the ground.
This is terrible. How did it happen? Somebody said they think it was the gas stove.
Stunned and confused, I began edging through the crowd. And then there was a sudden stillness. and a few men took off their hats, and then I saw it. The stretcher, and the blanket thrown over the shapeless form, and the blackened, shriveled cowboy boot. And I remembered. Ted had been in that house.
They just got him out now.
Yeah, what's left of him? They say you wouldn't hardly know it was a man.
Frantically, I started forward, and then I stopped, because I thought somebody had spoken to me, but they hadn't. They weren't looking at me. They were looking at the ground and the stretcher, and that thing that lay there on it.
Dr. Philip Martin.
Yeah, I knew him. He was a good man.
Oh, poor Dr. Martin. What an awful way to die.
Suddenly I was shaking with excitement. I pulled my hat down over my eyes. I turned up my collar, and I moved carefully back through the crowd, out into the street, and I turned the corner, and then I ran. Joe! Joe, I'm going with you.
Phil, you haven't...
Joe, it's all right. It's all right, Joe. I'll tell you later. But we're free, Joe. We're free. I'm dead. I mean, Dr. Philip Martin. He's dead.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you James Stewart in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Heard you go to burglar at your house last night.
I sure did, Hap. There was this man sneaking around my garage. I said, look here, mister. You want to replace your old narrow gap spark plugs with the sensational new wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Why, those wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs will make your engine idle smoother, give you better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save gas.
So what did he say?
Well, holding him firmly with my thumb between his teeth, I said the newly developed exclusive 10,000-ohm Autolite resistor, found in no other automotive-type spark plug, increases electrode life 200% and more.
You said all that to a burglar?
Mm-hmm. And then, throwing him heavily to the ground on top of me, I said, try it yourself. See your Autolite dealer and replace those old narrow-gap spark plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Your motor will idle smoother, give you better performance on leaner gas mixtures. Actually save you gas.
Then what?
Oh, he said he'd stood all he could, and he started yelling for the cops.
Oh, and I think I'll start yelling for Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage James Stewart as Phil in Consequence, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
There must be something of the criminal in every man, because it seemed that I knew automatically everything I would have to do and how I was going to do it.
Hotel Wilton.
Dr. Wolf, please. Dr. Theodore Wolf.
Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. Dr. Wolf doesn't answer.
Oh. Well, say, what's the number of his room again? I want to drop him a note.
Dr. Wolf is in 502.
502. Thank you very much. I knew in a big hotel like that, the chances of anyone remembering exactly what Ted had looked like were pretty slim. And I figured they'd give me the key all right, as long as I didn't have to stumble around asking for the number. I let myself into 502 and snapped on the light. I found the plane tickets on the bureau, and I pried open his luggage and changed into one of his suits, put on his hat and overcoat just in case, packed my own things away. There was a pair of dark glasses on the bureau, too. I put them on. Then I went downstairs, checked out, paying cash. I knew he'd bought the plane tickets to the airport and that the travel clerk in the hotel wouldn't know Ted Wolf from Adam.
Yes, sir?
I'm Dr. Wolf. I've been staying here at the hotel.
Oh, yes, Doctor.
I have a through plane ticket here to Ecuador, Pan American, for tonight. I want to turn it in.
Oh, one moment, sir. That's Dr.
Theodore Wolf.
Pan American? Wilson Hotel. Got a through ticket to Ecuador. Dr. Wolf. Will you take it? Thank you. All right. That will be quite all right, Dr. Wolf.
And while we're at it, you might as well give me a couple of train tickets.
Yes, sir. Where to?
Huh?
I said where to, sir.
Los Angeles. We'd taken care of everything. A note to my bank, supposedly from Ted, enclosing Philip Martin's check for $5,000, and a letter in my own handwriting explaining that I'd agreed to lend him that amount, and asking the bank to forward the money to my account in Los Angeles, my account as Ted Wolf. And we drafted a letter to the people in Ecuador, and in Los Angeles, Joe became Mrs. Ted Wolf. And at first, everything clicked. I got the kind of a job a doctor dreams about, where I could write my own ticket and spend at least half my time entirely on research. And Joe started taking courses for a medical degree. After all, she was only 24. And then, right there, right in broad daylight in the hospital, it happened.
Hello?
Joe, pack a bag as quick as you can, just enough for 2 or 3 days in the mountains. Now, just as fast as you can.
Phil?
It's Gwen. I saw her just now upstairs in the reception room.
Gwen, are you sure? Absolutely sure? Couldn't it be just a coincidence, Phil? I mean, couldn't Gwen maybe just have happened?
Maybe. Listen, Joe, I've been thinking.
She mustn't know where we go.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe it would be better if she did know where we were going.
If she did know?
I don't know. It may just be a coincidence. But if it is a showdown, the mountains is a better place than most.
All right.
I'll phone the landlady.
Is that safe?
Yeah, Gwen won't talk, not until she's sure.
Carlton Apartments, Mrs. Burton.
Hello, Miss Burton. This is Dr. Wolf. I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Why, I'd be glad to, Dr. Wolf.
We're going out of town for a couple of days, and I just remembered some friends said they might stop by, and I thought they might like to join us, so I wanted them to know where we were.
All right, sir.
Now, maybe you could just stick a note in our door where they'll see it. We're going to Caribou Lake, and we'll be in the cottage at the very top of the mountain. It's right straight up a dirt road from the lake. They can't miss it.
Caribou Lake, the cottage at the top of the mountain, up the dirt road from the lake. Is that all?
Yes, thank you, Miss Burton. That's all. Thank you. Caribou Lake is nothing more than a general store where you can buy bait, hire boats, and cottages. That time of year, there's hardly anybody there except the people who own the store. And the cottage we had was a good 3 miles away up a twisting dirt road running above the lake. But you could see it very plain, even at night when the lights are on. We stopped in the store. We both went in to buy what we needed, food, kerosene, matches, things like that. Then we went on up the mountain. By that time, it was almost dark, and Joe fixed something to eat, but neither of us could touch it. We were watching the road for lights of a car. It was about 8:30 when we saw them. And they went on past the store without stopping and came on up the mountain. It couldn't have been anyone else but Gwen.
Well?
Well, she didn't waste any time.
What if the car is rented?
No, she'd bring her own. She loves to drive.
Phil, you're not afraid, are you?
No, not anymore. I'll go.
Well, this is a surprise.
Hello, Gwen.
Dr. Martin, always poised. Nothing surprises you, does it?
I suppose it was the check.
Partly. Then I happened to notice that a Dr. Theodore Wolfe had married a Miss Josephine Reynolds in Los Angeles. It did occur to me that your idealistic friend must have been an awfully fast worker. Well, aren't you and your bride going to ask me in?
Come in, Mrs. Martin.
Thank you. Quite cozy, aren't you?
We have been.
Well, I'm sorry to break up your little...
All right, cut it out, Gwen. Now, what do you want?
Why, my dear man, what do you think I want?
The way things are now, you've got $200,000 worth of life insurance coming to you. Why don't you let us alone?
Philip, I don't know whether you realize how much worry and anguish you've caused me.
Sure, I know. I know just exactly how much.
And perhaps you also know exactly how you stand with the law in this matter. I don't know about all this impersonation business, except it would permanently ruin your career. But I do know that the laws covering bigamy are quite drastic.
Yeah, I used to think that money meant everything to you, Gwen, but I guess it doesn't, does it?
I certainly don't feel called upon to accept rebukes from you, Philip, for anything. Not after what you've done. I feel that I'm being most generous to both of you.
All right, now just what exactly do you want, Gwen?
Either you come back and we'll explain the whole thing as amnesia or something, or you both go to jail.
Oh, could you shut
Now,
up?
listen. Just a minute. Listen, Gwen. Does anybody else know about this?
Of course not.
Nobody knows you came out here, or why?
After all, Philip, I do have some pride left. Just that I was taking a little trip to New York to forget.
New York, huh? All right, Gwen. Just give us a couple of minutes to talk this thing over, will you? Alone?
Very well. Although I don't see there's very much to talk about.
Will you go outside, or shall we?
I'll go. I'll wait in the car.
Oh, Phil.
It's all right, Joe. I don't mind now.
Neither do I.
Do you think you can do it?
Me?
I'll have to have an alibi.
Have you thought?
I've thought about it. I've thought about it all day. And it's all right. It's good. She'll disappear the same way I did.
A fire?
Yeah. Only I'll have to be down at the store when it happens. This place will go up like kindling. And when they pull her out, they'll think it's you. Nobody knows she's up here. And I'll be there to say it is you.
How are you going to...
I've got it all fixed in the cellar. All you have to do is here. Use this hatchet. Can you?
Yes. I will.
And then go out to the car and get on the floor of the back seat, under the blanket, lock it from the inside. I'll probably get away right afterwards.
All right, Phil.
I'll see you in the car, and the whole thing shouldn't take more than a couple of hours.
Phil, you're not afraid?
Are you?
No. I'm glad.
Gwen?
Yes?
Come on in.
Have you decided?
Yes. Well, you might as well eat with us. There'll be quite a few details to talk over.
I'm not sure I feel much like eating in this house, Philip.
Yes, well, I don't know about you, but I'm not going to start back hungry. Give me the keys to your car, will you? It's blocking mine, and I'll go down the hill and get a few things for dinner.
Really,
Philip? Will you please stop griping? Now, you've won. Now, give me the keys.
Very well. But I wouldn't try any mad dashes if I were you.
Oh, now, don't be a fool, Gwen.
No, I don't suppose you would. Alone?
She went in. I took the keys, but first I went around back, down the cellar. I put a lot of old newspapers around the wood pile and doused the whole thing with kerosene. And then I cut a stub of plumber's candle and set it on the papers and lit it. I knew just about how long it'd take the candle to burn down, about 45 minutes. Then I went out and I got in Gwen's car and I started on the mountain without lights. At the drop above the lake, I put it in low and I cramped the wheels and I jumped out. About 40 feet of water. Unless somebody told them where to look, they'd never find the car. Now, all that hadn't taken more than 15 minutes. The walk down to the store took about 20 more.
Well, you get something, Dr. Wolf?
Yeah, like a fool. I forgot my tobacco. I can't get through the night without a pipe.
Know just how it is. Walk down?
Yeah, working up an appetite, you know.
There you are. You folks have callers tonight?
No. Why?
I thought I saw a car go up your way a while back.
Oh, I saw the lights, but they didn't come up. Somebody must have made the wrong turn. No, didn't they come back?
Oh, I don't know. I was out for a spell. You see that car come back by, Daisy?
Well, you must have seen it all right. It was about an hour ago.
Seems like I did hear a car about that.
Sure, that was it.
Yep, pretty sure I did.
Mrs. Dooley don't always see so good, but she hears plenty. Fair, Ma?
Pa, looky here.
Huh?
Pa, look it up there. Looks like a fire.
Say, it is. It is a fire. Golly, Doc, that looks like your place.
Well, it couldn't be. But it must be.
Big, too. We better get up there, too.
Do you have your car?
We'll go in the truck. It's right outside. The boys can bring Ma along in the car. You hear that, Ma?
Yeah. Len.
Come on,
Johnny.
Doc.
Yes.
I sure hope everything's all right.
So do I. cottage was all wood and dry, and it was completely gone by the time we got there. It was the boys who dragged her out of the embers.
I wouldn't look if I was you, Doctor.
Must have been quick anyway. She's burnt almost to nothing.
You better go on, Doc. We'll take charge of everything.
All right.
Do you want one of the boys to go with you?
No. I'll get in touch with you from town. I'll make the arrangements down there, and I'll send down for
Sure. You go on. We'll see to everything.
All right.
Oh, I'm awful sorry, Dr. Wolf.
I climbed into the car and I started down the mountain. When I was around the first bend, I pulled up and stopped. I reached over with one hand and touched the blanket on the floor behind me. Are you all right, Joe?
Yes, Philip. I'm quite all right.
Gwen. Gwen has never told me how it happened. But of course she killed Joe. We both killed her. And now I know that I'm trapped. I'm hopelessly, irrevocably trapped by the terrible burden of guilt we share between us, as she is. I know now that two people held together by such a frightful bond cannot both go on living. For that bond can be broken in only one way. One of the two must die. And so I write this and place it in the hands of my attorney for safekeeping in order that the true facts be brought to light in the event of such a death. For no matter how innocent it may appear, no matter how natural the cause, how plausible the accident, it will be no accident. It will be murder. Cold-blooded, calculated, deliberate murder.
Now, the local news. Dr. Philip Martin, who has been in poor health for the past 3 months while recovering from an attack of amnesia, died today in his home from an overdose of sleeping sedative. He is survived by his widow, Mrs. Gwen Martin.
Thank you, James Stewart, for a splendid performance.
What a performance, Arlo.
Yes, Hap, it's like the performance you get when you replace old narrow gap spark plugs with wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
They make an engine idle smoother.
Give better performance on leaner gas mixtures.
Actually save on gas.
Because Autolite resistor spark plugs are ignition engineered.
That's right, by Autolite, the makers of over 400 products for
cars,
trucks,
airplanes,
boats.
In 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast.
Yes, sirree. And Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars.
Batteries,
spark plugs,
generators,
starting motors,
coils,
distributors.
All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team.
The lifeline of your car.
So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now here again is Mr. James Stewart.
Well, I want to thank Tony Litter and his great cast of actors for making my suspense visit so pleasant. I'm a great Suspense fan, and like all of you, I'm looking forward to next week's show when Frederick March appears in Cornell Woolrich's story, The Night Reveals, another gripping study in suspense.
James Stewart can currently be seen starred in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, The Stratton Story. Tonight's suspense play was adapted for radio by Robert Richards from an original story by Vladimir Posner and George Sklar, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Leith Stevens. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next Thursday, same time, hear Frederick March in The Night Reveals.
You can buy buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.